kilometers. The drop because of curvature should be 20 meters.
Yeah, but I'm just saying 40 kilometer is like a lake,
It's an
and the
exponential
water is
function,
not
bro.
flowing. Water is not flowing anywhere. Just 40
No, it's
kilometer,
not
water is
flowing.
staying somewhere.
Yeah, it's a man-made lake.
Okay, so can you say me, like, where what the name of the lake? I can Google it. Like 40-kilometer lake. I also want.
Lake. It's bigger than 40 kilometers. It's Lake Isomere. I'll post the name in the chat. It's a freaking because it's Dutch. They got weird names.
Yeah, definitely. Because if you guys have done the experiment, so yeah, maybe it makes sense something because you might have observed something, that we don't know.
I love
Yeah.
how you guys always default to we fucked up. We didn't fuck up. This is like the 7th time it was done.
Okay. That's
You guys, you guys have a you pretend you're not biased. You're extremely biased, extremely, and you don't realize it. You're extremely biased. Like I'm giving you information, and you're just popping up every possible reason you can think of on why it's wrong. You have never, ever in your entire life looked at the globe Earth that way and said, "Holy shit, dude! If the Earth was a globe, how does this work? Or if the Earth was a globe, how does that work?" No, it's only if the Earth was flat, how does that work? You only question flat Earth. You never question the globe.
actually physics makes sense when it is globe.
It
Then
just makes
when it is
sense.
flat.
No, you just like it. Has nothing to do
No,
with
no, it
making
makes
sense.
sense.
You just like it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. That's why how
Yeah, I'm
satellites
sure that's what
get
Plato
orbit.
wrote down.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what the famous philosophers, Plato, he wrote down. It's a globe, just makes sense.
Yeah, in the sense, physics, science, math, and logic, everything match when Earth is globe.
The globe has no
Uh,
logic. There is no logic to the globe. None.
but
It's
the
real simple.
experiment, if you have proved something, then obviously that need to be seen,
Say that.
because experiment has more weightage than let's say logic, philosophy, and other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Experiments determine cause and effect relationships. If you want to know the geometry of something, you just measure it. That's the only way to get that. So if the earth is flat or the earth is a globe, you have to measure the earth. That's the only way to know one way or the other. And because only one thing separates a sphere from flat, that's whether the surface is curving or not. That's the way we can know if it's curving, could be a ball. If it's flat, can't be curving. It's called a true
Yeah.
dichotomy.
Yeah. That, okay, it's fine, but one of my cousin is a pilot, and he also
Oh
says
God.
me the same thing. The way he used to fly the aeroplane. No, obviously, you can say that no one has proved, no one has seen that something and all. But yeah, so basically the thing is,
Are you gonna tell me he sees
to
a curve from his airplane, dude? Is that what you're gonna tell me?
no. The way he told me that he has to take this path, like he can't go directly, so that it doesn't make sense because Earth is curve. We have curvature in the Earth, so we need to follow this path. That's why we are going to this space. So yeah, because you can see down there. So let's say you are traveling from Europe to, let's say, Washington, or means like Seattle. So you need to go to the from like, because the earth is curved. That's why flight usually say they used to go from the northern part, then you come to the Seattle, let's say from France to Seattle. So so uh, so up there you obviously won't able to see down. But if the pilots, like they used to say, if they come down they can see that the thing that they are crossing the northern pole when they are going from France to, let's say, Washington, that is Seattle. So they are not going straight from the France to Seattle by crossing, let's say, New York or
Did you
Minnesota
just
or any other
say that they're
United States.
looking down from their plane at the North
No,
Pole?
no, no. I'm not. No, I'm not saying the pilots and all, but the
Do they
fighter
see
jets and other things.
Santa's freaking workshop too?
Okay, it's fine. So the pilot won't able to see that, but the fighter jet, another one, if want to travel, like which aeroplane can travel in a low altitude, and they can easily see around from if we are moving from one location to the next location, how they are, which path they are following, and what down there.
Look,
So if Earth is a flat, like
I was on
just
a
I'm
plane.
saying,
I was on an airplane last week. Okay, you can see maybe from an airplane, even though the globe says 140 miles, I think you can see about 150 based upon my estimation. Okay, now 150 miles is nothing. Nothing. You can't tell which way you're going. Planes fly in what's called international and domestic flight corridors. They have transponders, they have waypoints, they have a route which they're supposed to fly. If you're talking about the way the route is projected on, say, a Mercator map, that is just an artifact of taking one coordinate system and projecting it into another. So if you have a polar coordinate system, which uses angles, and then you project it into a Mercator map, which uses, uh, rectangles, which is actually a cylinder, you're going to get distortions because you're doing a different projection. But that's not the way the plane is actually flying. I can post right now, I can post a polar projection from pilots inside the cockpit talking about their map, and it shows they're flying in a straight line. But that's just an artifact of the projection. It has nothing to do with which way they're actually flying.
okay, it's fine. So one is your experiment. Then second one is obviously they are, let's say, going straight flying. And the third one, if I
Yeah, they
ask
don't fly. They don't
the satellites,
Hold on, let me clear this
okay,
up. Planes don't
yeah,
actually fly in what they call great circle routes. That's a myth. They Air traffic is highly controlled. Like say you fly from the Atlantic, say you fly from New York City to France. You have to fly in a flight corridor. That means there's a narrow corridor that all the planes fly in. So if you're in New York, that corridor is in like Nova Scotia. So you have to fly north to get into it to fly across the Atlantic, even though it's out of your way. If it was a globe, you would just fly across the Atlantic and you wouldn't take that route. But they fly wherever the goddamn government tells them to fly.
fine, because obviously you didn't see that, I didn't see that, so yeah, so there's no proof for us. But those who are dealing with those coordinates, or those who are flying, let's say at low level, they if those guys can see those things, so they might
What
have
are they going
more.
to see? What do you think they're seeing?
I mean, yeah, they can see like the route they are following, and in the if the art is flat, so they are a route
You really
supposed to
need to get
follow.
an airplane. You really need to get an airplane. You can't see what route
Okay.
you're following, bro.
No. What I'm saying is commercial flight is obviously is difficult. Like they are going, if I remember, 30,000 feet or something. So you can't see the city that you are crossing on. But the thing is, if you are going for, let's say, the fighter plane or other thing, those who can fly in very low altitude, and they can they can see even the earth or the surface, what are the location they are flying on. So I'm saying in that regard, but obviously I didn't talk to any let's say air force guy, which is using flight like the the fighter planes, and he's observing the path and the ground. So obviously I'm not saying that because I don't have a proof as of now. But yeah, no one has said the same thing that the fighter guys, that yeah, if we are moving from one location to the next location, we are following the straight path, not the cut path, and or something like that. So the fact that we know is that the aeroplane or the flight generally follow the cut path because of the curvature of the earth. So yeah, so that is what I'm trying to say. But obviously, I don't have the
Yeah,
proof
I
for that.
understand what you're trying to say, but it's not a curved path. It only looks that way in a certain projection. So if you show the flight path like on a Mercator map, that path will look curved because it's because the plane is flying in the latitude longitude coordinate system, but the Mercator map is not, it has latitude and longitude coordinates, but they're distorted. So when you take one mapping and you mash it onto another, the line will look curved, but if like you pasted that on a physical globe, it would look like a straight line, right? So why does it look like a curved line? Because it's a projection. It's a map projection, but it's a map projection onto a different map projection. So it just looks like that. That's not the way the plane's actually flying.
And that makes sense. And one more thing,
brother, the map is not the territory. Okay, the map is just the map. It's not the territory. That's
yes. But if the flat is a flat, let's say we are staying at the upper part of it, then what about the down? Is there anything else? No. A flat surface has two surface. A flat surface has two.
There's no outer space.
Okay, there is no outer space. And one more thing, why the sun goes down somewhere and it goes up for somewhere? Like sun is like, let's say if you are in US, your sun goes down, but obviously in some country there will be sun is going to go up.
Doesn't go down.
Why it is happening?
It doesn't go down. It appears that way because things that go off into the distance converge with the horizon. It's called perspective. You ever seen perspective drawing? Everything converges to the vanishing point.
And why it is coming back from the back of side again? Like if it is going east, it is coming from west.
Yeah, because east and west are circles.
If east and west are circles, then
right.
Yeah, then something is moving from east to west.
Circumnavigate and you go east and circumnavigate, you go in a circle and come back to the same spot.
Then all the space program, all the satellite that is happening. So no, just I'm asking. So those are also develop one.
Your mind escapes right back to fantasy land. That shit's fake, bro. That's it.
Okay.
That's a TV show. Do you understand?
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I think I remember. I think there's one movie. I think it's some Third Man or something.
No, the things that they say are not the TV show are still a TV show.
Okay, it's fine. So satellites are not there. Gravity force is also not there. Okay, so what else?
No.
Argument.
So the gravity thing, you have no evidence for the claim that gravity forms things into balls. There's no evidence for that. It's just a claim, right? I said, hey, dude, where's the experiment? We don't have the experiment. It's just bullshit. Till you got the experiment, I can't take it seriously. No one's ever observed that happening, gravity forming. Nobody in the history of all humanity has
the thing is, gravity is, you see, yeah, no. I think you are getting it wrong there. Gravity is a force.
Ugh,
so,
God.
So people have observed that if you can use magnetic force and any force, you can apply.
Story. Bro, I understand the story. There's no evidence for the story. Do you understand?
It's fine. So if the argument is that way,
or not?
No, evidence is what? Like everything is working on that principle. So that is the evidence and all.
Oh my God, that's circular logic. That's circular logic.
And a pragmatic fallacy.
Nobody ever calculated anything on Earth to do anything on Earth ever using the universal law of gravitation ever. Little g, the rate of acceleration of a falling object, that's known empirically. You don't even need a theory of gravity to use that. You don't need a theory of gravity to shoot a cannonball. No, you don't need it. It's because you have little g, 9.8 meters per second squared. Little g. We know that empirically because we can measure that.
Yeah.
We don't need a theory. Mass attracts mass is a theory. Do you understand? That's a hypothesis.
A hypothesis long since abandoned.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, then how the nuclear bomb that has been created? It is also based on that physics and all. energy is equal to mc squared.
Based upon gravity? Jesus Christ.
No, energy. It's not. It's based on energy. It's energy. It's based on energy. Mass. When mass is going to dissolve off, then your energy is going to come equal to mc squared. So,
Oh my.
so obviously it's not. It's not about the gravity part, but what I'm saying is every physics is working well when it comes to gravity, and when it comes to, let's say, flat slab, then that is not working well.
This is
We
an
have
all or
satellite.
nothing fallacy. That if one part of physics is wrong or right, then all of physics is right. No, there's parts of physics that are incorrect, and there's parts that are correct. The universal theory of gravitation is bullshit. They don't even believe it nowadays. They abandoned that for general relativity. That's also bullshit, but it's stacked higher, I guess.
No, in the bullshit you can find it in a natural and physical and natural world.
I
So
mean,
it's
I
not
guarantee,
bullshit.
but like, I know this is hard for you to hear, but if I ask you what the definition of mass is, you're not even going to know what it is. But you think it's like you'll say it's a quantity of matter. No, it's not a quantity of matter, not in physics. Mass is a unit of measure. It's the measure of resistance to acceleration. That's a unit of measure. So how can a unit of measure attract a unit of measure? It doesn't even make sense. Gravity's horseshit, bro. Sorry, it's just a bunch of nonsense. And I'm talking about the universal theory of gravitation. We all agree things fall. But whether things fall, how you get to things fall, therefore Earth's a ball, that is not logical. You need to fill in the logical gaps to make that statement. And if you want to say gravity forms things into a ball, you need to measure that ball. You don't just get to say, well, we have a theory. No, you got to go out and measure it. You got to go out and test it in nature. That's how you confirm it. Is that unreasonable? To expect confirmation through experiment?
I need to ask maybe ChatGTP, like if they have done any sort of gravity experiment.
Yeah,
But I have no idea.
But that's not what you need. You need is there any observation, experiment, nature that showed gravity forming an object into a ball? It's never been observed in nature. The claim is after the fact, right? We look in the sky, we see balls. Now we don't know how they formed. We have no fucking clue how they got there, how they formed, what they're made of, what they're doing, how fast they're going. We don't observe orbits, actually. If you think about it, has anybody actually seen an orbit? No. From the point of view of Earth, you just see the planets go across the sky and then whip around and go back the other way, and then whip around again and go forward again. That's all we see. We don't see them go around the sun. We don't have that viewpoint.
Then, if we don't see that those
things go around the sun.
No. Yeah, that's true. We are not seeing those things. Then we are also not able to see the frequency. Now we are talking to each other from the internet, from the web, and everything. We don't see that. We don't see electricity.
Right.
Yeah, we don't see air. So everything is now questionable.
Well, we can measure the electricity. We can measure all these things.
So, but these measures are again
existence because we're generating it somewhere, someplace. They freaking built magnets and wires and freaking substations and towers, and they freaking flipped the switch and turned them all on. That's how we know the electricity's there. We put it there.
Okay, it's fine. I have anything else to say?
How come you're not doing this to the globe? Why don't you go on ChatGPT and ask all the reasons why it's not a globe?
It's fine. Yeah, it's quite interesting talking to you, and yeah, you have good arguments and good points. But obviously, it's difficult for us to believe. But yeah, you have good points.
I don't know why, because the flat Earth is not about believing something; it's about abandoning a belief. You'd be leaving belief behind, and you guys just don't seem to comprehend this for some reason. I know. I think that's harder to believe that the globe is a belief than actually believing the globe. It's like you guys can't comprehend that you're stuck in a belief system. Okay, we observe the Earth is flat. Nobody has to believe that. The Earth looks flat. Even the scientists say, well, locally, yeah, the Earth is giant and it looks flat. You said it. You said the Earth looks flat. We don't have to believe any of that. We see that. Now, saying it looks flat, but that's because it's a giant ball, that's a belief. Okay? Because you actually don't have the evidence for that to support that. Not from observation. Now, you can conceptually in your mind think, yeah, if I can think of a ball that's so large it would look flat. Well, I can think of a shark that's so large it would look flat. And I can think of a freaking, Roger Rabbit is so large he looks flat, or any other thing. Any large enough thing, if the other thing's small enough that it'll look flat. Great. But that doesn't mean it is that thing. You want to know what looks flat too? Things that are flat look flat. Yeah, things that are flat look flat. Now, I don't have to believe that. That's just true. And, we don't have the belief. The belief is stuck on you guys.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yay, this one speaks. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I am fantastic.
So, is everyone muted?
Most of the time they do. It's just if they all speak at once, it's just noise. You just can't understand a word. So they normally just mute and sit back, wait for someone nice to pop in to talk to.
Okay. Gotcha.
So since you're in here, what do you think? We're living on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You don't think it's flat, so what do you think it is then?
I mean, it's a globe, so it rotates through the
You
orbit.
said that with confidence.
I mean, from my understanding, that's what it is. I mean, if it's flat, then it just wouldn't really make sense to me. Like my brain just can't grasp it.
What do you mean it wouldn't make sense? What part of it wouldn't make sense? What,
Well,
your car will magically stop working, or why wouldn't it make
no,
sense?
it's more like how do you say it? So like when it like how would that work exactly? Like through the orbit, like you're supposed to. I mean, it would make more sense if it's a globe, so that when it rotates, some parts of the world, like the time zones would make sense. The time zone differences would make sense. Like some parts of the world would
Time
be
zones don't make
morning
sense.
and
You know that there's
so.
like 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. Did you know that?
Hmm.
They're not. It should be 24 everywhere, but it's not like that in reality.
Okay.
So I don't know
Interesting,
how
isn't it?
time zones make sense. Actually,
Okay. So what's your theory?
well, first of all, nobody's ever observed the Earth orbit anything or rotate. No one's ever seen that. From our viewpoint, we don't see, on Earth, we don't see the Earth orbit the sun. We don't see the planets orbit the sun. In fact, nobody's ever observed the orbit ever of anything. Ever.
Okay.
I mean, I've said this to lots of globe earthers. I said, okay, show me something orbiting something else, something else. I want to see a full orbit. Never seen one, and I'll never get one. We see the planets like move against the background stars, and like Mars and some other ones, they do like a little loop-de-loop thing in the sky, but we don't actually see them go around the sun. We don't see us go around the sun. We see the sun move across the sky. We see the stars move.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, so the other planets are also flat?
The Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't like those things. There's no reason to think that the Earth would be like that. Well, I mean, what would the reason be that you could come up with that you would think the Earth would be a planet from observation? You look in the sky, you see a planet, you go, wow, that's just like Earth. Why would you even think that?
Okay, so
I know
Earth is
the
the
answer to
only
this question,
planet
by the
that's
way.
flat.
The answer to this question is there's something called the Copernican principle that was adopted a long time ago. It's a philosophical principle that says the Earth is not unique. And if the Earth is not unique, then it's just like everything else. When I look in the sky, I go, Earth is just like that because it's just like everything else, right? But there's no basis for that. It's just philosophical. And a long time ago, people decided that that's the philosophical position they're going to take and built a whole construct off of that. Now, if they took the position that the Earth was unique, at worst, they'd be geocentrists, where everything was orbiting the Earth, which is what people used to believe, right? That the Earth was the center of everything. Not wrong channel, buddy. Okay. The point is like, when you said with confidence that the Earth is a globe, we've asked a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they can never say how they know. They always point to how they think other people know. We've talked to lots of people, scientists, PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, you name it, we've talked to them. Lots of different people over the years. And if I talk to them, they'll say that the people that you think have the answers, they'll say the same things you do. They think there's just somebody else out there with the answers. We can never find the people with the actual answers. I go, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? They'll never find somebody that can actually say that they've actually observed an orbit. A lot of it's like it's almost like a mathematical construct. It's a concept that's been built up over centuries. And it's complex and complicated. And I know to you it probably doesn't make sense because you think the universe has planets and stars and galaxies and black holes and all this other stuff in it. But the evidence for that is very weak. And to us, at least to me, it's just another story about the stars, the same way they told stories 1,000 years ago about the stars, and they all thought that they were right. And 1,000 years before that, they told stories about the stars, and all those people thought they were right. And nowadays, we're telling stories about the planets and stars, and we think we're right. But in 1,000 years, they're going to think we're wrong, and that we were a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so if
every generation thinks they're right.
If the Earth is flat, then where is the end of the Earth?
There's no end.
And
the Earth isn't in space. And put this way, think of the Earth as like the floor of the universe. Everything is above it. There's only the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. Like you can't go outside the Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's like asking, "Hey, can we go outside the universe?" It doesn't. That question doesn't make sense because anything outside the universe would also be part of the universe. So you can't actually go outside of it. So there's no outside the Earth. There's no outer space. There's no spaceships. There's no freaking people orbiting the Earth. All that stuff is just a TV show. And I know that's crazy, and you're thinking, this is fucking crazy. How could they fake all these TV shows? I mean, fuck, dude, they fake Santa. Lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone can make the same argument for Santa Claus. There's thousands and millions of photographs of Santa. Santa's real because the photographs prove that Santa's real because there's so many of them, right? This globe Earth thing's in the same position because these pictures of the Earth, they show one thing, always, that the Earth is covered mostly in water, and that water curves into a ball. But when we go check in the real world, like the ocean, a lake, a pond, anywhere, the water doesn't curve, and the water's flat. So if you have more than 50% water on the surface, and that water doesn't curve, then the Earth has to be flat. It cannot be a ball.
So you're saying Earth is a limitless flat platform?
Not limitless. I mean, limitless. I don't even know what that is.
Like boundless?
I don't think it's inside of something
Since
where
you said
like.
there's no end.
What I said was,
Okay, so
and
how do you
and
explain the
doesn't
core
make
of the
sense.
Earth?
What I'm saying is, Earth is not an object that you can hold in your hand. That's how you think of Earth, like it's a ball that if you were a giant, you could hold in your hand. The Earth is not an extended object that you could hold in your hand. It's not an object at all.
Nobody really says the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand.
Well, if you were a giant, right? You could. I got the whole world in his hands, right? Yeah, they do say it. It's the whole song about it.
Well, I mean, even if you're a giant, like you would still be smaller than the Earth.
I mean, a
But,
giant, like bigger
anyways,
than Godzilla.
how would you explain the core of the Earth and if the Earth is
What
flat?
core?
So you're saying there's no core of the Earth?
What is the evidence that I have that there's a core other than a picture in a book? That's not of the core, which is just a drawing someone drew. Has anybody drilled
Okay.
to the core? What's the deepest hole ever drilled? Do you know? 7 miles. The core's supposed to be 3,959 miles away. So they got a long more way to drill to prove that a core exists. Told you the global idea is sophisticated. It's been built over years, hundreds of years of people just adding more and more things on it. So I'll tell you this. If I have a set of data, I can make that data fit to anything I want. I could say, well, I'm going to interpret my data with the Earth as a pyramid. And then I can make the data work in the framework of Earth as a pyramid. Or I can take this data and say Earth is a ball. And I can make that data within the framework of the Earth as a ball. And this actually happens all the time in science. I'll give you a specific example. There's a paper that's published about where they're measuring, they're called telluric currents, which is electricity in the ground. Now, if they assume that the Earth is the ball, they can make predictions about what the currents will be 300 kilometers away. But they can also make the same predictions if they assume that the Earth is flat. They can also make predictions of it being 300 miles away. So the framework, in that instance, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball. You can make the data fit because you can change your assumptions about what's happening and make it fit. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years. And there's a lot of myths that go along with the globe Earth, such as eclipses. I always run down these. So eclipses, people think that they use a globe Earth to predict when eclipse happens, and that's how we know eclipses prove the globe. In fact, eclipses are first predicted by flat earthers in 2000 BC, and the first known exact eclipse prediction was done by Thales of Miletus, a Greek flat earther, in like 300 AD, 300 BC. So people think there's a lot of mythos behind the globe which just aren't true. Eclipses are predicted with flat Earth mathematics. Sunrises and sunset, flat Earth mathematics. They don't use a globe to predict when those things happen. So there's just a lot of myths about all this stuff. About what a globe enables us to do. Okay, I'll give you another one. GPS. GPS uses a globe. No, it doesn't. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. I know this is probably like, holy shit. You can fact check me on everything I'm saying. You can type it into ChatGPT, type it into Google. I don't care what you type it into. What I'm saying is factually accurate.
No. I'm mainly silent because I'm also in the middle of work.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just saying. I'm used to people just going. Sometimes people don't believe us, or some people think we're mistaken, or maybe they think we're interpreting things wrong. No, this is all in mainstream. I mean, we're using mainstream information. The thing is, most people, just like I did for 50 years, Earth is a globe, and I never checked to see if what they said was actually true. People, at least in here, and on our main server, and in the politics server, and running the same channel, we checked. Okay, they said the Earth is a globe, 3,959 mile radius. Okay, there's these geometric consequences. Let's go check to see if this exists. We went out and checked. They don't exist. And we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're just sitting in your head telling you, hey, dude, we checked. The globe they says exists can't possibly exist because we measured it, and nobody else did. Like one thing we used to ask people was, hey, who now or like who do you know from either now or in the past ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And the answer is always, I don't know, or nobody. Because nobody's ever done it except for flat earthers. There's no curvature to measure. And I'm not saying believe us. What we all say is, go check yourself. You don't have to believe a thing we say. This isn't a contest between us and NASA, where believe us over NASA. Don't believe us or NASA. Don't believe anything. Just go out and check. I checked. Checked multiple times. They say ships go over the horizon. Okay, let's go to the beach. Watch the ship go over the horizon. Okay, I got this app, marinetraffic.com. Where's the boat? Okay, it's 6 miles away. Let's watch it for a while. 1 hour goes by, it's farther away. 2 hours go by, it's further away. 3 hours go by, it's further away. Hey man, it's 30 miles away. How come I can still see it? It should be 400 feet under the horizon. But it's not. The globe Earth says it is. The globe Earth says I can't see that boat. But there it is. So that's the situation, at least on our side, that we're in. We've gone out, we checked, we tell people, hey, we checked, and we get a bunch of shit for it because for checking. But I thought science was supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But then we get a bunch of shit for testing, repeating, and verifying, and they're like, well, no, we don't want to revisit that flat Earth shit. How would you guys? We want to believe the Earth's globe. Believe what you want. I'm not into the beliefs. I'm into, we go out, science is supposed to be empirical. We go get the empirical evidence. And empirical evidence, the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. There's only one question that can answer the question. Does the surface of the Earth curve or not? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. That's the only thing that can prove it one way or another. You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can watch TV, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Most of the so-called evidence of a globe is ambiguous. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth as well. It's what we call not globe exclusive evidence. It could be interpreted as flat Earth evidence, or it could be interpreted as globe Earth evidence. It just depends on what you presuppose. But the only definitive way, like I said, curving or not curving, what decides it. And from what we've measured, it's not curving. I mean, we got 40-kilometer laser tests, 475-kilometer long-distance observations, 10,000-mile frickin' radio transmissions. I mean, 800-mile, it's called LoRa chirped low power radio waves over the ocean. Even the freaking NATO had a microwave system across Europe that communicated over 800 miles, which should be, there's something like, in 800 miles, there's about 40 miles of Earth curve that should be in the way between the radar stations. So that means there should be a 40-mile hump of ball between the two radar stations. or the microwave station, and there's not. It's just like it's all over the place. I mean, they did 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918 during World War One. So there's no repeater towers, there's no satellite, there's nothing. How did they broadcast the United Kingdom to Australia in 1918 and talk to them over the radio? It's almost like North Pole, South Pole communication on a globe. It'd be like being in northern Canada and talking to, Amundsen Station at the South Pole. Well, that's not impossible on a globe. But we know all the stories too. We know all the globe stories. Everyone here grew up on it. It's all been like we all been brainwashed with it. We know it. We know it just as good as anybody else. So it's not a lot of people, they're prejudiced and think that, oh, these flat earthers, they don't understand the globe idea, or they don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they don't believe it. They just don't understand it. And if I just tell them about it and they understand it, then they'll obviously realize the Earth's a globe. No, we do understand it.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Exactly. We do understand it very well. And we're like, hold on, this globe idea don't frickin' hold water. Of course it don't hold water. It's just spinning fucking balls. Spinning balls don't hold water. I mean, if you want something flat, what do you use? What tool do you use? Use a fucking level. How does level work? With spirits inside it. That's a liquid. Yeah, I mean, to just wrap it up. People think the flat earth is a belief, but it's actually the globe earth that's the belief. We observe the flat earth every day. You go on a plane, go on a mountain, go anywhere you want to go, hot air balloon, altitude weather balloon, jump out at 128,000 feet like Felix Baumgartner. No matter where we go, normal people, the earth is flat. Now, there's a group of people that claim they're special and they went someplace none of us can go, and they saw the earth as a ball. Now, you can believe that, or you can trust your own lying eyes that the earth looks flat because it is flat. Because we always hear, well, a giant ball looks flat. You know what also looks flat? Something that's flat. The obvious. Things that are flat look flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah, I know. Because
And
it's just too out there. Like they can't, for them. There's only certain in a setting within which we could discuss this, right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
Well, I mean, we're gonna always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my God, I'm not gonna be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What do my friends think? What do my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the Earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? it opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't like, oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. I became flat earther, damn it. Were you in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was like getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is like one of the better.
It was like chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. It's 2026,
Yeah,
easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
No, I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Oh, yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out when he was. I couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who's this now?
He was just like a little kid going, but
Who,
why?
Talon?
And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like, that's what he was being like. It was like, ugh. I want to.
Are you talking about Talon?
No, this guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy something. Goes by Mark.
Oh, so was he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to like, because you pretty much say, look, we're not making a size or dimension plane. We're just saying that the surface quality flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? How far does it go? Where's it? Like, it's just like, what? I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was like, Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things, just this one particular thing, Like, he just wouldn't let it go, bro. Like, I just lost it with him.
Who was that, Mark?
Yes, Mark, yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. The web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy, TM, I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that like believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here like the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? And so I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day, and you don't believe it. But I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day, and you don't think it's flat. That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that. Because
The other question,
they think that's their ace card.
I
Their
love
ace.
it. That's funny.
the other question that's been breaking them lately, Indio, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a bunch of that guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca. Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, like, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff, and they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, the freaking, I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time, but now I know I was just high. Okay, I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No, you're just high.
Sorry, son, you're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking, we even do it when we were a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard, around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, I guess it gives you a good buzz. Spin out, see shit.
We used to do. I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up. You stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just always found it weird. Like when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it the name we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island, their plant meltdown. If you guys remember,
Came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been, Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about that.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh, shit, there you go.
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the.
Jack Lemmon? He was in a serious role?
Yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, but the cast for that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then. how liberals were and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, you know, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now, all of them. You ask them should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah, right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
Leave it alone.
yeah.
People are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it should be like just peace with you know, over there. And if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
Tribe.
I
That
don't know.
sounds racist.
No. It's like a place where I belong. Like a
Place where
tribe.
you belong. Yeah. We could be tribe, club. Like holding
Yeah,
hands,
the
sing
cool kids
Kumbaya by
club.
a campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So
Oh my God, you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted yet.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I've
If
had
anybody
very
knew,
limited.
no, well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies
Oh
or
Lord.
something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection, do you believe in stuff like that, or
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I've had
I
a
don't
few
think
weird
you should, but
experiences.
I think you can.
No. Well, it's hard
Like
to do
summoning
it
a
for an
demon,
extended
right?
period of time because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water and I calmed my body and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water, but I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night I got out of my bed out of my body and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. So yeah. But I
Woke up
love
one
stuff
night and
like
I felt like I was floating above the bed. And then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever
This,
tried
boys and
falling
girls, is
through the
why you
floor?
shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that, next day that they are spent, like as if just flat batteries type worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just. I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious, and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not gonna get into like the weird coincidences that people have, and I mean, you literally you have to actively ignore it to not see it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral
But that's just
projection isn't.
but that's a part
Hmm?
of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part because we also are physical, and it's
Yeah.
that the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its zest or whatever. I don't know how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure that, we're limited by our senses to an extent. Like, that's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then, uh,
Well, I
I'll
mean, you
stop with
shouldn't
it.
neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with
Well, no, you shouldn't neglect
honing and
it.
training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body. And like, I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like, I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. They're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. Hmm. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical, it's just a part of reality, that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube. Like human
Yeah.
rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist. Certainly, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like these questions have been asked for 1,000 years, but they exist. But the people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah blah blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for um, coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
I'm
Have
sure
you?
an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it."
Yeah.
I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're
Well,
just
most
giving
people are
meaning
dumb.
to something that actually has no meaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
Nothing. Yeah, but and can never mean anything, right? And like their
yeah.
atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are gonna freaking, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are gonna be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't
what I
like
would say
that
too.
because
Oh,
then
I
it
agree
makes
with you
them.
there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not some well. But then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle, too. Like
Yeah,
that
there's gonna be one
we
free
even
miracle.
exist. Yeah.
I mean, and
What
that's
would
what
you
we
say
battle in
atheists
here.
might not
I mean,
even? Huh?
that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are Christian or Muslim or whatever and battle us, but it's really but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must like fit within um
A framework of
this is it's like
explainability.
so like
Explainability.
so when someone says, do you have any evidence for God? Well, you ask them, well, what do you accept as evidence? And they'll instantly say, well, I I I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean they need empirical evidence. That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or you know they want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean? That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they're only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist? The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative. You're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube. It's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just not on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like that's what annoys me really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when
Are
it's
you?
nothing to fight, you know?
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I
So they
said, you
believe
should
in
just be
atheism.
you should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion? You know?
It's not that many. That's a blown
Really?
up number
Yeah.
compared to secular reasons. Just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? I think it's the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God! Don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame. Messed
Well,
up.
think about it this way too. Like in the Bible tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, look at these wars that were started." Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, "Oh, what does that mean?" Oh, it means just don't say, like, "Oh my God" or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on, Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many. I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people and start from like a year when,
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And when
it's
did birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah, good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh God.
Oh, they still got them as lamb skins.
I reckon
Yeah, for people who are allergic to latex, right?
And for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again?
I think that's where the term Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies?
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't. They only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease.
Okay.
Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our, we got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, cause we could go over Earthers. Like, it's been years, and they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. But we're ready for them. So we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. You just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of flat Earth is so simple. We're just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to him, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the going or a TV or their phone. Where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being, flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview. This sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye I suck speech. That's how they view
I mean,
themselves.
for their religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers? If it doesn't matter, if it's just utter chaos, and you don't care, and everything's just completely random, why are you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's what they're
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
That's so true. Yeah. That's got to go on a T-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna post the.
But Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about like most of the people that really triggered Glovers that really hate us, that like, but they really don't know their own model, and right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, in that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's like it's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe that's true. Maybe they'd say, like, in some sort of Star Trek idea, that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is, like, it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40K, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. Like that's really what's going to happen. Well, they think like aliens show up. And all of a sudden, humanity's going to be like, oh, look at there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
I think that, like, when you've rejected any deity, God, and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here, has to happen like in physical reality, your reward. Or why go on? And their reward is going to go to space. It's gonna be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen like the ISS stream on YouTube in the
Oh
comments?
yeah, the comments. I think a lot of those are bots.
Beautiful,
Though.
amazing. Oh, it's just I wish I could see. You know what I mean? Just the
Yeah,
fawning. It's. Oh my god, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's
I think a
disgusting.
lot of that's bots though, because it's like the
Yeah.
same comment over and over again. It's like, are these really not like honest reactions, or is this like just some sort of like looped like bot that just repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There'll be trolls and they go like, "Look
Has
at
to
that."
be.
I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be. Yeah, it's like, especially too, because when it's like a black screen, sometimes you see like a completely black screen, and it'll be like, someday I'm gonna be there and see that. Um, dude, they're showing like the camera's like facing into the void or something. Like your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this like I used to joke around too. This romantic idea that they're gonna meet. A lot of them are just like sort of upper middle class white guys, but the sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for like a wife and children. They work some like menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like an amazing thinker. Like they should be like running NASA or something like that. Like in their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're gonna find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea like a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie. And they're gonna be like the most like this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this like amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, oh, dude, there's no space, there's no orbit, there's no aliens, and then they freak out because that's the last thing that's keeping them from what you said earlier. What eating a shotgun. Like that dude, I can't remember his name. It's like one of those streamers, and he would just get on this like video game. I just saw clips of it on these weird rants about how cool space is. And people are like, just shut up and play your game, dude. Like stream your game. Like let me laugh at monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. Because like in his mind, he's thinking he's the last starfighter. If you remember the movie. Like all these video games are just training simulators. I used to make fun of eggshells because eggshells would come in here and scream like Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I tell them that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like a black helicopter just lands in your front and yell on and say, "We need you."
Did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying like that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was? Because you just say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program, and they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. What if they're looking for that next the janitor movie, Good Will Hunting? He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games but lacks any social skills to like navigate a college environment or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel and like clean the floor, but like try to have him do like just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh yeah, that's another good
I was
example.
just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man. It was called the AIM Gateway Program. You guys ever hear of it?
No, there's another one that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or
4F? I thought that was like an agricultural.
oh no, let me find it. Google it real quick.
Gateway Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently. It was a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would be that would filter them into NASA.
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're the crack the code. Like, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it? Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, that were given, that their work was stolen. There's a documentary on Netflix, like this group of black women.
Didn't they make like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I
a
think
bunch
so.
of black women did actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something. So she had like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom, where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is a deep south. Like, all this NASA shit happened in the deep, deep south. Dirty south. And they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the South. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like, if there's some way of getting rid of that sort of ego driven crap. That crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you, we went to the moon, or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Guess what? Like, it's funny too. Like, they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. Look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay,
it measures
I'll
that way.
break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. That water's flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not
I
a
know
ball.
the gravity's holding it
That's
down.
hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that to be. You'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education. To be
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro.
It doesn't.
Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well.
You don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry. And he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Law of Structure. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it, okay?
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now, you skated past the problem of, you said, hey, gravity curves the water. Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of
Gravity
that? Curving the water around the Earth.
Gravity doesn't. Okay. Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Okay, good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
so the Earth is flat, and we still have gravity.
Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What about them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know exactly what lunar eclipse we're talking about.
It's when
No. I want a picture. Send it to me. Okay. Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well,
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what
probably.
I think he's gonna do.
Probably. Okay.
First
of
all, send us a waning presence.
Yeah, well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC, and in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with a globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you, because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if you or anybody else had actually just taken two spheres and a light source and tested this, you would see that you can't create, there it is in the chat, you would see that you can't create a perfectly round shadow being cast on a sphere by another sphere. So eclipses actually falsify the globe. Well, at least they falsify the moon. That would prove a flat moon or something if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. So how about the footage from space where it clearly shows Earth?
How do you know it's from space? How do you know where it's from?
It's NASA footage. I mean,
Yeah,
are you
so?
going to try to debunk that? You're going to say it's artificial
What's the
intelligence?
Yeah, wanna know how I'm going to debunk NASA's footage? Because I'm going to go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving.
I just.
Well, let me ask you this: if NASA shows, if NASA shows a picture like the 1972 blue marble, and it shows a curving ocean, and it says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and then I, as an individual, go to the ocean, and that curvature that they show in the image doesn't actually exist at the ocean, can the image possibly be real?
Well, I don't know if you would do it correctly. I mean, I don't know if you know what you're doing.
I don't know if you would do it correctly. What does that mean?
I mean, you can claim that you can do this, but I don't know if that's true.
That you can measure curvature from the surface of the Earth? You don't think it can be done?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
How much do you think the Earth curves?
Well, I don't know the math.
You think it's a little or a lot? Off the top of your head. Like
Well,
if I was like
it
if I was
curve
10
quite a bit.
Yeah, so like 10 miles away if I'm standing on the ocean. Number one, if I'm 6 feet tall standing in the ocean, how far do you think the horizon should be away? Just off your experience of what you've seen in your life, how far do you estimate the horizon was away from you?
Maybe like 20 football fields.
20 football fields? That would be.
What does that even mean?
Well, I mean that would be
feet or 2,000 yards.
That's 2,000 yards.
6,000 feet.
I guess, yeah.
20 football fields.
That's very rough, though.
5,280 feet in a mile. Yeah, that would be about 3 miles. How much drop do you think there'd be? How much the curvature of the Earth do you think there would be in 10 miles?
Quite a bit.
In 10 miles. Well, it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that means from 10 miles away, you shouldn't see a 6-story building. From 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. So you shouldn't see a 42-story building. From like 250 miles, which we do have observations from, the drop is something like 4 miles.
Okay.
So there's supposed to be a lot of curvature. But the fact is, it's never been measured. No one's ever measured it.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
No.
In fact, we had Josh in here. Josh works for Amazon. He thinks he's providing internet to the world through satellite. And he says that when we try to bring it up that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, you know what he says? He says that you can't.
Hey, can you? I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay,
it measures
I'll
that
just
way.
break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. That water's flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not a
I know
ball.
the gravity's holding it
That's
down.
hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that to be. You'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education. To be
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro.
It doesn't.
Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well.
You don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry, and he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Law of Structure. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it. Okay.
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now you skated past the problem of you said, "Hey, gravity curves the water." Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of
Gravity
that? Curving the water around the Earth.
Gravity doesn't. Okay. Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Okay, good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
so the Earth is flat, and we still have gravity.
Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What about them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know exactly what lunar eclipse you're talking about.
It's when
No. I want a picture. Send it to me. Okay. Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well, it's
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what
probably.
I think he's
Probably. Okay.
First
of all,
send us a waning crescent.
Yeah. Well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC, and in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with a globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you, because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if you or anybody else had actually just taken two spheres and a light source and tested this, you would see that you can't create, there it is in the chat, you would see that you can't create a perfectly round shadow being cast on a sphere by another sphere. So eclipses actually falsify the globe. Well, at least they falsify the moon. That would prove a flat moon or something if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. So how about the footage from space where it clearly shows Earth?
How do you know it's from space? How do you know where it's from?
It's NASA footage. I mean,
Yeah,
are you going to try to debunk that? You're going to say it's artificial intelligence?
Yeah, want to know how I'm going to debunk NASA's footage? Because I'm going to go to the ocean and measure that it's not curving. Well, let me ask you this. If NASA shows, if NASA shows a picture like the 1972 Blue Marble, and it shows a curving ocean, and it says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and then I, as an individual, go to the ocean, and that curvature that they show in the image doesn't actually exist at the ocean, can the image possibly be real?
Well, I don't know if you would do it correctly. I mean, I don't know if you know what you're doing.
I don't know if you would do it correctly. What does that mean?
I mean, you can claim that you can do this, but I don't know if that's true.
That you can measure curvature from the surface of the Earth? You don't think it can be done?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
How much do you think the Earth curves?
Well, I don't know the math.
Do you think it's a little or a lot? Off the top of your head. Like
Well,
if I was like
it
if I was
curve
10
quite a bit.
yeah, so like 10 miles away if I'm standing on the ocean. Number one, if I'm 6 feet tall standing in the ocean, how far do you think the horizon should be away? Just off your experience of what you've seen in your life, how far do you estimate the horizon was away from you?
Maybe like 20 football fields.
20 football fields? That would be.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Well, I mean, that would be.
Feet or 2,000 yards?
That's 2,000 yards.
6,000 feet?
I guess, yeah.
20 football fields.
That's very rough, though.
5,280 feet in a mile. Yeah, that would be about 3 miles. How much drop do you think there'd be? How much curvature of the Earth do you think there would be in 10 miles?
Quite a bit.
In 10 miles. Well, it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that means from 10 miles away, you shouldn't see a 6-story building. From 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. So you shouldn't see a 42-story building. From like 250 miles, which we do have observations from, the drop is something like 4 miles.
Okay.
So there's supposed to be a lot of curvature. But the fact is, it's never been measured. No one's ever measured it.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
No.
In fact, we had Josh in here. Josh works for Amazon. He thinks he's providing internet to the world through satellite. And he says that when we try to bring it up that the surface of the Earth isn't curving, you know what he says? He says that you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. He says it's immeasurable.
Well,
which the math says it is measurable. Easily measurable.
And he also says, I'm trying to figure out why it's not measurable. That doesn't make any sense. That's what he says.
Really? He said that?
Okay.
Oh man, you should have been in here earlier, man, because I was
Oh,
beating him on the
bro.
2 Earth theory.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm convinced,
Well,
Nikki, that you don't even know what a lunar eclipse shadow looks like.
well, it's the Earth's shadow covering the moon.
How
Show
do you
me.
know that?
Like that's what we've seen one.
Show me.
Yeah.
I want to see what the moon looks like.
The moon? Well, it's the gray ball in space.
Yeah, I want to see what the shadow looks like during the lunar eclipse that you're claiming.
Look, dude, I have to ask him. If nobody told you that the moon was a gray ball in space, would you have thought of that yourself?
What do you mean?
If nobody told you that,
I can just look in the sky, dude.
yeah, no, you can just look in the sky and see the moon, but to reach the conclusion that that's a gray ball in space, how did you
Well, that
reach
would
that
be-
conclusion other than being told?
No one told me that. It's mainly
No one
just
told
using
you
my
that.
eyes.
So, like, when the first, how old were you when you first saw the moon?
I don't know. Probably
Probably 5 or
baby.
6, maybe. Think 5 or 6.
Yeah. Maybe.
Did you think it was a gray ball in space when you had no idea what the concept of space is? Yeah,
And
so
space
it,
is
it falls
zero.
apart instantly. You had no idea what the concept of outer space even was. You just saw light in the sky.
What does that have to do with the moon? About
It
being
has
a gray ball.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a gray ball.
I mean, that's like the simplest way you can describe it. But I can go
No,
more
a
detail.
circle. They actually call it in the scientific literature the disk of the moon.
Well, like a sphere is like a ball, right? So
Yeah, a sphere is like a ball, but the moon, according to them, is so far away, you don't have any 3D information called parallax. So the moon just looks like it's a flat disk very far away. You don't see
you
it from
think it's
different
flat?
angles. No, I don't think. I said looks like.
I mean,
Looks like a
you
flat
can
disk.
see it.
That's how it looks
You can
because
see.
it's so far away.
Yeah, but you could see different sides of the moon depending on the time.
Well, that's crazy because the globe says the moon is tidally locked so that the moon faces the Earth at all times. You can't see the sides of the moon.
But you see whatever is presented to you.
You only
on
see
that
the
time.
same face every night.
Yeah, the man on the moon, dude. The man in the moon, rather. See, that's an indication that the moon's not a sphere. So I will grant it to you. There are indications that the moon looks like a sphere, but there's also indications that it's not a sphere. So spheres have things like specular reflections. The moon doesn't have these. Spheres
So-
have what was I just mentioning? If it's a ball, it should be rotating, but it doesn't appear to be rotating. We don't see the other sides of the moon. We don't have any
It's not
parallax,
like you
meaning we
can.
don't.
You can't see Earth rotating. I mean, it's like we move so
It
fast.
says not
but we-
rotating.
Yes, it is, bro.
Okay, what's
You know
your
how
evidence the Earth
fast
is
it moves, though?
rotating? Yeah, what's your evidence the Earth is rotating?
Well, basic science from
That's
the
not an
textbook.
answer. That's not basic science. Is not evidence. I can't go into the lab and go basic science.
Look, okay, the average person like me learns that these basic things from a textbook, and then we don't
Okay.
actually go outside and try to measure it. So maybe I'm not like you where I try to measure these things because I don't have to. That's a waste of time. I already know.
Why is
it's
it a
true.
waste of time?
What's your goal in proving the Earth is flat? Like, what are you going to
It's already proven that the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to prove the Earth is flat. I'm trying to enlighten you to the fact that what you've been told in the textbook is actually not the case, and that we also read the same textbook and read the same claims, and then we're like, we're not like you. We went out into the real world and checked, and now we're telling you, hey, bro, we checked. That shit in the textbook is bullshit. And you're here defending the textbook against us, even though you have no idea what the evidence is for what's in the textbook. We do know what the evidence is, okay? And based upon the evidence that we've seen, which is a lot, because I've been doing this for almost a decade now, there's no evidence the Earth is a globe. It's only a bunch of cartoons on fucking TV. And I know that's hard to your mind to fathom that it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the Earth, if you go check, you'll see if you go try to measure the Earth and you check it against the dimensions they say it is, it cannot possibly be that. And you could just say, well, maybe it's just larger Earth. Maybe it's just larger Earth and it just looks flatter than it really is because it's just larger. Well, then the moon would be farther away and it would be larger and the sun would be larger and the sun would be farther away and all the planets would be larger. Like everything falls apart if the size of the Earth is not correct.
But how about when you go up in an airplane and then you can actually see the curvature?
No, you can't.
I've never seen it
I was
from
in
an
an airplane on Thursday. Literally on Thursday, I was in an airplane. Okay, there's no curvature there from an airplane.
That's the thing.
47 or 37,000 feet. Look, you can't see curve from an airplane. It's nowhere near high enough. How much? Like, let me ask you this: the International Space Station, from the height they say it is, how much of the Earth, as a percentage, would it see? It's 250 miles up. Airplanes fly at 10 miles.
I mean, I'm already looking at images, and I can see people taking pictures of the Earth's curvature, bro.
From where?
Google, and they're not fake.
From Google? Where's that? I've never been there. From where are they taking the pictures, dude?
From an airplane window.
From an airplane window.
Mm-hmm.
So the ISS would see 3% of the Earth. So you think 25 times lower, they're going to see curvature.
I mean, is that not curved? Like, that's just totally. I mean, look, let me send you this one. This is like. I don't know if you're going to say this is a fake image, but just look.
A fake image. Let's see it. Are you DMing it to me?
Well, I mean, I guess I have to. See. Download it real quick.
I'm sad for you because I know what you're gonna send me. I'm gonna have to cook you on it.
Okay, cook me. I mean, I don't know.
I don't want to, but listen. Even admitted in mainstream science, they say that even 128,000 feet, which no airplane can even fly at, is not high enough. That's mainstream says that.
And where are these pictures from?
Think about it for a second. 10 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter. Just think about it for a second.
What do you think about
8,000 miles in diameter? You're 1/800th above the surface.
What do you think about like Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to debunk?
He said from 128,000 feet that stuff is flat.
Where do you think we got that from?
I'm just saying in general, because I've seen some of
post
his
the
stuff.
plane image?
Well, I don't need to. I mean, if you're gonna try to disprove it, then just go ahead. But I don't think it's possible.
I mean, the geometry disproves it. Okay, the geometry of the Earth disproves it. It's not. It would not be possible.
I would think a flat Earth person, a person that believes the Earth is round.
I don't believe, dude. You believe.
Thinks that like there's different geometry. So like a spherical Earth geometry does not match, obviously, the flat Earth geometry. And so
there is no spherical Earth.
Okay.
What are you talking about? There is no spherical Earth, brother.
If I was an 8-year-old child and didn't know any better, how would you tell me the Earth is flat?
Say go outside and look.
Look at what?
The Earth. Climb a mountain, climb a hill, find an airplane, go to the ocean.
And what are they going to look for, though?
You know, when I was
Whether
8 years old,
the Earth is curving or not. I mean, geez, man.
when I was 8 years
what are we
old,
talking about here?
my teacher told me the Earth was a globe, and I looked at her and said, "But it doesn't look like it's curving." She said, "That's because it's too big and you're too small."
Hey, don't forget, you gotta climb a tree.
The Earth is too big for you to notice a curvature if you're just standing on land.
So you know it's flat.
It's climb a tree, bro.
Well, why would you think? Hold on. Why would you think, even though you observe a flat Earth, it's actually not that?
From a human perspective.
Yeah, you can rationalize why you're hallucinating a flat Earth. Yeah, we can rationalize maybe it's a giant freaking porcupine. The porcupine's big enough it looks flat. Yeah, that's great. You can imagine all sorts of things, situations where it would still look flat. But why are we doing mental contortions? Maybe it's flat because it just is flat. You know what's flat? Flat things.
Unlike Earth.
You're just chanting now. You're like, I'm sorry, but we also know the properties of water. We level things with water. Why? Because we want to make them flat. So I'll give you another example. I'll give you a perfect one. Okay. And I already know what your response is going to be. Earth too biggie. That's what you guys all say, but it's actually not too biggie. You know what the Bolivian salt flats are?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are a salt flat, and every once in a while it rains and it fills up with 1 to 3 inches of water, and it forms a gigantic mirror across its surface. I mean, a gigantic mirror, a mirror. There it is in the chat. A mirror that's 30 miles freaking long. Now you've been to the fun house, right? Or you've been to a store where they have a convex mirror in the corner.
Sure.
What does that do? It distorts the reflection, right? Now, if the Earth is a convex surface like a ball, it would distort this reflection because there's something called the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. If a ray of light hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. So if you have a flat surface that's reflecting things, the reflection will be perfectly symmetrical with the thing being reflected. If it's a curved surface, it will not be. Now, you could say the Earth too biggie, but in fact it's actually not too biggie, and you would actually notice within 700 feet, according to the mathematics, the distortion of the reflection. And in fact, if you were at like 70 meters above the surface and you saw a sunset on the horizon here, you would not see the reflection of the sunset because there's actually no optical path for the sun to reflect off the water for which you would see it.
Okay.
So we know just from this reflecting surface that the Earth can't be a globe. Unless this is freaking a flat spot.
Yeah. I'm not going to disregard what you said, but I'm just going to ask a question. What if you went to space and then you actually saw Earth as a round globe?
Well, if that happened, that means when I'm done going to space and saw Earth as a ball, I could come back and measure curvature.
I'm just saying, like, would you be surprised?
Yeah, would I be surprised? I'd be surprised to get me into a fucking rocket in the first place. That would surprise me.
Well, yeah, of course.
The point is like you're asking, hey, if I see the Earth as a ball from out in space, would I accept that? No, I deny my own eyes. Listen, every day, what you're asking me to do is go to space and look at the Earth and see it as a ball and accept it. While every day you see the Earth as flat and you don't accept it.
Because it's not true.
Because every day of your life you've seen the Earth as flat and motionless and you don't accept it.
You know why?
Hey, Indio, Can I ask
Let me
him my
tell you
question?
why. Let me come up with a convoluted excuse on why I'd go onto a rocket and see the Earth as a ball and not accept it. Would you accept that from me? Why am I supposed to accept that shit from you? You
I
see
mean,
how you
we're
have a
all
double
moving.
standard? Your bias is showing, dude, that
We're
you
all
want me to
moving.
do something that you won't do yourself.
I mean, I would if I could. You know,
Do what?
go to space.
First of all, that in and of itself is a belief system. That the idea that you can even go to space, it's see the Earth in its entirety. That is a belief.
I mean, it
A
could
story
happen.
told to you by other people that you have no way of verifying, that you have to just trust what they say, that you can go to magic place where things float around and I can look at the Earth in its entirety. That's a belief. But that missed the point. What I asked you is, what I said was, you observe the Earth is flat every day and you don't accept it. But you want me to go to space and observe the Earth from there and accept that. You don't accept what you're doing now. Why should I accept your hypothetical when you won't even accept reality?
I mean, you know, when we're spinning around so fast,
We're not spinning. There's no evidence we're spinning, bro.
We're moving at a constant speed, and gravity's
No, you're not.
pushing us
Spinning is
down.
an acceleration.
And so that's why you can't
Spinning
feel
is an
rotation.
acceleration, brother. If you're on the surface of a ball, spinning, right? You are accelerating because how else would you change direction?
I mean, is the Earth not accelerating? I mean,
The Earth's not moving at all. The Earth is motionless.
why does the Earth spin? Let's see.
Okay, listen,
Inherited
brother.
angular
Let me give you
What
the
made it
evidence.
spin to begin with?
Hold on. Let me give you the evidence that the Earth is motionless.
Just
The Michelson-Morley experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Aries failure experiment detected no motion to the Earth. The Reb compound experiment detected no motion to the Earth. These are all experiments that were done that detected no motion to the Earth. This is why general relativity was invented, because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. You understand? General relativity was a patch for the fact they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. They don't tell you this in the textbooks. See, there was a guy named George Biddle Airy. He tried to detect something called stellar aberration. So he looked through his telescope, and because a telescope has a different refractive index with water versus air, he looked at a star through air, and then he looked at it through water. And if the Earth was in motion, there's something called the Foucault effect. The Foucault effect, because they have a higher refractive medium, would have moved the star in the optic of the telescope if the Earth was in motion, because the Earth will be the star light will be deflected into the direction of the motion because of this effect. Now, they didn't observe it. The frickin' same star was dead in the crosshair. So they're confused about this. So they tried to measure the motion of the Earth through the ether, Michelson-Morley, and they did it interferometer, and they got a very low result, a low enough result where they called it a null, where they measured no motion to the Earth. The Reb compound experiment dropped a frickin'. I think they did a vertical version of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and also detected no motion. We're not saying there's no motion because we're just making it up. The experimental evidence says that there's no motion.
Did we lose him again?
Oh, he bounced.
He might come back. He was having connection problems. He
That was a
has
good
like
rant,
left.
man.
I know, that was great. I heard you. Yeah, I mean that was yeah, that was a great explanation of those. I haven't heard you talk about. If I have heard you talk about those, it's been a long time. So yeah,
saved
that
that
was
for
some
Rex.
good.
Yes.
It was good.
But if you went to space and you saw the Earth move, would you believe it?
You know,
I love that. How
brought,
you? Yeah.
I should have brought this up. He said, well, then I'll have two data points. I'll have a flat-looking Earth and a globe-looking Earth, and I'll be with my 2 Earth theory like Josh.
Well, that's a good point. 2 points. There only is 2 points. Because he basically says the only people who know the Earth's a globe are the people that have left the Earth and have seen it as a globe. And that's only 2 people that are alive, supposedly. Only 2. That's it.
And one of those
That
people
would be,
like lost the debate really badly.
yeah, but isn't that Buzz and Neil, right? They're still alive. So probably within a decade, there'll be nobody alive that knows the Earth's a globe. Nobody.
No, they're sending up their
Better hurry up,
replacements on the 8th or something,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, they gotta tag your it.
Well, I've been thinking about I mean, I think you were in here or in one of the chats when we were talking about this. Is like the people that came up with the moon hoax, they're all dying off. Like, how are they going to keep it going? No one has any motivation to keep the lie going. So I guess they must have had a plan to as soon as the last guy dies off. I bet you that the last 2, one of the last 2 dies off on the day they go back, and they make a big hullabaloo. That'll be something that'll really drill the propaganda into people's brains.
But I gotta
It's a stunning
take a sip.
coincidence.
Take a sip
The
of
last
whiskey.
Apollo astronaut died on the day we finally went back to the moon.
Yeah, and then they'll take a sip of whiskey on the moon and then drop one for the homie.
Oh yeah. In honor of astronaut so and so, we are gonna play 1 round of golf.
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked or something bad might happen to you
No,
for trying to reveal the truth?
no.
No, that's the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best: "It's very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong." They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. In their hubris, has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the Earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
But you see, most of the people are just so bugged. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just they have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question, they never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
Yeah, they call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're like goldfish.
Like, when's the next episode of the Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
Yeah, try to watch the
Fucking
language.
hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, yeah, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's going on
think
here?
it's related.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, "Here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance." Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar, kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ, before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift, a coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, what can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy, in the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate, and when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 plus 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you
Yep.
speak? Or,
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, actually, I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact on our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else you want to know?
Okay, I'm actually here.
It's just, I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up. Or belly up. How about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just
Oh my
disappeared when
god,
we asked him about the curvature?
that was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
That 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but um, I was
No, you
trying to
can't
really
mislead us. We're flat earthers.
I was, huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh, you know the truth.
We know the truth. So what were you back for? You got questions, comments?
Um,
You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers. You know.
All right. Okay.
Honestly, though, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not
right, safe. Safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right, well that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that uh? Well, actually, I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the Earth was flat?
Um, what, 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track.
What
Time's flying, you know.
what turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
Okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh, yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But did you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm
with like
thinking.
cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX. because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously, all the
overly
Globe
steroid.
cartoons, all the Globe cartoons are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
Well, what do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control, power, money.
Well, if they really believed that it was flat like you guys, do you think that that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks, hopefully.
Wow.
Well, what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living in
stuff.
reality again, because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the US government, essentially.
Have you
So,
heard
of
of
course,
Mount
people are
Meru?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about the lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center, like something clear, either a mountain or a tree. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
exactly.
how you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really, because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they act like everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy 2,000 years ago said so, but no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
so history was written to in a way to suit a narrative.
Yeah, all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that
Well,
the
no,
Earth is flat?
belief is a different thing. You got belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
Yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays they try. That's another way they've dumbed people down, is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So
I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why are you trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
but the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really
Yeah,
informed.
like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got Discord, not GG.
That guy got muted.
I joined that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep, yep.
Yeah, I think
You
I made that
seen the
one.
resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're in it, all right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh,
I just sent it to you.
stop it, Molly.
And then when you're in that server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Got channels
Yeah, I
like,
see.
so if you scroll down, you'll see them. It's like Antarctica, astronauts, Big Bang, eclipses,
Oh, okay.
science, right? So when you've got a question like, what about the moon? There's a channel on the moon. What about motion of the earth? There's a channel on motion of the earth. And these are just like,
Can I get an invite?
sounds like resources so that you can kind of research in your own time.
Yeah.
Just the other side of what we've been taught, basically. And it's all good, like loads of academic resources, science, all kinds of stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet, so now I see.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
Yeah, this
come
one.
here and ask questions and talk to us, but if you're the type that likes to just kind of sit on your own and do some crunching, get in the lab, then that's a good place to research independently. But yeah, if you wanna learn anything, you're like, oh, I don't know science and that. Yeah, most of us didn't. I didn't. Loads of people don't. You have to teach yourself, and it's very you can teach yourself.
Yeah, I know that much. I've done that with religions, like teaching myself different religions, so I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, you figure it out. You're smart enough. So what's making you still believe Earth is a spinning ball?
I just thought, like growing up, it always made the explanations made sense. I don't know if I was just blinded or.
Yeah, but I mean, the explanation is gonna you like force yourself to accept that it makes sense because your teacher's telling you, hey, if you don't put this on the test, you're gonna fail. So
Yeah.
if you're going in saying none of this makes sense, but I have to put it in on the test, you're gonna go mad. So as a kid, you just accept it. You're like, well, everyone else is accepting it. My teacher's telling me it. My parents are telling me it. Of course, it has to make sense. But that's like it's just like a psychological thing going on. It doesn't actually make sense. Like a ball of water spinning around in a vacuum, that doesn't make any sense. Water boils in a vacuum. Gas does not form a spherical shape at all, let alone in a vacuum. Like none of it makes sense. You've never been given the right opportunity to question it. And most people don't carve out the time for themselves to question it. And then they feel like society's like bullying them into accepting it and they just accept it because it's easy. It's easier to just accept it, but it's bullshit. So if you really care about the truth, then that's going to annoy you. And that's the common thread with flat earthers. They don't like being lied to.
Well, no, I don't like being lied to. Well, I was going to ask. Well, if I want to ask you this in
But
terms of the survey.
what?
Is there something on the
When you go
atmosphere there?
outside and you don't experience the ground to be a spinning ball, do you?
Well, no.
So when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the word sense refers to your senses.
Yeah. Well, what about the atmosphere? Is there something on the atmosphere in the server? Like that's bullshit too. Hold on a minute. Need to look something up.
Well, you have to think about it, right? So if you think of the idea of a sphere, that would be kind of a ball shape, and that means that atmo is air, so atmo ball, air ball. Have you ever seen air take a shape of a ball ever, or does it always fill the available volume or the shape of the container that it's in?
It fills the complete thing.
Right. So in this case, the volume would have to be the ever expanding vacuum of the universe, right? So there should never be any ball shaped pockets of air or whatever. It should always try to fill the available volume, which is the ever expanding universe. There should never be an air sphere.
Yeah, sorry,
Doesn't that make sense?
my Discord picked me out there, but yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Like you're saying, it makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The globe does not comport with your senses. You don't sense motion of the ground. You don't detect curvature, spherical curvature. You just see a motionless topographical plane, and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving around you. That's what you sense. That's what would make sense.
So you don't believe in invisible forces such as like gravity and what you would call fake science, like
Well,
invisible
gravity.
that
That's
are
yeah.
just words thrown around to explain something that's rather inexplainable.
Yeah, no, the globe gravity story, that's just the story they had to tell us so that we would believe we're on the outside of a big spinning ball. Because naturally people were like, how could you be on the outside of a giant spinning ball? You'd go flying off. So of course they have to come up with a story about why no, you're being stuck to the ball by some magical force called gravity. And then you say, well, what's the proof? And they say, well, drop a pen. But that's not proof of that. Yeah?
No, it's not.
So you need to really think about these things critically. They've just tried to bamboozle us as children, and we accept it because our education systems compel us to. We have to accept it. We have to physically write it down in tests to succeed.
Yeah.
So it's not that any of it makes sense. It's that we're essentially indoctrinated and forced into accepting it as children, knowing that the majority of people as adults won't bother to really go back and check.
Yeah, I always grew up challenging like my parents. Like I paid the price for that. Like I always stood up for what was right, no matter if I would be homeless. Like so truth is very important to me too.
Well, there you go. If truth is important to you and you start pulling this thread, you're going to end up a flat earther. So good for you.
I'll try. This is what I'll do. I'll do this because it's my day off. I'll go ahead and look at some of that stuff on the server and see if it starts to click for me. I'm sure it'll take
Well,
me a
here,
little while.
I've just sent you 2 good introduction videos because on the server, it's terabytes of information. You might not know where to start. There's also a channel called FE Introduction Videos, so it's like intro stuff, because you're going to need intro stuff if you're totally new to this. So I've just sent you a couple of ones.
Okay.
And yeah, if you've got questions, you can ask. Huh?
I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to take this a little bit more serious. I've been
You
putting it
should,
off.
because this is the most serious conversation you've ever had, whether you realize it or not. This is the most important conversation going on today. No matter what they're trying to bamboozle you with in the news. Oh, Trump is doing this. He's going to take Greenland. He's going to do this and that. That's all bullshit. This is the most important thing that's being spoken about and discussed right now. It's the reason they censor it so hard. It's arguably the reason that everything has ramped up to the level of insanity that it has in the last few years, coincidentally, as people are starting to question this. So they're trying to distract you with everything under the sun so that you don't look into this
They
topic.
call flat earthers retards all the
Yeah, of
time.
course they do. Of course they do. They have to. But do you know what they don't do? They don't debate us. They don't come and provide globe proof. They just call us names. And is that a good argument? No, it's not. I actually love it. I love that they're just calling us names. You couldn't give us more of an obvious concession that we're right. Everyone that
Yeah,
comes
so
in here,
that makes sense. It would be like the equivalent of somebody calling me a whore just because I said the truth, but they just call me a whore as like a just to
yeah,
put
they're
me
just going
down.
to demean you. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to dismiss you as a person instead of addressing the content of your position. That's exactly what it is. And they're trying to do it in such a way that other people see it and they say, well, I don't want to be called a retard. I don't want to be called a whore. So even though I'm curious, I'm just going to be quiet. They want to bully you. They're banking on you being scared. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Can I want to point something out real quick.
Oh,
A
Indio,
big.
what's up, Indio?
What's up? I was. Not only do they call you stupid, and you're retarded if you think the Earth is flat. On the flip side is you can't understand it unless you're really smart and you're a scientist. So tell me how you square that circle of contradiction.
Oh, I don't. What was your question?
Indio's paradox of borrowed intelligence.
Yep.
Oh.
The paradox.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
try
it's
and make
paradox.
they try and make the globe almost impenetrable to the average person. So they'll dress it up with fancy mathematics so that most people look at it and they go, well, how could I question it? I don't understand the maths. But it's a false garb, you know. They're fronting. They're hiding behind theoretical math in the hopes that people don't challenge it. But you can challenge the initial assumptions in that math and say, well, where did you get a radius from? Where did you get a curved ball Earth to begin with? And they fall apart. We get PhD astronomers, physicists, all kinds of people through here, and they just fall apart when you ask them the most fundamental questions. Prove the curvature. Prove that a lake is bending. They can't do it.
Yeah. Maybe because it's so big, they don't. Maybe the reason
Nah, because
Glover's
they
believe.
give us the size. They give us the size so we can do the math.
I was just going to bring that up too. Like if you ask one of them how much curb is in 10 miles, they won't know. But it's
they don't
66
know.
but it's 66 feet, right? That's a lot. But they'll just say, well, the Earth's just too big. Well, okay, how big is it? I'll tell you how
Yeah.
big it is. 10
Yeah.
66 feet of curb in 10 miles. Really simple. And then it increases exponentially. So, it's not as big as people think it is.
Yeah, and 99% of the people who believe in the globe don't know that number. They don't know the claimed size of it. They don't know how much it's supposed to curve. It's the flat earthers that know that, which is insane. So
Or they'll throw satellites at you too. They'll say
yeah, they'll just beg the
well,
question. But they've got
I forgot
little
what that
robots in
was.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you say, okay, well, where did you see a satellite? Oh, I see it moving through the sky. What do you see? A little light. Okay, how do you know what that is? I saw it on TV. They've got no idea what it is. They've got no idea what it's made of, how big it is, how far away it is. That could be any number of things. But it has to be in their mind this little floating metal box going around a ball because that's the only story they've been given for it. And then we say, well, how do you know it's that? And then they say, well, what else could it be? As if that means it is what they believe. When of course
Yeah.
it does. It could be a million other things. So yeah, they've got high altitude communications technologies and stuff like that, but it's not little floating metal boxes flying around a ball Earth. Most of these
Yeah.
things are on balloons.
Yeah, like the damn Chinese balloons.
Yeah, the Chinese one, right? That was a little tell. The flat Earth community was laughing at that because most people were like, "Whoa, China's got their satellites on balloons!" Ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, that's how all of them are doing it. What do you think Roswell was about?
the car in space. Remember that?
Yeah, the car in space, exactly. The propaganda is laughable. You go back and look at it and you're like, holy shit, how did anyone fall for this? Absolutely insane.
You know how impossible that idea is? Musk said it was just a regular car, that they didn't do anything to it. Man, do you know what would have happened when it got into the vacuum? First of all,
Well,
the seats are interiors are styrofoam. Styrofoam is just like a polymer with a bunch of bubbles blown into it. Every single one of those bubbles would have freaking exploded. The seats would have exploded when as soon as like the cowling came off and it got exposed to the vacuum. Like every piece of plastic in there would have exploded because the plastic has dissolved bubbles inside of it, and all those bubbles would have expanded because of the vacuum, and it would have been a mess. Like that's just
yeah.
one thing. Never mind the tires and like
Yeah,
the
remember
the fluids and all those things that would have boiled off.
and remember what he said afterwards at the press conference. He said, "You can tell it's real because it looks so fake." He's trolling people.
Yeah.
These people are just trolling.
Like the celebrities were trolling when they went into space or whatever they called it, and then they came back down and the door opened by itself.
Yeah. It's all just a giant propaganda troll. These people are laughing at the people who believe it.
Well,
Like
it's a
you're
big
the
money
butt
maker.
as a Glober, you're the butt of the joke.
The whole space industry, fiction and nonfiction, you suppose a nonfiction, it's a big money maker. I think Star Wars itself has made over $1 trillion in its lifetime. Now think about that. Just Star Wars.
Yeah.
We're talking about everything, right? The franchise, the action figures, the movies, all the stuff associated with Star Wars, the T-shirts, the posters, $1 trillion over its lifetime.
Look into Warhammer and how much those action figures cost, and people buy that shit so that they can play D&D in massive quantity of figures. It's insane how much money space is worth.
There is good money in the globe, for sure.
I mean, even I have invested money in space, sci-fi films, TV shows.
Yeah, most of us here previously were into sci-fi and that kind of shit. And you still can be. You just have to
I
realize
still
that
am.
the whole
I still
exactly.
dig that.
I mean,
It's like Lord of the Rings now, though. It's like there's no possibility that it's real.
If anything, it's even better because you don't have to deal with the horror side of being in an infinite, ever expanding killer vacuum. You just know it's all fantasy.
I always was terrified of space because it did seem like such a big impossibility.
That's the point. I mean, like, think about it. The entire cosmology that they've told us is a horror show, right? So it's a low level form of like trauma based mind control.
Yeah, and astrology.
The whole story they tell us with the dinosaurs, they were like, at some point, some giant rock just came and smashed into us, killed everything, and that could happen at any point unless you keep giving us, NASA, the government, loads of money. Think about that. So they've got a low level, everyone who believes in it has this low level idea. They don't think about it day to day, but if you press them, they would say, yeah, it's very possible that a giant rogue rock will just come and wipe us all out. And the only defense we might have to that is an organization like NASA.
Yeah, and NASA would take over if there was a fake alien invasion too. Like
Yeah.
I'm always afraid they're gonna pull that crap.
Yeah.
They're gonna
I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The Globies are going to be losing their minds. The aliens are here. Oh my god. We're going to be
how about
sitting here
the
on
three
Discord,
eye? The
laughing
three
at
eye,
it.
the 3i divided by Atlas, that thing that they were talking about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would shut
that was detected by a system that they took bids on to bid on a system to detect rogue asteroids that might hit the Earth. This is one of the objects that they detected with this system, right?
Money well
But the whole
spent.
thing, money well spent on a fantasy show. And then
So
you
would
got
you-
a Harvard professor saying, "Oh, we detected we detected that like 4 million years ago or some nonsense." Did you hear the latest thing? That some astronomers went over they went over photographs of the sky that were taken between 1941 and 1947. And they detected satellites. Yeah, before satellites. They detected in photographs satellites that were before satellites.
Oh yeah, that's bullcrap. I saw that in Google Maps before. I was like, how?
No, satellites weren't launched yet. You understand? But they looked at old astronomy photographs and
Well,
saw satellites in them.
why does the government would you say that the government pays so much money into it and they know about the Earth really being flat, or that they're just as ignorant and they're falling
Nah,
for
they're
that?
just taking the money and they're spending it on hookers and blow. Come on.
Ew, like Hunter Biden did.
Yeah. This is what they're doing. They've been busted. The execs have literally been busted spending NASA money on prostitutes. I mean, this has been in the news, right? So where that money's going, it's essentially just like a weapons program with good PR. What, they just funnel it into black projects and missile development, and then they put out a little fireworks show for the masses every few years and say, hey, we're maybe going to go to the moon again. And then everyone's like, wait, we're going to the moon.
Yeah, I'm waiting
Retarded.
TikTok.
So yeah, it's all just a big scam, taking the money, spending it on weapons so that they can improve how many poor brown countries they can bomb, whatever the hell else they're doing.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah, brown countries.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean, NASA was the ones who supposedly provided the intelligence, the satellite imagery to justify invading Iraq. They said, look, this is the place that they're making weapons of mass destruction. We've got the NASA images. Colin Powell took it in front of the UN Security Council and got agreement to go and invade Iraq. NASA were directly involved in that. So this is just military war shit they're doing, as usual.
So it's just the oligarchs.
Yeah. It's just the usual corrupt people trying to rule the masses in a very fucked up way by lying to us about where we are. They construct our entire reality. They say, hey, you don't have access to reality. You can't see the globe, but we can. That's where you live. We're going to tell you all about it. If there's something that's going to come and fuck us up like a meteor, we'll be the first to know and we'll let you know. And everyone's just like, okay, guess we better just trust these guys then with our entire cosmology and reality. I mean, that's the most insane amount of power that you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
It'd be like
like
if you woke up in a room in a building and you were never allowed out of the room, and there was just one guy who told you everything about where you were and what was going on outside. You'd be like, why would that guy lie to me? He's telling you everything you know.
Yeah,
It's way beyond that, right? Now within that paradigm fits evolution, right? And then they go, oh, you're doing this and you're doing that because of you evolved to do that. You evolved to be a degenerate.
Yeah,
It's not your fault.
That's your monkey brain kicking in.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
me.
These guys think they're monkey people. No wonder they're fucked up.
Sorry. Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, we could go all day, but
Come on, Cyclone. It's apes. Get it right, not monkeys.
yeah, they hate it when I call them monkey people. They're like, it's an ape. Damn it. Damn dirty apes.
Click that makes it better somehow.
Yeah, apologies, ape people.
Come from an ape or a monkey. That would make me happy.
Yeah.
Well, apes are kind of worse because, like, I don't think monkeys throw their own poo at each other.
Well, we throw poo at each other, but verbally.
Yeah, in India, physically.
Yeah, that's why I'm never gonna go there. But I do love Hinduism and Eastern philosophy.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, if you got other questions or whatever, feel free. I mean, we could ramble all day about this shit, and we do 24/7, 365 days a year. It's a good time.
I like the passion. You guys keep it up. I'm gonna go and look at that before my husband gets home.
All
What are
right.
you guys saying? What are you guys saying?
Girl,
We came from monkeys.
you
I
do
came from
you
a
do your
Homo sapien.
you do your
Hey, Jim.
research, security.
There's Jimsy.
Oh hi.
Hey.
Hi and bye. Before your husband
Yeah.
gets here, gets you.
No, I-
Oh my, it's so funny. It's like
Turns out
cheating
you're
on your
talking to flat
husband, but
earthers.
you're just talking to flat earthers. He's caught
yeah,
me.
I'm having a flat
My
Earth
wife's
affair.
talking to flat earthers. No.
I think it.
All right, good stuff, security. Thank you for coming by again. And check out, I sent you some videos, so check those out.
Hey, thanks for your time. Y'all have a good one.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on,
You had to
let me
assume
finish,
it. That's
right?
the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball, and then from there, you start making all these other calculations. But you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just gonna make you sound dumber and dumber, Ricta, because you're not gonna make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years, but nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. So, geodetic surveys.
Who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily? On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What?
Whoa!
Explain planar reference to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay, well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a point? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The
They
three
have
lines
to
of
be.
sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight
why
between
you
each.
to triangulate and stuff instead of just talking
That's what
about
surveying does.
geodetic
That's what
surveying?
surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
They say shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three godlights to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just twisted the argument from what we're talking
it's
about
still,
to something where you could refer it to planar surveying and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it
It's
from
still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it.
So
no, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think, I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything
did.
at all.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know it, but I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking nonsense.
No, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about.
I want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated atmospheric modeling of refracted zenith angles using vertical temperature gradient for refraction coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. So
Okay.
you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
There you go.
do what they say. But
There you go.
but it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man, that's
It's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
So it's lumpy
geodetic
gravity.
survey.
So you have tilted.
That's out.
According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved. Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth's
No, the
surface.
geoid is the
equipotential.
bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is if they hang a long enough plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong.
Yeah.
And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys do not.
It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break, man.
You said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me, okay? I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map
According
looking kind
to
of thing. That is
your
the geoid.
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't
dude.
look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it? Like a heat map, right? Which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or sorry, the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that picture
you don't
bullshit?
understand
Is
the
that
point.
picture bullshit? Is that picture
No.
bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing
Okay?
out.
Why
pointing
is
out
that
how you're
important?
misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the vertical, the plumb, is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
Australia?
Keep talking over me, so just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that much?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude. Like you know.
You have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would so if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter stream. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
You're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right? 0.71 arc seconds. How much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds.
Down by?
I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said. 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob gonna be?
Yeah.
How many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it gonna be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances, and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances,
0.02
degrees.
see.
to 1/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing.
This is just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time.
No,
for sure.
dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do
all
that
right, thanks very much.
shit.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for talking.
All right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McTuan acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when like after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Pathel. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Pathelite? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
No
I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Pathelite argument. To that whole celestial theodolite thing, like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolite. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing a theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to translate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right, and it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. That's all that is. The lab. You're like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With theodolites they measure
curvature. He said. So they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure.
Oh, dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip. I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle between.
They put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Instead, it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, oh, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah. So this is cheap dog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No. Further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, it was the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measure the flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, a dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right, you'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight on the end of a string. You hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah. I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up. Look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah,
look.
I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So look at the diagram. See.
Yeah, I'm curving.
So if you look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In the text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not. I'm dumb. I'm just dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
What's a ball?
No, not a ball. Not. Negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making?
Actually, like important.
Yeah, like is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas.
You,
I start building the road. Now I've gone 100 miles.
You are
now
American.
I can't do.
You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I got you. Now it makes
because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this with, it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, Then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on,
You had to
let me
assume
finish,
it. That's
right?
the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball. And then from there, you start making all these other calculations, but you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Richter, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. Geodetic surveys.
Who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily? On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What? Explain the planar reference to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay. Well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a point? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The three lines of sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight between each.
Why are you the triangulation and stuff instead of just talking
That's what surveying does. That's what surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just shifted the argument from what we're talking about
still,
to
something
where you could refer it to planar
triangle.
surveying and triangulation. Right, so you just shifted it
it's
from
still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
Yeah, they do.
to make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I
and
do
you end up going,
understand
"Yep,
it.
so that
No,
proves it's
don't let your
flat."
bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, "Hey, yeah, Earth's the globe," and you're like, "Yeah, sure, I believe you." Well, we said we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should
Well,
go check
likewise,
too.
you have a bias that you think I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, "Oh, the scientists say it's the globe."
Yeah.
I've never done
You
anything
did.
at
I
all.
heard you
You've
say
made
gravity.
that assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know what. But I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance
They
to even measure
do see drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking
Okay,
nonsense.
that's no, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and I
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
There you go.
do what they say. But
There you go.
but it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man, that's
It's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
So it's lumpy
geodetic
gravity.
survey.
So you have tilted.
That's out.
According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved. Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So
Wanna
I
bet?
assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth's
No, the
surface.
geoid
So
is the equipotential. Bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong.
Yeah.
And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field. It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was, and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
you've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it? Like a heat map, right? Which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or sorry, the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that picture
you don't
bullshit?
understand
Is
the
that
point.
picture bullshit? Is that picture
No.
bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why
pointing
is
out
that
how you're
important?
misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Sugar is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
Australia?
You're talking over me, so just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that much?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude.
You have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning?
You picked the wrong topic. Because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter string. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
Listen, you're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right? 0.71 arc seconds. How much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds.
Down by?
I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said. 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob gonna be?
Yeah.
How many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it gonna be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as a horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances, and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances, degrees. 2/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing.
There's just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and I shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees, and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
Don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time. For sure.
Dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that.
Thanks very much. Thanks
for
having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking.
Right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McTuan acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when like after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Pethel. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Pathelite? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
No
I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Pathelite argument. To that whole celestial theodolite thing, like they're just like so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolite. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing a theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to extrapolate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right, and it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. That's all that is. The lab. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when you take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With theodolites they measure
curvature. He said. So they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure.
Oh, dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip. I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle between.
And then they'd put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. It's that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, oh, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah, so this is cheap dog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No, further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay?
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No. It just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measure the flat Earth. But, it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, a dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight on the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah, I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look,
Yeah,
it's look.
I am dumb too. I
No,
think.
yeah, you're not that dumb. You
Yeah.
know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay. Okay.
So look at the diagram. See.
Yeah, I'm
So
curving.
if you look at the
curving straight?
diagram in the text chat. Look
Where?
in the text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not.
Ugh.
I'm dumb.
No,
I'm just
you're
dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt.
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
okay. Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
What the ball?
No, not a ball. Not negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason on why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making.
Actually, like important.
Yeah, like is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas.
You,
and I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
you are
And now
American.
I can't do.
You are American.
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I gotcha. Now it makes
because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this with, it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, like, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero. Okay. So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual, and we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, you want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers. Instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Let's just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the
totally
wrong.
makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea. If you're in Los Angeles, the stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make the good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. We're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there, and when there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then we go, hey, you this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems it's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference of the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say. It should be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock. You'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own frickin' plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is.
Say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work.
Right.
But I should also say this: these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. There's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor, because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It's not universal. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. Like, oh, that formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
We got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now, we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up, or will it be different? But if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them, and it could, because there's topo data on the military grid, so are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a
You
map
see
and
what
I'll
I
show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, no, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like
Can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh,
So I was like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. It's gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Ah, here we go. Right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
it's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my god, that's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry,
What are the
dude. I'm stealing that, man. Stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath it.
For real? They say where are the continents?
I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. That's genius. Because that is the map. That is
give it to
actually
you,
the
man.
world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. It's you can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. Can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. Like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh,
Just
GPS.
find.
Like that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
live stream on my channel. It's probably gonna be Friday night. Maybe. Could be Thursday night. Some freaking goddamn tool. Globetard made a video. $1,000 challenge for flat Earth is to prove that planets aren't real. So he straw man. Yeah, he straw manned what a girl replied to a comment. Someone in your comment said, "Well, if the planets are round, why isn't if the other planets are round, why isn't the Earth round?" And she said, there are no other planets." But she didn't mean it like that.
Right.
She meant it like, no, there is no other. There's no other than Earth.
Right. There's no other world.
Because afterwards, she started talking about talking about flat Earth and God created flat Earth and all the celestial bodies, and then she goes into the definition of planet and how it's a wandering star and all that. But she never said the planets aren't real. She just said that the planets aren't what they say they are. That's it. But this guy has made a $1,000 challenge for flat Earth to prove that planets aren't real, which no one ever said in the first place. So I'm gonna do a live stream in the same way Huey in not the exact same way Huey does video. I'm gonna go through the video at like 1.5 times speed, and just go through everything he says. I only watched a little couple pieces of it, but it made me so freaking pissed off. I can't let that shit slide, bro. I can't. I can't let it slide.
Not only is it a straw man, it's a stereotype, though.
He said flat earthers are just doing it for attention too.
Right, so that's just at home.
So yeah. So I guess we're gonna do the challenge. Like someone's gonna go do the challenge, and that's also gonna be for attention. Doesn't even make sense, bro. And then I look in the comments and I see McFrickin' commented, "Great challenge. Let's see if anybody does it." I mean, dude, like, I can't even, bro. I can't even. Look, I'm getting heated even talking about it now, bro. I'm sick of the dirtiness of this topic, man. I'm about had it. I've refrained from like trying to like take like these anti-flat earthers on and like I've just tried to ignore them. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting so disgusted by their behavior that I can't ignore them. It's getting to the point where I'm gonna flip the fuck out because they're so dishonest. It's just like people like McKeegan and McToon and frickin' Fight the Flat Earth. When we did an event 2 days ago in the main server, we had a little McToon acolyte come in, running through McToon's talking points. McToon has convinced these guys that geodetic surveyors measure triangles greater than 180 degrees, and so many of them believe it. But it's absolutely false, dude. It's not even. Look, if I have freaking 3 lines, if I take up 3 theodolites and set up fucking triangles, and I look at theodolite, I'm in theodolite A, and I look at B and C, and from B I look at A and C, and from C I look at A and B, right? So we have 3 lines of sight forming a triangle. That's a planar freaking triangle.
Of course it is, and it's in the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the air. So there's no way they could measure a triangle greater than 180 degrees, no matter what they do.
Exactly.
Unless they're going to say they have curved lines of sight. But they can't be curving up and down. They have to be curving like out, right? Because it has to be plumb, right? So they're tilted away from each other like freaking like sticks in a freaking orange. So their line of sight, that's vertical from their point of view, is tilted sideways from another point of view, right? And so it's like, it's not just curving. Like if I'm at one of the theodolite spots and look over at the other person, it's not just like curving in an arc, it's twisting. It's doing a screwball, from my point of view.
Right.
Ugh. Anyway, yeah, man, I'm getting to the point. I'm about to flip my tits, man. Fucking, just the disgusting dirtiness of these people. Or I can just ignore them and not give them press. But
we'll see if it gets more attention than that CEO's challenge to find the edge.
To find the edge.
Yeah, and he'll give the person who finds the edge his multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah. I doubt
was it Nike or someone? I can't remember. It was some major corporation company. I don't know.
You know, they do these things. They have no. It's one of these things like, okay, what we accept. If you just ask them, hey, okay, here's your challenge. What are you going to accept as evidence? You're not going to be able to actually present any evidence to them because there's no form of evidence that they will accept. They'll make sure that you can never meet the challenge. So how could you prove the planets aren't real? Even if that was true, right? How could you prove it's real? That's true. Oh, you can't prove a negative. How would you prove it's? And how would you prove it's not real? Did you really look everywhere? Maybe there was a place you didn't look. And if you would have looked there, they are real. You see what I'm saying? You got to survey the entire sky, every freaking like if I survey the entire sky, how many survey points do I need? Is it like one? Is it like 1 degree of zoom on the telescope, or half a degree, or do I got to do like a milliarc second and make trillions of freaking points? And like if I look there and I don't see a planet, then there's like I can have to look at all these points, and then maybe I'll say, hey, planets aren't real. Like you know, you could always like play some game where whatever you come up with, it isn't good enough, and that's what these guys do. They make these challenges and go, flat earthers can't complete this challenge. No one can complete the challenge. It was constructed so it was uncompletable. Like McToon. I want the latitude. Give me the latitude and longitude coordinates using a flat Earth. And you can't use spherical geometry. Well, the latitude and longitude coordinates are spherical geometry. So the moment you convert them into latitude and longitude, you're in spherical geometry.
Right.
So basically, as soon as you give him the answer, you fail. How messed up is that? Answering the question, giving the answer to the challenge causes you to lose the challenge.
Catch-22. That's interesting. An ant on a beach ball. Yeah, I had a conversation with an AI chatbot about that, and it claimed that as an ant you would see the curvature on a beach ball. Average size beach ball isn't large enough for an ant.
There's also some pretty big ants, man.
Right. I think it's
like giant African ants that are like 8 inches long.
Right. Yeah, some big ones like that in Australia too. Probably give them a run for their money. But I mean, it'd have to be 23,000 times bigger, or the ant would have to be 23,000 times smaller, or something like that. That's it.
World's largest ant is 4 centimeters.
Oh shit, that's big. We got these jumping ones over here that I swear they can get that big, but maybe I'm wrong. It might be 2 or 3 centimeters at the most. I don't know. They're huge though, and they burn.
Oh, they don't even have a queen. That's weird. They're called South American giant Amazonian ants. They only have worker ants, and the ants that reproduce are like the specialized workers. So I guess they have kind of like lots of queens.
Right.
Oh man, look up the world's smallest beach ball. It's only like mini inflatable beach ball. Oh yeah, this ant can definitely see the curve from this beach ball. You're in Venice,
Venus. You know Venus?
the planet Venus, or
Yeah.
Venus, Florida.
Yeah, I live in Venus. Are we gonna discuss also, is Venus flat or not?
Venus is not terra firma,
Hmm.
meaning it's not made of solid ground. You can't go land on it. You can't live on it unless you're like a disembodied spirit.
Well, somehow I made it. Maybe
Yeah,
this is
well,
why I have this strange voice.
maybe, or it could be like in the heliocentric nonsense. Venus is 900 degrees, so I mean, stay hydrated.
All right, I will.
I don't know what you're gonna be hydrated with because there's supposed to be no water either.
I'll
And
find out.
air is supposed to be sulfur dioxide or something. So
Mhm.
yeah, you got issues.
That's
So I
fine.
really
Oh
think
man.
they landed something there. It was called Viking. I think it was Viking. What's Viking was the Mars one? The Russians, or was it the U.S.? I can't
That
remember. It
Russians.
was
Yep, was the Russians.
yeah. They got like 4 seconds of video because everything melted. Or it was you, and you did vandalism, and you destroyed their spaceship.
Maybe.
Well, when you coming home, man?
Me?
Yeah, when you coming home from Venus,
I'm not
man? You can't
crazy.
stay there
I'm not
forever.
crazy. I'm not crazy to come back to Earth.
Why?
Let me here relaxing. Staying on Venus. Nobody's around me. No headache.
Oh my goodness. Maybe
Got pretty
we
good
were
internet
all.
connection on Venus.
What I think is more likely is that we were all on Venus and that everybody left to get away from you.
Oh.
That was rude.
Yeah, but it's funny. So
Yeah. Right. Accepted.
so do you think Venus is flat?
I don't know.
Do you think Earth is flat?
I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, when you watch television or see information on the internet, on a scale of 1 to 10, how truthful is it?
Maybe 3.
10 would be most truthful, and 1 would be absolute utter bullshit.
No, some stuff could be true, but of course there might, like, some information might be misleading. So not everything is just like, reliable on the internet. So it shouldn't be like
Well, how about
discarded.
TV?
TV, I don't know. I just don't use TV since a lot of time.
How
Yeah,
about the government, what the government says?
Well, it depends. Of course, they will say what is like serve them, but I don't know. They will tell people what they want them people to believe.
Exactly. We have a winner. Yeah, and so with that, we just proved the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
See how easy that was? The government tells you the Earth is a spinning ball because they want you to believe that. If the Earth was a spinning ball, they wouldn't even have to tell you. You would just go outside and you'd realize it was a spinning ball. But that's not the case because when you go outside, the Earth is flat.
Why?
Okay?
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Why do
What
they
is?
do anything?
I mean, if it was flat, what is the problem? Like, what what's the negativity of it for them? So they want to convince us that it is rounded.
Do you want the real answer or do you want the bullshit answer?
I don't know. What's the real
Can you
answer?
actually can you handle the truth?
Yeah,
Are you
fine.
sure? Okay,
I'm
because
on Venus tonight.
you're not gonna like this a lot. A lot of people don't.
That's
Okay,
fine.
there's only the Earth. There's no leaving here, and that's it. Okay, and because we can't leave here, and the fact that Earth is flat means that there is no materialist, naturalist, atheist explanation for the existence of human beings, Earth, reality, all those things. It means there has to be a creator of some sort that created this place.
Yeah.
It can't have happened. There can't be a flat Earth from natural processes, right?
Yeah.
Can't be a Big Bang then flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means there's a creator.
Exactly.
Okay, and this is where the government comes in. Who has the highest moral authority? Who has the moral authority to tell you what's right and wrong to do in
God.
life?
God, the one who
God.
created me.
Okay, exactly. I agree with you. God is the highest moral authority. But if the Earth's a globe and it came from a Big Bang and it's completely based upon physics and materialism and totally naturalistic reasons of why people exist because of evolution and the Big Bang and all these things, and that there is no God, now who's the highest moral authority?
You mean I didn't understand?
Yeah, if there's no God, who is the highest moral authority?
Well, I can't even think about this.
Yeah,
Because
I told you you can't handle the truth, man. Okay?
no,
It's
because
really
having a God make more sense, you know.
I know. Listen, this is a hypothetical. If there is no God, who
Okay.
who would be the highest moral authority?
You mean the government?
Yes, there you go. The government don't like God. The government doesn't want anybody to believe in God because God trumps their authority for his. But if you get rid of God and you make all the people atheists and believe there is no God, then all the atheists say, "Oh, what should I do? How do I know right and wrong?" Oh, because there is no God, I ask the government. And the government
So you
tells them
believe
what's
in
right
God?
and wrong. Yeah, I believe in God. Look, this is a work in progress.
I do believe in God, but
And
maybe
yeah,
our beliefs are not the same. I don't
I
think
do believe, listen, I do believe in God. How can you believe in God if you think the earth is a ball?
What is the problem with that?
Okay, I'll tell you. When you go outside, does the earth look like a ball or does it look flat?
Well, based on the size of it, of course you will not feel it like a ball.
Okay, but it looks flat, right?
Well, yes, it looks flat.
Okay, why would God create an illusion? Why would God create your reality to be an illusion? Where it's like, it's not really flat, it just looks that way, but it's actually a giant ball. Why would God do that?
Because this is the mercy of it. Like, just think with me now. How many people are living in this planet? The Earth.
It's not a planet, dude. It's
What
not a
is it?
planet.
What is it?
It's the Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category of planet. It's not one of a bunch. It's only there's only the Earth. There's nothing else.
All right. If let's say it's only the Earth, so having the Earth ball like a round, this means it will fit more people, you know.
What?
And having it so much big, this will give you. It's not about like making it as an illusion. It will actually be more convenient for you to walk. Imagine walking on something rounded. When you walk, no. So because it's very big, it's made it more comfortable for you. And being rounded has more like capacity to have more people. And also, don't you believe in the Earth core?
No.
The the Earth has core.
No.
So don't
No, I
you
don't
believe?
believe in an Earth core. No. Why would I believe in that?
Okay. Do you
Because
know?
I saw a diagram? Because I saw the
No, no,
cartoon
no.
diagram? Is that why I should believe in it?
Do you know the Magellan, or I don't know what his name was? His trip that he traveled. When he traveled, I don't remember from where. I think before they discover America, he was trying to go to India, I think, or somewhere else.
Columbus?
Maybe Columbus. But no,
Christopher Columbus?
I think Magellan.
Oh, Magellan. Yes, Magellan. Yeah, what about him?
Yeah. That when he was like when he traveled the opposite way, people used to thought that the Earth was flat. But he traveled like the other side, and he found himself in India. So how can this be? If the Earth was flat, that would be impossible.
No,
But
no,
because it is
no,
rounded,
no. Let me listen. Can you have a circle on a flat surface?
yeah, but it's gonna be 2D.
Okay, hold on. 2D.
Yeah, circle.
Okay.
1D.
Are east and west circles?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He went east and went in a circle and ended up back in the same place. He didn't flip upside down though.
What?
He didn't flip upside down. So if the Earth is a globe, he goes in a circle and then he flips upside down. So he's upside down and then flips right side up and then ends up back where he started. He didn't do that. He just sailed in a circle. See, that's the difference between a flat Earth navigation and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, you flip upside down, and that's your circle, right? If I travel, when I'm halfway around the Earth, I'm upside down, right? From where I started. And then I flip upside down again, and I'm back where I started. But I can do that same circle, that same circle on a flat Earth without flipping upside down. It's the
But
same as
guys,
just drawing a circle on a sheet of paper.
okay, but why? I mean, why are you against the idea of it being circle? Or what proves that it is
Okay.
flat? What is the proof?
Dude, weren't you just listening?
Yeah, I did.
You observe the Earth is flat and motionless. You observe it every day of your life. Every family member you have, everybody you've ever met has observed the same thing. Everybody they've ever met, yes, they all observed the same thing. They've never observed the Earth as a globe. They've never seen it that way. That's why I asked you, why would God create this illusion that the Earth just appears flat, but it's actually a giant ball? Why would God do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't think God would create an environment in which was a trick.
Why do you view it as a trick?
Because it isn't the way it seems. It's different than what it seems. Right?
Why should it be the way it seems?
Say that again.
Why should it be the way it seems? You speaking of,
Because God's
how
not a
everything was.
deceiver. Because God's not a deceiver.
Why is this a deceiving? Why are you considering this?
Because
For example, I can tell you my face from the front look like this, but on the side it looks different. Is this deceiving?
no, that's a false equivalence, bro. That's totally false equivalence. Listen, a geometric form is different than the properties of your face. But it's talking just a straight geometric form. Now we look, the oceans, right? Most of the Earth is covered in ocean water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now that water appears to be flat at all scales. It's flat in your bathtub. It's flat in a pond. It's flat in a lake. It seems flat on the ocean. And even though it seems flat, you have to believe that somehow you are not perceiving reality as it really is. Why would God create a reality that is not how it really is? That it's actually something else. And the only way you can see the way it really is to go to, secular heaven, which is outer space, right? That was not necessary. So you go to outer space, right? That's the only place you can see the earth as it really is, when you go to a magical place. I call it secular heaven because that's what it is. It's just like when they used to say, hey, you're going to go up to heaven. Well, there's a secular heaven for atheists. It's called a rocket ship. And they get in their rocket ship and they're going to go to their heaven, and then they're going to see the earth as it really is. But the religious, the believers in a creation, that's not how they get to heaven and how they see it, see things as it really is. Things just are the way they are, right? Like you know what looks flat. You ever consider this? You said, hey, it looks flat because it's actually just a ball that's so big it just looks flat. When it also looks flat, things that are flat, they look flat. And it's a simpler explanation to say it looks flat because it is flat than it looks flat because it's a giant ball. Now, this is just surface level, like, hey man, what's going on here? Well, I never really thought about this stuff. But we can figure out which one it really is by simply measuring the surface of the earth. You can measure the earth. And you can measure the earth and demonstrate that the surface of the earth, the surface of the oceans of the world, do not curve into a ball. Because we can measure whether they are or not. Very simply.
But even the circle has measurement and size. In mathematics, a circle can be measured.
Yeah, that's right. And they say that the earth is I'm going to use frickin' imperial. This one I'm familiar with. So it says the earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, it's something like 7,635 kilometers or something. Okay, that's the radius. So that being the case, that's what they say it is. We can test and measure the world to see if that's actually true. We can go, hey, okay, if the surface of the earth is curving, if I shoot a laser, how far does the laser, if it's level, and the earth is curving and the laser is coming straight, then they should get farther away from each other. Right? I shoot it 1 mile away, let's say that the laser's 8 inches above the water. And then 2 miles away, it'll be 32 inches above the water. And then 3 miles away, it'll be 64 inches above the water. Right? This is a formula called 8 inches per mile squared. That's how much the earth is supposed to curve. Now, as you can see, it's because it's exponential, it's going to start curving a lot. So in 10 miles, the curvature is supposed to be 66 feet. That's a 6-story building. So if you were at the Oak Beach and 10 miles away there was a building that was 6 stories tall, you should not see it at all. 10 miles is like, I don't know, 15 kilometers or something. 66 feet is like 23 meters. So think, in 15 kilometers, 23 meters, no see. You don't see it at all. But that's not what we actually observe when we go out and we test these things. We find that what they say Earth isn't actually out there in the world. The only way you're ever going to find a globe is if you watch a screen or look in a book. You're never going to find it out in nature. But that's how science works. So you test things in nature.
Yeah.
When we go into nature, it's just not there. And that's like, we're not here to convince you the earth is flat. A lot of people get messed up in their head. Hey, this flat earth channel, they're trying to convince us the earth is flat. No, we're not trying to do that. We can't do that. We know that's not even possible. I can't convince you the earth is flat. Only one person can convince you, yourself. The only way you can be convinced is to go out and test it yourself. There's no amount of words I can say. It's not like I have better propaganda than the government or NASA, and somehow I'm gonna do some magic and convince you the way they convinced you. I wouldn't even want to convince you the way they convinced you because they didn't offer you any evidence. I'm offering you evidence, and I'm offering you that you can test the evidence. They're not offering you either of those things. They're saying we have the evidence, but they're saying their evidence you can't test.
Well, listen, the most actually evidence that convinced me that the Earth is circle is the Magellan trip. Well, you said
Okay,
to
I'm
me
gonna post in that. Listen, I'm gonna post in the
that
chat
consider.
Magellan's trip on a flat Earth. Okay, I'll just post the image of his route that he took.
Okay, send it here. Are you gonna
Yeah,
send it in the
I'll post
chat?
in the text chat. Yeah.
Okay.
And Magellan didn't make it. He died on the trip, by the way, just to let you know. His crew made it.
What is the name?
Magellan. Ferdinand Magellan. So in the chat, this would
Okay.
be Magellan's route on a flat Earth. Approximately. This isn't a freaking. This
Okay.
is just a
But
representation.
listen, I took their lesson. I don't think how exactly long time ago, but maybe over than 6 years before. But if it was, as you claim, he took it circularly, then it's gonna actually be the same time as taking it the other way, the opposite way. But when he took it like around the circle, here there must be a time change. And this is what he discovered, because they used to go, I don't really remember like what they said. But
Look,
my problem, listen, my weakness is that I'm not really remembering exactly all the parameters of what he did.
okay.
But I remember that it was convincing.
Okay, so Magellan, as far as the time change, he had no way to keep time. They hadn't invented that type of clock yet. That was actually a contest the British had. It was called the Award for Longitude or something, because time is based upon longitude as far as seagoing goes. He had no way to know how long he took or anything. All he could do was count sunrises and sunsets.
I
But hold
understand.
on. Hold on.
Okay.
It's obviously going to take different times going in one direction than the other because of sea currents.
Because what?
Ocean currents.
Okay. But I mean, like, for example, like, let's imagine, okay? Like, we have a white surface and we draw like 2 points on this paper. Like, for example, we draw India and we draw America, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the paper is going to be flat surface. So if we did as you guys are saying, like for example, from India, instead of going the usual way that people thought that was the only way, and then the other way that Magellan did, it will actually be like almost the same time, despite the ocean يعني changes. But it's gonna actually be the same time, but the opposite directions. Do you get me? But taking it from around the Earth, this will take more time, and this is
Okay.
what's
The only
happening.
way what you're saying was true is if India was on the opposite side of the freaking globe as Spain, which it isn't.
I don't know, where did he go from? Was he from India? I think he was looking for something, and then he found himself in India. Is
He
that
went from
right?
Spain. Look, if you look at this map, he went from Spain, South America, through the Pacific,
Yeah.
right?
I remember that he found himself in India and he was confused. Like, how am I reaching to India when I was going to the opposite direction? You know, it's like if you're going from the west,
Yeah, but
the
directions are
east, and
circles,
then
though.
you find yourself again in the east.
I know, but your directions are circles.
So you mean
They're
it's like
circles.
saying
The
you
opposite
circle around
direction doesn't matter. Look, man, look. If you have a circle, it doesn't
yeah.
matter what way you walk around the circle. You can go clockwise or counterclockwise. You're gonna end up in the same place, right? He was confused because he was confused. Like his confusion don't do anything because it's just a circle. That's why it's called circumnavigation. It means navigating in a circle.
Okay.
So they're navigating, right? And they're using Polaris, the North Star, as a point which they're circling around.
All right.
Okay, so that's all they're doing. They're not going over. There is no globe. They're not flipping upside down.
Mm.
There's no upside down people. Ask T-Dub. T-Dub is not upside down from us. He's in Australia.
Okay. Well.
I understand that like this is heavy news, okay? And like a lot of people when they think of flat Earth, they go, "Well, where does the sun go under the disk and then come up on the other side?" No, everything is happening on the surface. There's no underneath. There's no outside. There's none of these things. Those ideas were created in 300 BC by a bunch of Greeks that were probably on a bunch of drugs. Like outer space, that was invented in 300 BC.
What about the stars?
What
Yani,
about
I
'em?
mean, we're people. We can't see them. We can't see them. I can see the stars.
Yeah. So
Are they real? Are you saying that they're
you
not
see
real?
them, of course they're real.
So you mean the other planet? But sometimes
Okay,
like
so
we
this is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. You guys get confused or something over this. I'm gonna be nice and not flip out. I'm gonna count to 10. Okay. Okay. We see stars. We see planets. Now there's a story about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, and the place they're in. Okay. That they're.
Let me ask you, why does
Okay.
the moon?
Listen. You let me finish. Are you actually listening? Are you actually listening? Okay. So there's a story about what they are, right? Their composition, how old they are, how they were created, all these things. We say planets and stars exist. Those stories about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, what they're made out of, how old they are, those stories are bullshit stories. Okay? That's what's fake. Stars and planets exist. What they say they are, that's crap. They have no way to actually know, and there's no way to actually verify it.
Okay.
Like what? Like listen, people have been making up stories about the stars and the planets since human beings could first look at the stars and planets, right? You know, the Greeks had their story, the Indians had their story, the Mayans had their story. What are the stars? What are the planets? What are the constellations? What does all this mean? And today, everybody's like, yes, we have our story, but our story is the right one. Everybody else was wrong. Do you think that is? You think that like in 1,000 years, that our stories are going to be correct, and then 1,000 years from now, they're going to be like, yes, they figured this out 1,000 years ago, or they're going to be saying, man, they were a bunch of dummies. They thought the stars were made of gas. They thought the planets were made of frickin' rock. They thought all this stuff. They're going to just say we're a bunch of idiots.
Hello. All right.
Because there's no way to verify it, because we can't go there. You understand that?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, look. Imagine you're in your house, right?
Yeah.
And you've never been outside your house, and all you can do is look out the window. And you're looking out the window, and you see a city, and you see these things going by, and they got wheels, and they go by really fast, and they're shiny. And sometimes when it gets dark out, they got lights on them. Now you could make up all kinds of stories about what those things are, right? But you're never going to actually know unless you leave your house and go actually see that it's a car with wheels and an engine and light bulbs and all that stuff on it. But you could make up all sorts of stories about what those things out there beyond your window are. But you're never going to know for certain until you actually verify it. And that's what they look at the stars and the planets, and it's the same thing. They're just looking at it and making up stories.
So how can someone verify it if you can't go?
That's not my problem.
But
That's their problem. Maybe you
can't
should just
do it.
stop believing things that
The
people
problem
say.
with this, the problem with this, even flat people, or the flat Earth people, they can't go to the moon, without
I know
permission.
that.
So
No
no
one's
one,
going to the moon.
yeah, and this is why none of us can verify. Neither the
That's,
flat people, the
I
flat
know
Earth,
that. I
or
admit
the
that. Yeah, we can't verify it. Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. It's like we don't know a lot of things just as humanity. And just as humanity, we don't know a lot of things, but we lie to ourselves and we say we do to make ourselves
So
feel better.
what do you think? You think that the Earth is flat, but what do you think the shape of it? Is it circle, flat,
I don't think it has a shape. I don't think that
random?
means anything. No, I don't think it's inside of something like we draw a square, right? It's inside of a piece of paper. I could draw a square on a piece of paper, then the paper is what's called an embedding space, and the square I drew is what's inside the embedding space, is an object inside it. I do not think the Earth is an object inside of some embedding space. I don't think the Earth is. I think Earth is more like the sheet of paper than it is the square I drew on the sheet of paper. There's nothing outside.
Okay. Have you ever saw the moon?
In the sky, yeah,
Yeah. What it looks like?
a circle.
Why? Why is that? Is it a flat circle?
No. Okay, that's another thing you guys do. You did it before. You said other planet. Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't the moon. Earth isn't a star. Earth isn't the sun. Earth
Wait,
is
I'm not talking
unique.
about. I
Earth
just
is
want to talk
unique.
about the Earth. I want to just talk
It
about
doesn't
the
matter.
moon.
It doesn't matter what the moon is because it has nothing to do with the Earth.
How did you know?
Because it doesn't share any similarities.
Well, does it? Should it have?
I never walked around Earth and been like, this looks just like the moon.
What about the sun? What about the sun?
Same thing, dude. Same
What
thing.
does it look like?
A circle.
Is it similar to the moon? They don't
Yes.
have similarity.
Yeah, they do amongst each other, but we're not them.
And the moon
Earth
is
is
like
what? Don't look, bro. Like you're not understanding. Earth is unique. Do you know what that word means? Unique.
Everything is unique. The sun is unique also, and the moon is unique.
No, I mean absolutely unique. It shares no similarities with anything else. Is there water, life, people, plants, animals, air?
Yeah, I
Nothing
know.
that's on Earth that we experience is seen in any of these celestial bodies. Not even on Venus.
Do you guys think there is only one Earth?
What? Yeah, there's only one Earth. Yes.
Maybe there is another Earth, but we don't know about it. But
Yeah,
we
maybe
didn't
there's
go.
a million dimensions, and maybe our brains in jars, and we don't have hands.
Exactly.
Like,
Everything I'm saying is actually agreeing what you said, because we have never gone out there. We don't know what is there. None of us went. So we cannot say that there is another Earth or there is no.
well, I mean, I believe in
didn't
the
go there.
Holy Scripture, so yes, I can.
You what?
I believe in the Holy Scripture, so yes, I can. That there's only one Earth.
The Holy Scripture, is it for
The
Christianity?
Bible, dude. Yes.
Do you think that the Bible you're believing is correct?
Yes.
Is it this? Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Do you believe that this Bible is the same one that Jesus had from God?
The Bible wasn't. Listen, the Bible wasn't composed until like the 4th century.
So how can you make sure that this is exactly what the message that Jesus had?
Apostolic succession.
What?
There was apostolic succession, so Jesus' apostles.
Mm.
appointed successors.
Well, for me, since
And
I'm a
they've
Muslim,
appointed successors, and Jesus said that he is going to maintain his church. Right? So Jesus said that there's going to be a true church and that he is going to make sure that it's maintained. And that way to maintain that is apostolic succession. So it's a series of like people passing down, basically passing the torch. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church either, but I am talking about apostolic succession. There was a mechanism put in place to ensure that the church teachings maintained. The Bible didn't exist at the beginning of the church. Like 3 days after Jesus died, the Bible didn't pop out of the frickin' air, right? There was other methods. It was an oral tradition initially, and then it went to some writings called lectionaries, and then that changed, and then eventually they made the canon of the Bible and put all the books together, and that was the Orthodox Church.
Have you ever read about Islam?
Have I? Only in passing. Only in passing. I read. I mean, I've never read any words of the Quran.
Mm. You know, Islam, the message of Islam, it is the same message that Jesus, the true message that Jesus came with. We believe in Islam, we believe in the same God you're believing in. Our belief is that there is another.
I don't necessarily agree with it.
You don't have to agree, but I'm telling you, as a Muslim person, I believe in only one God, which is the God that Jesus was believing in. And
Okay. Is Allah a
like,
deceiver?
what?
Is Allah a deceiver?
No, no.
Okay, then
Allah
why
is
would
not a-
he make a flat looking ball?
Why are you considering this as a deceiver from first place?
Because
This is your
it's not
perspective. Your
look because
yeah.
it's showing that where you live isn't actually how you experience it, that it's something else.
Why? Why is this?
I mean, why I don't know why you're not comprehending. Imagine you lived in the desert, right? That it looked
Yeah.
like a desert but was actually the ocean.
It looks like a
And you
desert.
perceived it as water, but it was actually sand.
Well, I don't think that these two examples are the same.
I do because
Is the water?
flat and curved are dichotomous, right? They're not the same. They're the opposites. So either the surface is flat or it's curving, right? So we perceive it as flat. If it's curving, that means our perception of what it actually is incorrect. Do you understand perception? That means our perception of the world is incorrect. We see the world in one way. We perceive it one way. This is before thought, right? Like we don't think about it, right? We go, oh man, that just looks flat. You don't have to draw a conclusion. You don't have to say, yeah, it is flat. You don't have to draw any conclusion. But that's how we perceive it. Just we see it with our eyes that way, right? And then to say that we see the world one way, but it's actually not that way, that's a deception. Why are we perceiving stuff not really like as it is?
Okay, if we're gonna talk in the same perspective or same logic you're talking to, for example, if I looked in my hands, will you see the bacteria and germs on it?
No.
No, but is this considered deceiving? God didn't let you see the bacteria. No, because
It's not foundational though.
It's
it's not foundational like where you live. Do you understand that this is where you live? Okay.
As a human, I want to say something. As a human, we have like limited, I don't know what to call it, powers or limited
Perceptions. Let's just say perceptions.
perceptions. Yes, like there's some stuff our human brain cannot deal with. For example, your human eye
I'm
cannot
sure this is
see
in the
everything.
Quran.
It's the same. I'm not really sure. Listen, I know I'm a Muslim, but I'm not a perfect Muslim, okay? I do have some sins and mistakes, but the main thing I do is my own belief. First thing first, what difference like a believer than an atheist is believing in God. I'm in this I'm in the same side with you in this.
Okay,
Because
yeah,
anyone who
but
doesn't believe in God,
I'm trying to help you, and you're like biting my hand right now. So it's really what I'm trying to tell you is, you ever hear this? Like, you can ask 5 questions:
yeah,
how, what, where, when, why.
okay.
The Earth is where. It's a very fundamental question. Where am I? Right? Why? God. When?
Okay, let me ask.
Sometime after the creation, right?
Yeah,
What? Human being. So all these
yeah,
are really foundational questions: is where, what, why, when, how.
exactly.
But you're saying that the where, it's not a deception to perceive it as like not the way it really is. So we see, hey, here we are. It looks like this, but I'm not really on. That's not really the way it is. My where is wrong.
All right.
My where says flat Earth, but it's not that. It's something else.
So let me ask you, how
That's
can
a
a person,
deception to me.
how can we as a human being, how can we know the answers for these important questions? How can we know the answers? Who can you trust?
I don't
measure
me.
the Earth.
I can trust me.
Who are you? Who are you? You're such an ignorant human.
Yeah, but I can read a tape measure.
You were what?
I can read a tape measure.
You can read?
Yeah, a tape measure. I can measure the Earth.
Okay, so you
We
measure.
can all measure the Earth to see what it is.
Okay, okay.
It doesn't take an expert.
The other questions. Where is the Earth? Okay, you measured it. You have the measurement. But how can you the answers about the other questions? Where is it? How can you know it? What is the most reliable source you can have answers from? For example, people
Perception of
morals,
the senses.
scientists.
No, perceptions with the senses. That's the most reliable source. That's how we interact with the world. Our senses. Hearing, taste, touch, sight. That's how we interact with the world. Without
Okay,
those things, we wouldn't even know the world exists.
Does touching the world will tell you where is the Earth?
No, there is no.
So
There is no where is the Earth. There is no where is the Earth. Okay, it's not somewhere.
You asked me the 5 questions. You asked me the 5 questions. Where is the Earth?
Yeah, we're talking about you, not the Earth. We're talking about you. Where are you?
Where am I in the Earth?
Yeah, where are you? Yes, you're on the Earth. And what is the Earth? Is it flat or is it a big ball?
I don't know.
Do you think either one, that choice, whatever the answer is, do you think that there's a difference in what you should think about the world and life and reality and existence?
For me, it doesn't make a difference. I don't think it makes a difference for me, whether flat or circle.
Yeah, but that's because you have faith. So it's not the people. You're not the people. The idea is aimed at that. It's aimed at to turn people into atheists.
I'm not what?
It's aimed. The aim of it is to turn people into atheists.
Hmm.
You don't seem to have that problem, but you're not everybody.
I actually used to thought that atheist people believe that the Earth is flat.
There ain't no atheist flat earthers, bro. How can you have me atheist flat earther?
So atheist people think it's circle?
A globe? Yes. The most hardcore fucking atheists, pardon my French, man, they're all globetards. They're the ones who oppose us the most. They'll come into this chat, and because they're atheists and they think, oh, flat earth, there must be religious. I can't stand that, so I'm gonna go in there and mess with them.
I don't know.
Anyway, I gotta use the restroom, so I don't know.
Okay,
Sesu, you want to talk to her?
Who?
You're still here? Yeah. Sesu, he's a good dude, man. He'll lead you the right way.
So, what is your real major hang up here? Is it that somebody who you think smarter than you says it's a globe, so they're correct just because they're smarter than you in your eyes?
What? Excuse me. What did you say again?
So I've been listening to the conversation, right?
Yeah.
And I I hear you saying, who are you to make this determination, right? As if
Yes.
somehow this is some kind of specialized field. The
Yeah.
dimensions that we're given for the earth that we live on is a very predictable, very easy detectable curve. Okay, this is not something that is so undetectable and so hard to do that a regular individual can't figure it out. Very simple. So even though you may look at us, coming to this server and going, oh, a bunch of crazy flat earthers that, most of them are probably just uneducated or whatever. No, we have people that work in very specialized fields with lots of technical ability and a lot of engineering ability. Very brilliant people here. You're not dealing with idiots, okay? But we've also done the math. We've also run through all of the claims about the globe and how big it is and where we should find it. It's just not there, okay? There is no globe. It's just not. It's just an idea.
No, I'm not saying, no offense to anybody. I didn't say that anyone is dumb or something.
I know.
I'm wrong. But what I
I
said
know.
is, still, as long as none of us can go into the space and see by himself, we can't, He's been telling
Yeah.
to me, you have to go outside by yourself to know the truth. And
Yeah,
since
you
we
do.
can't do this unless with the permission of the government, so we will not be able,
Yeah, I know. I think you're still trying to kind of convince yourself. You're not going to be convincing me. You must
No,
think that you
I
haven't thought
don't,
about this.
I'm
What
not,
I'm saying is that I've had every thought that you've had. Okay, I already know what you're saying.
yeah.
You think that we all were born flat earthers? No, we all believe the globe as much or probably more than you did, and we know much more about it. Okay, we know much more about this concept, but we went ahead and looked on the Earth to see if it's curving. It's just not. It's just as you experience it. It's a very vast, flat, motionless place. That's what it is. And you don't have to go outside of the Earth to look down on it and see the ball, because believe it or not, that's the only way that you've ever seen the Earth as a ball. Every other time that you experience it in your real life, it's just a flat, motionless plane. It's always been that way. You don't even really think about it, I doubt, but that's what it is.
Mm. All right.
So, listen, this is a lot to bite off for anybody. I know that people come in here real curious. I'm sure when you came in, you were curious, right?
Yeah.
But we are serious. It's very serious. We have measured the Earth, and it is not curving. In fact, believe it or not, all the industries, right? The people who make the maps, all the people who navigate when they build on it, they always measure it that way. There's no curve for them to measure. They measure it flat all the time. They travel across it and navigate it flat. That's what they do. That's how this place is treated. And it's documented. And you don't have to take my word for it. We have the documents from the government. So they're treating the place as it exists, motionless and flat. But that's a lot to bite off in one conversation. So I get it. I'm sure you're like, there's no way, right? These people have got to be nuts. And I know. I get it.
Listen, it's all right. I'm really open-minded.
Well, that's good.
Really, and even the things that you're saying to me about Magellan Strip, that he was taking circles instead of going around, it's fine. It's actually possible to be happening. But I still cannot have a side, you understand? I'm not a round side, and I can't also be a flat side.
That's fine. We're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to kind of give you the information. And part of what we're trying to do is cut through the cognitive bias that you have, that really strong belief in the globe. We're trying to if you say you're open-minded, let's just crack that in half and just kind of separate yourself from the image that you have about what the Earth is and look at it. Like, open your eyes, listen to what we're saying, look at the documents, and the measurements that we take, all that stuff, and you process it. We're not trying to convert you. Some people, I think y'all should just go back to the ball. It's where you want to be, and there's a lot of people out here that just stay on the ball side. If it's way too hard to consider the earth is flat, that's fine. We could probably still get along. But in the meantime, if you can just separate yourself from all the things that you thought you knew and just think for a second, what do I experience? Just like Indio said, the senses is the best thing that we have. I mean, we can't even read our tools without our senses. Okay? So we need our eyes, we need our faculties, the smell, the taste, all that. We need to, that's how we're supposed to experience the earth, is through the body.
Yeah.
And the body is going to help us understand, is the earth moving? No, it doesn't. It's as solid as can be. This place ain't moving at all. It's a flat plane. It's the stars that move. You know this because when you wake up in the morning, the sun is over there. And at the end of the day, it's on the other side of the sky. And you go, most people are like, oh, the sun is setting, the sun is going down. They're describing it as it actually is. The sun is going down. That's what it appears to be doing. The earth is not moving at all. It's the sky and the stars that move in a circuit, just as described in the Quran, right? And I mean, the Quran also points to the Torah and the Injil, and as the Bible describes. If some of the Bible is true, I know most Muslims don't believe that most of the Bible is true, but all the claims that are being made in the Bible and the Quran is that the earth is a flat plane, as described by God, right? So that's what it is. The ancient cultures all knew this. They've made calendars and they've followed the pattern of the eclipses, and they have that all documented, and that's the same pattern that we follow today. It's just a reading of the sky. It's not what you think it is. It's not a vast empty space. It just isn't.
All right. Okay, it was nice conversation actually, and nice arguments. I will maybe read more about this topic and see what convinced me more.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not trying to convince you, but thanks for coming in, and you're welcome here anytime. You've been really chill. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I have another question, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
It's not exactly about having flat Earth, but it's similar, Yani, in those topics. Do you guys think that there is more land, or I mean, like for now, they say that we have seven, I don't know what to call it, like Asia,
7
America.
continents. Yeah.
Yeah.
Continents.
Do you think that there is more in this Earth?
I have no idea. There are people out there that think that the Earth is much, much, much more vast than we kind of can tell that it is. And there's all kinds of land all over the place, but they have no way of proving that. That's a complete speculation. It's just an idea. I don't think that there's more than I think what we've set foot on, but I could be very, very wrong. And I mean, there are old maps. Believe it or not, there's a lot of old maps that have land masses on them that are not on our maps today. And I'm saying that they're underwater. It's just that they remove them from the map, which is very interesting, right? So, still within the size of the Earth that you would kind of imagine it to be on a map, but there is land in places that there isn't anymore, according to the maps. So, I mean, I think that's interesting. A lot of it is in the north. But no, I mean, if you're going to ask me, I don't think there's much more land. No.
Do you think that if there is more, would it appear on the satellite?
Well, that's the thing. So the satellite, right? Like, let's say that just for the sake of argument, that there's something in the sky that's taking pictures of the Earth. The distance that these objects are supposed to be are not going to be far enough away where you could recognize all of the land masses at one time. They are very close, and they take strips of data because they want accuracy. They're not really worried about the big picture. So they would rather be closer than farther away. And so they take sections of the Earth in small bits and then they put the pieces of the puzzle together. But even those photographs, they don't take those photographs and then transfer them onto anything that you could probably recognize as the Earth. I imagine what they would have is a large flat readout, because that's how the pictures are taken. They're taken from directly above at 90 degrees. So whatever they take pictures of is going to be flat, but I digress. Who knows if they've seen more land with whatever they have in the air taking pictures? I don't know. There's enough stuff on Google Earth. If you get on Google Earth, there's all kinds of interesting things that they find through the aerial footage that they have of the Earth that people have to go investigate it. There's a lot of stuff that's like we've never discovered before, or something that's hidden, things that disappear. Google Earth is fascinating that way, but they've captured a heck of a lot from the photographs that they've taken of the surface.
All right. Okay, guys. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is stopping the gas from.
Yeah, the rock underneath the gas that isn't attached to the gas is stopping entropy from taking place, because the rock, the Earth, is really, really big.
I don't think it's stopping entropy from taking place.
Really?
Because entropy is still
How
increasing.
the fuck are we still breathing then?
He from Gitterbury. From Gitterbury.
Pizza, Jamaica.
This guy has to be a doctor or an engineer.
No.
Has to be.
Ronnie McMath from Hyperborea. Or Agartha.
Pizza, Jamaica, and Agartha. Okay. How do you know that?
He said.
He said it. Okay, how did you validate his word?
What?
Now, how did you check he was telling the truth? Or do you just believe the words that he said without verification?
He shot in his head.
He fought in his head.
Блядь, как это? Сейчас, погоди. Wait. Так. Oh, he shot himself.
Okay.
From shotgun.
He shot himself, his foot, then hand.
He shot himself with a shotgun.
Yeah, foot, then hand.
He shot himself with shotgun.
Yeah.
With shotgun.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Ronnie McMath.
So you believe him because he offed himself.
After this, he... Блядь, погоди. Wait.
What does this have to do with the words he told you of the Earth's specific shape?
When he shot in shotgun, when he shot in himself, he got Agartha. He live now in Agartha.
He left a note in Agartha.
Yeah. He live now in Agartha. He live in Agartha.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he left a note in Agartha. How did you get there to get this note?
Что?
Brother, what? You went to the store in Agartha?
He live in Agartha.
Okay, he lived there. Okay, so he said he lived there. How did you verify that? Like, how do you know? Because if I tell you I lived in Santa Claus's house.
You closest to Agartha? Чего?
Yeah, if I tell you I'm from Hogwarts.
You from Agartha?
If I'm from Atlantis. How do you verify my words? Did you verify the words or you just believe?
Wait, stop. Мне
Oh,
надо
faith.
вспомнить.
Oh, okay.
I need to remember, wait.
Oh, okay.
Так. I from Valhalla. I from Valhalla.
You're from Bagala.
Valhalla.
Valhalla. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Awesome. I don't believe you, but okay.
Have you been to Valhalla?
No, I have not been to Valhalla, no.
Why?
What is you guys' national dish over there?
No, in Valhalla, you need shoot to himself from
Okay.
shotgun to go
Oh,
into
yeah,
Valhalla.
what is your guys' national dish? What do you guys eat the most over there? Like, what are you guys known for eating over there?
What eating?
Yeah, what do you guys eat over there? Like, what is your best dish in Valhalla?
In Valhalla you can see Bosin. Сейчас этого. Кто он? I need to remember. In Valhalla Билли, который... Билли Харрингтон in Valhalla.
You guys play billiard tables and where?
No, Billy Harrington live in Valhalla. Bosin to live in Valhalla.
What? You said you saw George Washington in Valhalla.
Yes, Obama too.
Okay. Awesome.
And Adolf Hitler.
Okay. So they're all from this place and they tell you that the earth is that shape.
Charles de Gaulle not in Valhalla. He in hell.
He's in hell.
Yes. George
I
Floyd.
thought you said he was from Agartha.
George Floyd in Agartha. He live in Tugbaré.
Okay, what does he have to do with the shape of the earth?
Earth, true form of Earth is plastic.
Yeah, how do you know? I'm still trying to get how you know that. Like, how do you know?
I live in cosmos and I see the Earth. I live
You
in
hear
cosmos.
it?
I live in cosmos and I see true form of Earth.
You're okay. So you said you're live from the cosmos.
I live in cosmos.
Yeah, you're streaming live from the cosmos.
I can't on webcam here.
Can't all of us come here?
Yes. Так, погоди.
Okay.
Это работает вообще? I can't hear. It's fucking Windows.
Argentinas.
Да.
What is it? Our Kindles?
Да.
Oh, you're lighting candles in the cosmos. I got you.
Agartha, да, Agartha.
Oh, there's nobody else. Okay. Let's see.
Do you like Ronnie McNutt? Do you like Ronnie McNutt?
Is he a flat earther?
Do you like Ronnie McNutt?
Yeah, is he a flat earther? Does he believe the earth is flat? Does he know the earth is flat?
In Valhalla. Valhalla, да. Скандинавия.
Valhalla.
Скандинавия Valhalla.
Yeah, I can't say I mean, I can't really say I dislike him or like him personally. I don't know who that is.
Do you know who to live in Valhalla?
Do I claw photos in Valhalla?
Do you know?
No.
No. Do you know who live in Valhalla too? Do you know?
I'm not gonna lie, brother. I probably picked up on about less than 5% of this conversation. I don't know what you're saying.
Do you know who live in Valhalla too?
I know who streams live from Valhalla. No, are they on Twitch or something?
No. Do you know who live in Valhalla? Who live in Valhalla? You know?
We live there. We live there.
Who
I
live
don't know,
in
dude. What, like Sonic the Hedgehog? I don't know, dude.
Do you know who live in Valhalla?
Who's live from Valhalla? I don't know. Where do I go? Yeah, live. Live.
Check chat.
Who is streaming live from Valhalla?
Check
I
chat.
don't know, dude. Is
Check
it Mr. Beast?
chat. Yes, Mr. Beast too. Check chat.
Oh, brother.
He live in Valhalla. He live in Valhalla.
Oh my gosh. Why are you gay, bro?
No,
Why?
I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm
Why?
pagan. I'm
All
pagan.
you do is talk about all these men all the time. I ask you about the earth, and then the next words that come out of your mouth are names of men. I ask
Name.
you, how do you know that the earth is that specific shape? And you start talking about men again. Like, you don't think that's weird?
Sure.
I asked you, what is the best dish in Agartha? And you said another man's name again.
He live in
Like, all you do, yeah, that's what
Hitler.
I'm saying. You said
No,
he again.
Hitler.
You keep talking about men
live in
all
Agartha.
the time.
You don't know.
Why do you keep talking about men, brother? It's weird. I just want to talk about the earth.
No,
The ground.
not about he. Ronnie McNabb, not Hitler.
Yeah, I see you brought up another man's name again. That's weird.
Ronnie McNabb, not Hitler.
Yeah, see, it's another man's name.
And Pussy, not Hitler.
All you keep doing is you just keep talking about men.
So.
You see that GIF in the side chat? You see that one that D-Town posted?
Okay, bro.
That lady that's
Wait,
trying to stuff all the hot dogs in her
wait.
mouth? That's you
Shut
right
up,
now.
nigger. Why I can't
That's you.
speak about him? Why I can't speak about him?
Because all you're doing is talking about men. It's weird.
Yeah. Why I can't talk about?
You can talk about whatever you want. I'm just letting you know it's weird. That's it.
Why I can't talk about?
I'm trying to talk about some dirt, some rocks, some water.
Why it's weird? Why it's weird?
And then you're talking about men.
Я тебя не
Like
понимаю.
all these men are always on your mind.
Не вещи, девочка. Ты визжишь, блядь, плачешь, невальненькая.
No, I'm not used to it, brother. It's weird. You're used to it. Are you done now? You want to talk about the ground now? You ready?
Your dad is diver in the zone. He diver. Your dad.
You want to talk about men again?
Чё, блядь? Ладно.
You like talking about men? Is it?
Goodbye.
Okay, all right. Damn, you can't out troll me, bro. Good try though. Anyway, sorry guys. I know that was painful as hell.
It's not your fault. You made it painful. We could call this little episode his struggle.
Oh yeah. His struggle with his man fantasies. Living with all these big, strong men in Agartha. You know.
He was really it's only a few degrees of separation though. I mean, you got the guy he posted in chat and the book he's famous for. And then you have books and they're rectangular and they have a flat surface. Hey, we're back.
I just wanted to talk about the ground. Nothing crazy, nothing weird. Matches the room topic and the room title. Everything's on track. Every time I bring up the ground, he talks about another guy again. Holy. Freaking globe as well. Oh my god, I was talking almost 20 minutes to that guy. Yikes. Alrighty, well, I'll be back on later. You boys have a good one.
You too, man.
Thunderbird.
Hello? Hello? Wake up. If you don't say anything, you're gay.
Nope.
Good, good. Only one man?
Oh. और anyone else? भैया रुको ना प्लीज मैं बात कर रहा हूँ प्लीज प्लीज यार आवाज आई आवाज गूंजेगी यार प्लीज यार एक बार मुझे सुनो
Hello, 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 hello.
I think
Anyone
all the things
listening me? Hello.
it's in my opinion it's I think it's kind of necessary to exploit animals, brother. I don't if you become purely I don't I am not exploitation. I think that veganism is kind of good or both good and bad both. All the things we
Anyone? Hello, anyone listening me?
Hello.
ये हो रही तेरी
The universe. What a concept. You know, the universe is a little bit like the human hand. For example, you have Grauman's center right here, and then you have undiscovered worlds and Sector 8, and up here it's the Tillman's crest. So you can kind of picture that it's a little bit like a leaf or it's not a bowl.
The universe is beautiful. Something like a new woman that I was gonna date. You're dark and you're massive and you have a black hole. And all of those elements I want to explore just like you would explore on a new date. You want to dive deep into them and feel around and just see what's going to come out of that. The time it takes to get from one star to another star is insane. You need to travel at the speed of light. And us humans can't even fathom the concept of that kind of time because it's really, 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 really fun. think about taking a speed of light ride.
If you could put the universe into a tube, you'd end up with a very long tube, probably extending twice the size of the universe, because when you collapse the universe, it expands, and it would be, you wouldn't want to put it into a tube. Picture a hot dog bun and throw all the stars, the hundreds of stars that there are in the universe, into a bag, and put the universe into a bag, and you all of a sudden, they become when I was a child, there was thought to be 9 planets, but there are now 90 planets.
You know, the ultimate fate of the universe is so dark and mysterious that it generates butterflies in my stomach, and that goes to tickles in my spine, and that creates goose pimples, and then that penetrates my mind, and then the whole Big Bang explosion.
Stars can be fun. A lot of people say, Donna, you get so wrapped up in the physics of it, don't you have any fun? I say, well, I go up and I look at the stars through my telescope and I see the little dipster, or I see the big dipster. Every star has a sister star, a little bit like 2 eyeballs. If you can imagine, if you could see the other side of my eyeball, you'd see a 360-degree.
What is that thing out there? Is that a star or is that a moon? You know, some people don't give a shit about that. I really take pride in teaching youngsters about the universe and the cosmos. You are gonna die, and you are a tiny little dot, and we're both gonna die together. I'm gonna die holding you. Can I go play? No, son. No.
There's a beautiful anagram that I use to discuss the universe with my students. Universe, understandment, NASA, invisibility, vector, electricity, rings, and end. This is the end of the anagram. So universe spells it out. It's easy to remember the word universe if you remember those 7 words. There are hundreds of stars in the sky, and all you have to do is look with your eyes. And I tell my students that if you could count the stars in your hand, you're just getting started counting how many stars there are. If you can picture a star, imagine a basketball or a small baseball that becomes larger to be the size of a basketball, and then quadruple it. And now you're looking at,
What are you compared to a comet? Son, I'm so disappointed that you don't give a shit about what Daddy does during the day and what he talks about with his friends. This is something that's important to me, son. I'm trying to teach you, and you want to go out and play with your other fucking friends. Can we live on the sun? No! You can't, because it's a hot fire inferno.
good way to remember the solar system. I teach my children this. Is use a steeple configuration with your fingers, and you just simply rattle them off one by one. Earth, Mars, Venus, Saturn, Mars, Venus, planet, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, and then there's Rectus 9 and Trash Can Man is a good planet. Then there are all these beautiful new planets that have just been discovered outside within our sun. For example, the Tripod, and there's a very small planet, can't be seen. Wet planet. There's a planet made of a wheel or a tire, and we have no evidence that these planets exist. But the data shows, our tortograph shows that we can that they do exist, because the probability is they do, and not that they don't.
Uh,
Oh man, what's all the chaos? What's up?
I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right, right.
I've read all of it, like you name it. I know their whole shit, like the back of my. You got to know
This
your
is
opponent. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want
well,
to engage it, right?
yeah, yeah. I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, like what their position is, just for the sake of like a debate, like winning a debate. I would want to know
No,
it because it's like,
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is.
okay,
So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model that they calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow is round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate, what I just said? About
yeah.
eclipses?
I mean that, and it's like
None of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
Okay. They don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S-curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. Now I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked. That shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you. They don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself, because
it's one simple test.
My
You don't even need a
observations
camera.
aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look,
Let
there's
me
only
look
one
at how
question that needs to be
experiment,
answered.
and then I'll do it myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe that'll change my perspective. So.
Yeah,
He's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question, the answer can solve the question, right? Okay,
what is that, brother?
there's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing. Is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth. Right. So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
How? It just, to me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but you know, people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta, bro. You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm
If you
saying.
don't know who, if you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball, so they have to be lying. After that, it becomes iffy, because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're believers.
Right, but at the same time, you know, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, you know, in riches. You know, they're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know.
They don't know
the truth.
Yeah, they don't know, and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, "Yeah, Earth's a ball." If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're
No,
just
but
wrong.
I'm talking about
right? They're just simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS, or whatever. It's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there.
Oh, true, because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come on.
No, but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about, you know, being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know, like, who the people at the top of the pyramid, you know, analogy, if you want to use, like, how we were talking earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, but what India was trying to say is, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe, but in reality it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating, and even the people who were on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve, so they're just looking out, you know, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it, because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronaut positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see any of their interviews. They're just looking for people who are willing to, you know, spray their hair and look cute, you know, and
That's what I mean, though. But like,
drinking
if
poop
you're
or
saying
whatever.
you're that,
So that's what he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this, Noki? you call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, you know how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state. But there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. You know, they're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like I wouldn't say that at all. I would say like I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, uh, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low. The people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people,
Yeah,
the
I'd like to
shallow
expose those
people.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah,
send them a anti-Christmas card.
yeah. Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like the all the like the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just don't try not to get overwhelmed and just try to I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do, because they would like you to plug all your energy into their little fantasy world, and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful, because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just, like Says Who mentioned, they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. And
like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen, because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
Well, that's what they get
That's
with
the
like the whole
crazy
plausible
people.
deniability, right? That they get them
Well,
with hey, it's
well,
so
that's
big.
yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not
I know.
what I'm
I listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is
Yeah.
very small.
Well, we know
So
that, but you have
if someone like imagine it this way, if someone put a
But you
gun
have
to your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt. But you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. You understand that?
no, I understand that.
That's crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world, and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it.
When I
I don't
say
really
you, I don't
believe
mean specifically you. I mean you in
Yeah.
the royal you.
Like believing it one way or the other is
It's not
like
a belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things
Well,
look flat.
So if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd
would you
ask you
draw?
from where?
From if you
From
could
what perspective? When I
hypothetically,
say from where, from what perspective?
yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly,
I don't
observe
think
it from every angle.
I don't think
And
the Earth is an object that you can
well,
see the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. You know, that if you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And see, and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on, that it's flat,
But,
and that's,
but what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah,
And
so why would I
they
subscribe to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said,
why would you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Like
Well,
you don't think wait, let me ask you this. When you think of the universe, and I say, hey bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?
Well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
Exactly. Bingo. Bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here except in death.
yeah, and
that's a scary proposition for
disagreeing.
some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like,
yeah,
why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes. Subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon, we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like this is an identity. Like I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah. I guess
Right.
maybe I should have
So
asked
to
you
take
then.
that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat earth isn't on this computer screen and it isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go outside, go do the test to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
Yeah, I
It's
was
really
thinking that too.
simple.
Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it, like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah. I
You've
live in
done it?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
Yeah, so
nice.
have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding me to like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of even though, it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day. For obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions, of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah. And I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him. Is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers or whatever that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously that it's like a disc or whatever. I know that's probably usually.
I've never met one.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Well, I've never
yeah.
met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what it, or like I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like an actual disc looking thing, that actually has a shape. So, but so I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like
people
a realm.
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth. So it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept. Yeah, so some people have a science fiction view of flat Earth, but flat earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat Earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it? Where's the end of reality? Like,
where's it start?"
Yeah, I mean, does that question can that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So
right. So
yeah, so what you'll find is, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah.
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your then Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, in they think because they have a claim, or they they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like, they can say, oh well, we've got this, this, and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about, they want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. Well, I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you interrogate them, any Glover thing, you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah,
it's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin of you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model. It's something they can point to. And the whole Antarctica thing was a way to, like, they gunned the whole thing up where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like if you seen the 24-hour sun, then it was globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So
but that wouldn't even be true.
right, but I'm saying, but that's
Okay,
what they
there's
wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. They're like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
Think
to
about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe because the sun can do anything, right? It would falsify the heliocentric
model.
Yeah, it would falsify
going around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
No, the solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
no one believes in that.
Right, but I'm just saying there's
ice wall is a global concept that isn't from flat Earth. It comes
right,
from
but
Captain
I'm saying
Cook.
what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah,
of Antarctica.
why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled to do all that stuff?
It's to shut it down so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people.
I mean, some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well, because that goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that, so people assume that okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed, ignorantly that was your thought process or was some of
different cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus. They said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like. Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah,
that it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah, and I
Right?
agree with you.
We can go in the
100%.
we can go in the category human. You know, Fido can go in the category dog. You know, like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, to actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and you know, clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take that philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planet's are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and we briefly talked about that. How the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no real meaning or
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is the foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the Earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That evolved out of the cosmic goo.
Yeah.
You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So it doesn't matter what you do. So pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they
Good question.
evolved? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
Yeah, but the point is, I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have a individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what was that? What's his name? What's that guy? I can't remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals. Eventually, like, we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. It's that's where it's
Yeah,
going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to, what I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but
That's
basically
it.
just cut off from, like, I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where
Yeah.
you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like, yeah, chip me, and then eventually like this,
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were
Oh,
like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even
Yeah,
have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, theism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, yeah, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying.
Oh yeah.
Quite honestly.
Oh yeah. The world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah, people are like trying to speed it up. Like, it's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right? Usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AV, is something Alpha Veritas is a member here, is to ask him. He goes, "How do you know the Earth is actually a globe?" Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves, that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah.
That is a victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you like think about like you're force feeding them, right? You got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So
and that's
go
been my
crazy.
problem too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, um, I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it
Because
happened.
it's the identity thing. This is like it's like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like So if I said to you, Nike Sneakers is starting a hotel chain, can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go, Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker, can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. So people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, yeah. I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a Colt. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the Globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced to. It's almost,
yeah, your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person, and if it is, then you give them, you only give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but it's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat. Not less, the more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers, and no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like Glover. Well, what about this neutrino thing? And you're like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe, but then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
It has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Oh, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass Gish-Gallop lists. And like, you know what Gish-Gallop is? Gish-Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So, yeah, I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. But my thing is at this point is never, whatever a Glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is, because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as an imaginary lines, right? I mean, it's actually a place on Earth. Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? Now let's imagine I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because the latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars. But they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude. And then, they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground. They're based upon the sky in the first place. Right? So it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go, when I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components of time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere, and they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require an Earth. It doesn't Earth could not exist, and that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
Is all like the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So.
Well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use. But they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there because they didn't have a globe. They didn't have an astrolabe. They didn't have sextants. They didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, like, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, Why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think, and then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point: is listen to who you're talking to, because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then just listen to them. That's really the key. Is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
But do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times though, if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling.
Well,
You just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
yeah, I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
yeah.
I mean, there's, like I can post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." Thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That like they'll say things like, "How's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?"
Well, I've
Yes.
often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Yeah. Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, "Oh, flat earthers are the low hanging fruit. They don't know anything." And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, "Well, I'm not a scientist." Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? And they're like, "Well, NASA." Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's like I said. That's the point. Is the point out like all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then those people know believes it, and people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe,
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of people
the
believe.
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like they don't. People are. I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside
Yeah.
of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or like they don't want to be pushed out, right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So
Well, I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard people say, if the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never like, even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should
Where it's
ask
like
them.
you have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting
Oh
that person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet the whole universe, dude.
Oh, yeah.
And the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
They'd
We got
rather
people that are
die, bro.
absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
Oh, they'd rather
Because-
die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap,
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is. And CB used to say it all the time. They'd be like, "Well, if flat Earthers think that," and he would just say, "You don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth?" Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking programming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model? What's your model?
On that topic, India,
hold on.
Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants to smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaratz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh,
I'll just
Subaretz.
post
I
it
found it. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
Is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Goes back to what we were
Yeah,
saying
you
before.
never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't
no,
know about that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed
Weird.
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So,
I
what is the
did.
best flat Earth map?
I did. I said
No,
Antonio
okay,
Subaratz's
well,
map, I think.
yeah,
Best
can you
for
put
what?
it
But best for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you,
specific.
what is the
Best
flat
for
Earth
what
map?
purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There would be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm
of
going to
my,
ask you,
I'd
why are
make
you
a map
asking me?
of my
Hold
living
on.
room. I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Can
Why are you
pull up
asking me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying.
Tell me the
equipment?
instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an
Really?
airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure
First of
your
all,
ground speed.
so
You measure your ground speed.
okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid, the WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start from, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast, and then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use a theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did two different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is
Are
the
y'all
correct
listening
one?
to that stupid podcast
The
thing?
one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just demonstrated and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
What? They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than, the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this, bro. Are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
Are,
deflected.
are you
from
dumb? No, yeah. Try and run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what?
This is
spherical
after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're
Do you know
reading.
what spherical
It's
excess is?
page 47. Yes, I know what it is.
Okay, good.
That was
All right.
they created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they came and looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post
Calm
it.
down. This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just
You
asking.
can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's two. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold
on. And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data. Right. So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure. Why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
So you're making shit up? So okay, the IDEC 3. Wait, no, the IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Around Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking the United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's cap. What's that? That's cap, dude. That's wrong.
So nuh-uh.
No, I'm saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay,
what did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because
ships
it's
around.
bunk, I said. I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race. And that
We also know
the
the miles
ship that we have two
the nautical
choices. We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 of the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Could that be?
They don't
possible?
stop overnight. It's a constant race. They don't
You want
stop overnight.
You want to be. You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm. They
You're
don't
pretty
stop
sure. You're
overnight.
sure. Are
No,
you
I'm
pretty
sure.
you're sure? Okay. I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on
Yeah,
the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm
What are you
getting
talking
cooked.
about?
Is that?
Yeah.
Are you claiming that? You're claiming
What-
a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to
Where'd
talk
you
it.
get-
You got to
What-
talk.
yeah,
over me.
no, I want to know where you got
over
the
me,
same
right? Is that how
problem.
you win?
You're going to
Is
keep
that how you
running
win?
into the same problem with your map argument. You have no
Is that how
measured
you win
distance.
here?
No,
Why?
no, you're going to
Why
keep
is-
Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't
I
have
can
any
show you
measured.
flights.
No, no.
I can show you
You're
flights on
yeah,
Cont.
now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah,
I
we
can
have
give you
sailing
lengths of-
time.
and I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank.
You're
Yeah,
so
like
cute.
you can go.
You're
No,
so
you can.
cute.
Yeah, yeah,
You're so
Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that
Came in
is?
here with a fucking 2-bit McToon
Do
fucking
you know
argument.
why that is?
Yeah, why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why. Then you said you knew why.
That it's blank?
Yeah.
That's who cares why it is?
You
The
said you
thing
knew
you're
why.
relying on, the
You said you
data,
knew why.
doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell
I
us
don't
why.
care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not
So
there.
somehow people get on these flights
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So you
There is no right time, dude.
what?
The flight, listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're
why?
talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Because maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just
So they
making
get
it up,
on
dude.
and they get off at the right
You know what
time.
could also be? You know what
but
could
it's
also be?
inaccurate. It's
It could also be
inaccurate,
the
right?
approach to the airport.
It would change it by 3 hours.
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
It's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it.
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago.
Why are you
I
so
just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew
your
on one
antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
You're gonna threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
no, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What
So
you
what
haven't?
do you-
What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. You people are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said, this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
How do you're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh, that's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay,
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is
Am I saying
99
how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go
it's
on
not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You think
Google
I just knew
says
that
that
off the top
Google
of my
Earth
head?
and Google Maps is for is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a
curved.
cylinder. They
Okay,
took
then why did
they
they
took the
use
spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the
Then why would
Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the
said it
Haberstein
was
formula to
silly.
calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin.
Well,
Who
that-
cares?
that would
If
work
you
on a
can't
cylinder.
validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can
can.
calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground
Based
speed?
where their ground speed.
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're
dude.
talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
Because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
No, you're
TFE
literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. And it's boring.
The reason the TFE thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most
Who
popular
cares?
flat
Here we get with the drama.
Oh, well, you were strawmanning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? You mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. That's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
how do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't converge.
You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this said that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
You want to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the South Pole?
When did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
when?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it was discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Oh, well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No,
really?
They said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
but who was there?
What I said?
You were there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
No, it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a travel map.
It's obviously wrong because it says there.
No, it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes, longitude.
Yeah, it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and
So
that's
you
what
agree
it's
that it's wrong.
that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're
So you
trying and
agree it's
trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is
So you
nothing
agree,
for me.
you agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is
Okay, so
correct for its purpose.
but it says there's no sunlight below the 80th
It even
degree.
calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah, do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on,
What do you mean?
come
Do
on,
I know
Matt.
why that calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah, why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuthal projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay, what do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of
how
course,
come,
you knew that, right?
How come
You
it,
knew
it
that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
It is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance
it's
from the
not
lines.
totally accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude,
The scale's
I'll
not
post
linear.
a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last 2 brain cells.
No, no.
Yeah, good. Okay, I agree.
Not. Listen.
Thank you for
Not a
understanding.
linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, what's that?
the globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You
Yep.
could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string? How do you know that?
Look. There's the globe claim distance, say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you
You
can
told
find
me
some
that
other.
we
So say,
measured-
hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
Well, they're not.
now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the
so have you
sky.
been to-
Airplanes flying the sky.
Okay. Have you been to
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always
Australia?
comes to your fake ass space pics every
Do you
time.
believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they
What
have
about?
circumnavigated
I mean
Antarctica.
Australia. People have
You're so
circumnavigated
stupid.
Australia. They haven't
They haven't
circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just
Well,
said it.
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay. I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, or around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements
measurements.
have you given me? You gave me a time.
The
measurement.
race. The
Yeah, but
time.
they tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance.
And the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm
How
asking
did
you,
they track their speed?
why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or like,
How did they
why
track
do you
their
think it
speed?
is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think how did they
With
track their
what?
speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw,
Go
so
be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
So let me just get this out of the way. We can't triangulate the height of Polaris or any celestial body, flat or globe. Flat or globe. Yoder's list wins again. So McToon did conceal the fact that you can't triangulate the height of Polaris on a globe during this discussion. And he knows he can't. I mean, this is center to the entire claim of a heliocentric globe spinning around the sun. But his point was to attack Nathan's claim of triangulation. Nathan Oakley claimed triangulation. He claimed a linear distance of 60 nautical miles per degree, flat baseline to a perpendicular to Polaris. That's a triangulation, and there's a geometric logical consequence of that claim. And to me, this is one of the biggest mistakes that has been made over the past few years. And Globers are smart not to claim any triangulation of Polaris at all. They know they can't, they know nobody can. But this point seems to be lost on many flat earthers who think they can. Or they want to have their triangulation cake and eat it too. They want to be able to claim triangulation using a flat earth, but then disavow any claim to the height of any celestial body. That's what's happening. So what Globers do is they treat the light of Polaris as a large flat surface that emanates parallel rays to a small globe. That is their ad hoc space magic escape hatch. If they treated Polaris as a point to be triangulated, like Nathan Oakley claimed you could over a flat Earth, then Polaris would also move with the observer on a globe, just like we sort of see it do from our vantage point on a flat Earth. It is observer dependent, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a mystery that bears no relation to the surface topology of the flat Earth. So if Globers treated Polaris as a single point above a globe, just as what is claimed by triangulation for a flat Earth, then the consequences are such that Polaris ascends and descends with the observer on a globe moving further and closer away, back and forth, to a position underneath Polaris, just like on a flat Earth. Neither point would exist as a fixed triangulatable point in free space at all. So how do the Globers get around this? Well, the non-geocentric Globers claim parallel light rays. They claim that Polaris is so big and Earth is so tiny that the surface of Polaris is effectively flat, perpendicular to the parallel rays that it emanates. The curved surface is a small point somewhere in fixed space that is bathed in that parallel light. If you understand what just happened here, they reversed the geometry. They took the flat surface that you stand on flat Earth, and they moved it into deep outer space. They took the small point that we see in the sky, which is Polaris, and they made that small point around a globe called Earth. And they preserved the geometry, they just inverted it. So the big mistake has been to claim triangulation with CELNAV on a flat Earth this entire time. For the past 3, 4, 5 years, it's been that bad, that long. Anytime this is done, anytime triangulation is invoked, it introduces a means to pinpoint the height of Polaris with triangulation, and you can't do it. We all know you can't. You can't have your triangulation cake and eat it too. There's no proof of a consistent 60 nautical mile per degree of angular change relationship that is everywhere produced on Earth. Therefore, we do not have any consistent distances or orientations of land masses or observers consistent over a flat Earth using CELNAV. It's not consistent. It's not as accurate as people claim it to be, at least not without a boatload of corrections. Corrections that contradict the rule. So what can be claimed without contradiction is an observer-dependent relationship to the celestial objects in the sky. Nothing wrong with that. Flat or globe, we don't have this validated angle-distance relationship and orientation over any of the vast distances everywhere consistent in reality. So I do think that flat earthers have steered us wrong over the past 4 years, saying elevation angles to Polaris prove a flat Earth. For the same reason that elevation angles to the sun didn't prove anything either way for Eratosthenes. This was seen as a quick, easy win button that many flat earthers got away with for too long because the Globers didn't understand their own geometric consequences of this. This is why we rely on surface measurements directly, lasers, long-distance observations, high-altitude infrared photogrammetry. These are all very valid direct means to assess how flat the Earth is, and we've got an abundance of evidence on our side for this. Use it. Globers are starting to figure out that this elevation angle to Polaris claim is not the easy win button for us, as our side thought it had been this entire time. They're exposing it, and they should, because it's a misused argument. It's on my list of misused arguments and bad arguments for this very reason. Even if there was a consistent 60 nautical mile to 1 degree of elevation change relationship in the sky, even if the orientations of the Earth are kind of what they seem to be on all these maps we have, we still have the flat Earth measurements. It does not comport. There's a big problem here. And what we're exposing, if anything, is how people lie about what they see. And if you're a flat earther and you're still using the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map as a flawed but somewhat accurate representation of flat Earth, you're still doing it wrong, folks. That is still 100% globe. There's nothing flat about it other than the projection. The projection distorts the globe calculated distances and makes them inconsistent. It's a non-uniform scale. You're forgetting that part. You're forgetting that when you pull up an AE map and show it to your friends as flat Earth, you're forgetting a crucial fact about this map projection. It's that the calculated circumference of 89 degrees north in the very center of the map, 1 degree off from the point of origin, the circumference of 89 degrees north latitude is about 430 miles. And on that azimuthal equidistant map, 89 degrees south, near the furthest outest edge of that map, 89 degrees south, looks like it should be 60 or 70,000 miles in circumference. It's not. If you apply the scale that belongs to the map, that also is 430 miles. Elevation angles to Polaris don't prove anything either way on their own. Not without supporting claims to go along with it. If you're going to claim triangulation as a flat earther, you're going to have a bad time with that. Not only are you going to have, you're going to have to claim a distance, a linear distance that is verifiable, which I don't think has ever been really done. But you're going to have an incoherent sky geometry that you have to be comfortable with. I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not comfortable claiming a distance or linear baselines. Has anybody ever proven that you can stand directly underneath Polaris in the first place? Has anybody taken a 90-degree elevation angle to Polaris? Has that ever been done? We're going to uphold ourselves as a community of zetetic empiricists. We're going to rely on a body of evidence and firsthand observations to back our claims. If we're going to be claiming elevation angles to Polaris, how come nobody in our community has ever been able to produce evidence of a 90-degree angle, elevation angle to Polaris in the first instance? Stop using it or cough up the evidence. You're making us look terrible. All right, I'm going on mute. Have you seen this this video making its rounds? It was from the Worldwide Debate Server Livestream, and they have this guy on who is a film camera optics expert. Have you seen this? It came out, I think, yesterday. 6 hours.
No, I haven't. You have a link?
I'll have to post a link later. Maybe if DJ comes on, he can. He shared it with me.
Yeah.
So this guy comes in and he sounds like he's a flat earther. I've never heard of him before. And he's got this highly specialized background in camera and film. And he said, when I first came into this topic, there are two things that were on my mind, top of mind. And that is what is the optics of our world? Is if refraction is the thing, does it favor a flat or a globe reality? And second, for how long have they been able to fake imagery and film and still life and so on? So himself having a background in this, he gets into the details. He goes back to like the 1920s. And he starts playing film through the 1920s through the 40s and 50s, describing some of these very early techniques that they used for faking scenery. And some of the techniques are really good. Saying, yeah, we've got back in like the 1930s and 40s, they had the equivalent of 16K resolution. And in the 40s, they had the ability to roll film at 400 frames per second. I mean, this is astounding stuff. This is the kind of thing that we're not really familiar with, that they had this technology back then and they were using it.
Right.
He explained a complex process where they can use matte layers to create false images and scenes. And all of this is really building up to examining the Apollo 11 footage. How the camera burn-in was faked. By camera burn-in, I mean there's some segments of the Apollo 11 footage where you can see the moon through the astronauts and the horizon through the astronaut. And it sounded like what he was saying is the camera burn-in feature would make sense. Like if the camera was set up on the moon and you have this bright, intense light that was leaving a burned-in image onto the back of the sensor, that it would leave this ghost in there, kind of like the old school screensavers that kept your computer monitor from burning in the Windows background. So they said it almost looks like they purposefully did a camera burn-in just to try to make it look more authentic. But then there are some interesting cases where they would move the camera and the horizon moved, which means it wasn't a burn-in. And there was a case where he showed that the camera was still and not moving, and the Apollo LEM, the lunar lander module, which was casting a shadow on the moon, was like lifted off and moved somewhere. It's like, how did that happen? That the shadow moved, the camera stayed still, the horizon is focused. What caused the Apollo landing module leg shadow to move like that? And it was right at the end of what looked like a scene. So it's like they were deciding to pack it up for the day. Put everything away and take it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
But man, just all kinds of stuff. He was talking about how they had basically in the 1940s almost a virtual reality experience, which they'd used to train aerial gunners. He described how they had multiple cameras providing a curved screen around the watcher, and the watcher had these guns, and they would create film. Basically, they'd fly like model airplanes around, and they'd film it, and they would project the film onto the screen, and they had hit detection using these mock-up guns. They had hit detection built into the background of the screen somehow using light and hitboxes, and they would register hits every time the aerial gunner would successfully hit one of these model aircraft in this movie that he was watching. It'd register a hit, and it was immersive because the screen surrounded him, like 1940. Like, holy crap, dude! Basically, the case is it seems to be that the special effects industry, which is already pretty secretive, like Hollywood likes to keep their special effects under wraps because they don't want competitors figuring out their camera tricks. But there was a lot of high-end camera trickery that was well known deeper into the past than we think, which means footage from propaganda that we're watching has a higher chance of being faked using techniques that we wouldn't even consider that were available at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched those Charlie Chaplin movies with him hanging off of skyscrapers and stuff, and he looks pretty real, and that's from like 1929, so they had the tech.
Right. Overall, an outstanding live stream. I think the worldwide debate server is the community where the flat earth debate people rolled into, hosting Nathan Oakley and all the others. I haven't joined it, but I gotta say, like, if they can get content developers like this, like high-end credentialed people, highly educated, well-composed, mature people, the flat earth community's been hurting for content, new content for a while. Like, we've seen a lot of recycled stuff for the past 2 to 3 years. Not that we don't really need anything new, but it'd be really neat to get some fresh takes on things. More observations, more analysis. It keeps the topic from getting stale and it draws people in.
Yeah, I need to record some observations that I've done. I've been lazy. I know India did a good one just recently, so he's planning on doing some more this year.
Yeah, that's a goal for me too. It had been hard for me to get away. I'm such a busy dude. Working, I have a pretty involved family life. Carting the kids to sports and activities. Like, I don't have free time.
I got 4 kids myself. It's a hassle.
Yeah.
But it's fun and it's worth it. I love my family.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I'd rather do this than to film Flat Earth Proof, but if I can do both, that'd be great. But I've got a huge career pivot coming up that will afford more time, and I'll be able to take very easily some discretionary time throughout the day, throughout the week to go do something. But I need to get settled into all that and develop a pace and a reputation first before I start exercising my flex.
Right.
Just need a good half a day. Huh?
I got lucky. I have a job where I can work from home all the time. 2016, I started working with Bitcoin, and that was a good deal for me. So
awesome. And I got into the crypto game really early, back when we had to buy crypto using bank drafts, and it was only Wachovia or Wells Fargo or something, Bank of America, that would accept and give you bank drafts, which you can use to buy Bitcoin with. It was crazy. And then you could mine it yourself, obviously. And the ATI Radeon mining arrays that were out, the ant miners that came out that were.
If I ever get back here.
Yeah, we have people in here most of the time. So I'll send you a friend request, and if you have any questions, you can always send me a message. And
yeah,
sometimes we're in a different server as well. So if we're not in here, we'll be in the home server. Like, we got a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server that has 30,000 members. So sometimes that's busy, and then sometimes we're here. Sometimes we're in the politics server. So yeah, I sent you a friend request, and have a good day. And good to see you. And
yeah,
come back sometime.
Have a good. Yeah, thank you.
That young fella's English was pretty good.
Yeah, he had really good English, but he didn't have he didn't have confidence. But yeah, good accent, good pronunciation, good English. But yeah, he had a ton of questions, but he couldn't articulate them. Because he speaks Arabic. He was from Albania, but he was.
Oh wow! I wouldn't have picked that.
Yeah, he was super. Yeah, me too. But it's good when we get respectful people that actually think.
Yeah, that's what Elijah was saying the other day in the other channel, about how people just have absolute meltdowns when it should be a case of, oh wow, that's interesting, I've got to check that out. You know, like
Yeah,
just because my point of view is different to yours doesn't mean instantly that you're a dumbass or whatever the excuse is. It should be a case of, oh, how did you get to that? Really? Wow. I've got to check my shit because maybe I'm wrong. You know, like it's just everyone that like Globers will come in and have an absolute freaking meltdown just because you've said it measures flat. Here's a demonstration of how it's measured flat, and they go into grade A meltdown mode. Whereas it should be a case of, holy shit, that's cool. I've got to check more into this. Or, I respect your decision, but yeah, I don't think that's correct for the reasons of X, Y, Z. But yeah, it's really interesting. He said it's just amazing how people can't just come in and have a conversation about it. They have to go into meltdown mode, like full cog disk style, broken soul, unexplainable.
yeah, it's crazy. You know, and some people are super cool like that guy. He's like, oh yeah, well that's interesting. You know, I want to know what the truth is. So what's your arguments? But then other people, yeah, like you said, they're just straight into cognitive, straight into denial, straight into mockery, ridicule, just defending their worldview like they're married to it. It's crazy.
Like they were the ones that invented it in the first place. That's what they
Yeah.
defend it like.
Yep. And it's like their wife as well. It's like you're saying, talking, you know, it's like that. Anyway, I got to go on mute for a bit.
Cool.
I got to check out the peer-to-peer Dr. John D laser test. It's the globe killer. It's the best laser test. I don't know how I've been, you know, I might have watched it once, you know, 6 years ago or something, but it's freaking awesome. It's completely destroys the globe. I'm going to make a nice presentation on it. It's way better than FE Core or anything like that. It's yeah, the Globers won't have any rebuttals to it at all once it's laid out.
But refraction.
They can't. The refraction excuse isn't going to work with this one. Got it covered.
Excellent.
Yeah. But
you implying the refraction excuse works with all the others except this one?
No. Some of the other ones you
Why'd
could
you say
use
that?
you could use the refraction excuse with some others, but this one it's not possible to use the refraction excuse.
Which ones could you use the refraction excuse with?
Well, you could try to use the refraction excuse with other ones where it could be possible if you had some magical situation, right? It's completely unrealistic to have this magical situation, but technically, right? There's like a 1 in a trillion chance or something that maybe you could have this divine situation, you know, all these different times, but in this one it's just not possible. Just can't use the excuse anymore.
It's not even 1 in a trillion in this one. It's like actually impossible.
Yeah, it's actually impossible. Yeah.
Which ones are you referring to where the refraction excuse is possible?
Go and watch all of them, mate.
I'm asking DJ.
Go and
Where
watch
the
all of them, mate.
well, none of them it's possible, right? But right, so some of the other ones you could claim that it's possible, and maybe there's like a winning the lottery type chance of it being possible in one of them, right? And you
Which
could
makes
say
it possible.
Yeah, if you want to go with those kind of odds.
I don't understand why these kids, DJ, are so hung up on refraction. Refraction. There has to be refraction. Has to be refraction.
Well, that's their only. That's the only thing. Yeah.
If you had flatter proofs that didn't rely on refraction being eliminated, then we wouldn't have to do that, would we?
Then, if there's the refraction levels that you're claiming, then we'd be seeing miraging effects, inverted images, all sorts of crazy shit. But that's non-existent.
So you're saying.
Yeah, so I mean, they're only like just saying the word refraction. Like most of them don't know anything about it, and if they do, it's just like super basic level, and they get a bunch wrong. And you know, that's the only rebuttal. You know, that's the thing
If
that
you-
we're talking about, is the surface of the water curving or not curving. That's what it's going to boil down to. So you can say whatever you want about the sky or blah, 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 right? But the logic is that if we can validate that the surface of water isn't curving, that debunks your entire model and every single argument that you could make that the Earth's a globe.
100% correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So if we don't have the right, if we don't have the meteorological conditions that would be possible for the refraction to be acting as it would have to act for the observation to work on a globe, then refraction can't be an excuse, right? Sure, some of them, right? You could make the argument. You could try to make the argument that it's that, right? So it's something that you could cling to, even though it's such out there claim, and it's not really possible. There's no evidence that it is possible. It would be something that you could cling to, because there could be some magical, chance, I guess,
But not with this next one.
Not with this one, no. I mean,
Can you
not
give me
really
one
with
more favor
any,
and, like,
with
the
any,
name of
with
it,
most
the
of them.
name of the guy or whoever it is, so I can keep an eye out for it.
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear that. You were kind of
Fix your mic, mate.
Could you tell me, like, just the name of the guy so I can remember to keep an eye out for it, or how I'll identify this one, upcoming one?
Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta mute for a second. 1 sec.
Thank you.
Dr. John D on YouTube, and the one he's referring to is the peer-to-peer laser test.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, I actually have to stay on mute this time.
It's actually quite sad. Whenever a long-range laser test is produced, the first thing they say is refraction. And then the globers switch the argument from refraction being the cause of the laser bending, which is not demonstrated, to flat earthers don't believe in refraction. So globers have got this mindset that flat earthers don't believe in refraction. We do believe in it. We do understand it. There's very specific laws and rules around it. Snell's law, for example. It's not up to us to prove or disprove refraction. It's up to the globers to validate that refraction is the causational mechanism of their laser bending that they are going to prove. So number one, they're claiming the laser is bending. They have to demonstrate that. Number two, if they wish to show the causational mechanism, aka refraction in this case, then demonstrate it. But they keep pinning the argument back on, but there's refraction, but there's refraction. Excellent, please show it. And I'm yet, to date, to see or have a demonstration of a laser bending downwards on a laser test, an open long-range laser test, due to refraction. We are yet to see it. So if it's not bending down, that means it can't possibly be following some imaginary curvature. It's quite sad listening to you. But refraction,
Or
refraction.
every laser test that equals level on the other end is a demonstration of refraction, and you just wish it wasn't.
So demonstrate it.
I have demonstrated as much as you have with these tests. If this laser's doing that, me saying
So
it's
your
curving
claim
is as
is,
valid as you
so
saying
your
it's
claim
not.
is, your claim is quite simple.
No.
That the
No one else can allow.
lasers, hold up, your claim is quite simple, that the laser just so happens to be conforming with the alleged curvature rate of the Earth at that particular day, at that particular time, and all the conditions just so happen to be perfect for the laser to be following an 8-inch per mile squared average curvature rate. So you're saying that at this particular day, the temperature, air pressure, humidity, everything had to be perfect for the laser just so happen to follow the curvature of the Earth. And every other laser test also. On that particular day, different temperature, different pressure, different distance, just so happen to be following the curvature of the Earth. Sun fried? I'll tell you something now. If lasers were following the curvature of the Earth, every single observation, that would be shown as the norm. The crazy offset random weird ones would be horizontal or lifting up. That's the problem.
Yeah, laser observations that agree with the globe are not. I've never actually seen one. Like most of the observations fall to the flat Earth. If that's what you guys are talking about.
I don't think people
Well,
that think
there's
the
only
globe
one
go out
laser
and
test,
measure using
Protect.
lasers off the surface.
There's only
How you'd
there's
measure
only
it.
one laser test that shows that I know of the actual laser bending upwards, and you can clearly see it's bending up. And they went out for the specific purpose to get the right conditions to get it to do that. They went out of their way and took them some time to actually go to a location where that effect would happen. And they had to go out of their way to do it. And it's the only one that I know of. And you can clearly see it bending. So if it's bending down, this would be noticeable. You would have film of it. You would have photos of it. It would be, here's the side view of XYZ laser test, showing the curvature of the Earth and the laser bending around it. But we don't have that.
How would you get a side view of a 20-mile laser?
How?
You know,
You put
you can
someone at
see
the
the
side
laser
and film
from
it
the
or
side.
photograph it.
Yeah, but you're not the laser hitting on the other end. You can
Yeah,
have
we
either the laser dispersing through the air because of particulates,
we
or
have
you can
a
have the
side view
ability
of a
to see
12
the laser on
mile.
the other end.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have a side view of a 12-mile laser from 6 miles away, and we have a side view of a 6-mile laser transit. Zero curvature.
On the globe, when you see the horizon, it's
There's
always
no globe,
straight.
son. We're talking about laser tests.
And we
Side
think-
on, view of the laser.
we think
Don't
that-
sidestep this. Sun fry, you can do it. I know your butt hurt. We're talking about lasers.
You're the one interrupting.
Yes, you're not listening. Yep, listen carefully. The discussion was about
No,
lasers.
you're interrupting,
Yes,
and I'm making a
the
point.
discussion was about lasers. Your point is moot. The discussion was about lasers, side-on view, and all of a sudden you're jumping to sunsets and bullshit. No. You are going to see through this from start to finish, and you're not going to sidestep, and you're not going to be a little coward. So, laser test was done. Side photographs were taken, showing, as DJ said, zero curvature. If you don't like this, that's not a me problem, that's a you problem. How about you at least ask for the photographs first before you try to disprove something you haven't even seen?
Oh, I didn't know the interrupting guy had mod privileges. So.
I didn't know you were a sook, and so here we all are. So how about you ask for the photographs instead of being a sook? And show some intelligence. All you're doing is going into cope mode. You haven't even seen the evidence yet.
You're the one going into cope mode.
So address the laser shot side on then, instead of switching subject
You're gonna
matter.
interrupt me? You just said I talked about the sunset, which I didn't.
So address the side shot of the laser that we're speaking of. You guys are claiming the lasers are bending down due to the mechanism refraction. Show us a demonstration, film or photo, of these magical lasers bending downwards. That's all you've got to produce. You can post it in the side chat.
In the atmosphere.
When do I get muted? What do I gotta say to not get muted again?
You can address the issue, or you can post it in the side chat.
Okay, let's see how far I go before your insecure ass mutes me again.
Well, if you're going to talk meta, it'll be pretty quick. If you're going to talk
you were just doing,
laser tests,
as you were just doing?
Yeah. If you're going to talk meta, exceptionally quickly. If you're going to talk laser tests and how you've got photographs showing them bending down, that is going to get you a long way. You're going to be able to yap about it all afternoon. So, your choice. Sunsets, sunrises, that's not lasers, bro. The discussion was about lasers. You're claiming they're bending downwards. All I want from you is demonstration of said laser bending downwards due to refraction over a long-range laser test. That's all I'm asking for. If you guys want to cope and talk about other shit, it's just a clean demonstration of your insecurity. You've made a claim, and that tells me you cannot back it for whatever reason. I'm not interested in the reason. It just clearly demonstrates you can't back it. So why make the claim in the first place?
I can't back anything if you're just going to interrupt and mute me, so this is futile.
Post it in the side chat.
I'm just going to not, because you'd like to mute, so I'm good.
Post it in the side chat.
Post what? I don't have a photo of a laser bending downwards. You've asked for two different things.
So you've got absolutely no proof or evidence or anything to back up your claim, just as we suspected.
You're still confirming the consequence. You don't have a measurement.
I'm confirming that you don't have any evidence to back up your claim. If you had the evidence, you would have posted it in the side chat. I can assure you now, if any one of you weak-gutted Globers had a laser bending down and photograph or filmography of it, you would be posting it in every Flat Earth channel known to man.
Yeah, we don't have that. We don't try to measure the surface.
We know. So how are you validating, verifying, or proving that lasers are bending downwards?
How are you verifying that they're not?
I don't have to prove the negative. You've made the positive claim that lasers are bending downwards. Demonstrate this.
Then you're affirming the consequent if you make conclusions off the laser.
No, I'm not affirming the consequent.
Yes, you are. I can tell you
have
how.
produced. You are a coward. You have nothing to back your claim. That is not me stating that you have not backed your claim, is not affirming the consequent. That is pointing out to the listeners that you are a coward, you've made a claim, and you either refuse to back it up for whatever reason, or you don't have the capabilities of backing it up. So, are you going to back up your claim? Lasers bending downwards due to refraction over a long-range laser test. Yes or no?
I'm good off the meta. No more meta for me.
Talking about meta is meta, you doorknob. You can do better than this. Are you going to present any evidence to back up your claim of lasers bending downwards due to refraction on a long-range laser test? Yes or no?
You don't get to decide if I say yes or no.
It's a close-ended question, girlfriend. What's it going to be? A yes or a no? Are you going to provide evidence, or are you just going to sit and cope?
Are you going to affirm?
Are you going to provide evidence of your claim? Yes or no?
Are you going to provide evidence of yours?
I haven't made any claims yet. I've been listening to your bullshit. Your claim was lasers bending downwards due to refraction. I would like you to post photographic or film evidence in the side chat of a long-range laser test bending downwards due to refraction. Actually, stuff it. It can be due to whatever you want to call it. It doesn't even have to be refraction. I want you to demonstrate lasers bending downwards. Long-range laser test. Can you provide this? Yes or no? So you're going to sit and cope. Not a problem. Welcome. Oh, Mr. Robot. That's cool. Oh, come on. You named yourself after that bloody TV series. That was awesome. I liked it. Mr. Robot, did you name yourself after the TV series?
Hey guys, if you are asking about if I see this TV show Mr. Robot, yeah, I did and I like it a lot.
Very good. I've seen it too. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a little bit rough in some areas, but yeah, very different. It's just something.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on a second, mate. Hey, Sunfried, you had the opportunity to post or present your evidence of lasers bending down. All we're seeing now is you coping. You were even asked if you can post it, and a yes or no would have sufficed, but you chose the meta route. So the meta route is a red flag. We're just going to leave you there now until you post your evidence in the side chat. So hopefully you're someone who understands English. So anyways, hate speech, you were going to say something? I seen you flashing there.
What's
It's pretty
what's Mr. Robot about? What is that?
Haven't you seen the TV series?
No, I haven't heard of it.
All right. About this basically drug-induced hacker. But yeah, if I tell you too much about it, you'll it'll just wreck the show for you. But yeah, go and watch it. It's different. You'll either love it or hate it. Yeah, it's somewhat different, but yeah, at least you can get into it with it reasonably quick. Unlike other shows where they tell you got to watch the first 4 seasons before you can get a feel for it.
How many seasons are there of it?
What is that? 3 seasons? 4 seasons? I can't remember now.
I think 3 seasons.
3. Yeah, it's not that many. It's only really short. I think like 20 episodes all up, or 24 episodes all up. So
I'll check it out. Did anybody see the American government released some new files pertaining to unidentified flying objects, and one of them is literally like a spaceship. Like it looks like some sort of weird spaceship.
no, I haven't seen any of that. I've heard other people yapping about it, that there's all these files released of UFOs or UAPs or whatever they're called these days. They keep changing the letters just to mess with our heads, I'm sure of it. But yeah, I've heard others talking about it. But look, years and years ago, if you'd have said anything about this stuff when I was in my early 20s, I'd have been all over you like white on rice. But now I just sort of go, yeah, that's about it, man. I listen to it, but I don't go actively out of my way to look up any of it more.
Yeah, well, it's an actual video The spaceship itself isn't like you can't really see it move, but it's weird looking. And then they
Yeah,
just came out.
I saw that one years ago where it was on a what was it, like an F-16 or something like that, and there was like that triangle pill shaped thing, and 1 second it was there, next second it just off the screen, it was out of there. That was pretty cool, but a lot of the stuff you sort of got to go, yeah, 50-50, could have been bullshit, could have been something, who knows? But that allegedly came out of classified files too, so I don't know. Like, doesn't prove the shape of the ground. Like, the ability for something to fly has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Doesn't matter where the thing come from.
If anything, it's just more proof that the government is definitely hiding like secrets and doing weird. Either like some sort of psychological operation, or I can't imagine it being like a real thing though. Like it's an actual spaceship. No.
Seems our fellow little friend here is coping big time. Hey, dude, all you've got to do is post up evidence of your lasers bending downwards. That's it. Or say that you can't or won't. I don't care which way you go. You only have to say, yes, you've got evidence, or no, you don't. But instead, you want to have a cry about it. This is great. You're only fueling me. Why do you think I'm called Emperor Copatine for?
Well, I mean, really, you can kind of prove that either way, because you can just like you shoot the laser from an elevation above sea level, and you have a target that's on the other side of that body of water at sea level. When you're hitting
Yeah,
the
but what he's
laser.
claiming, bro, is that the laser is magically refracting at the exact same rate as the curvature of Earth, and that the target on the other side is getting hit, but refraction is causing the laser to curve right across. That's what he's claiming. And all I asked him to do is demonstrate it. Show that it's curving. We've got side-on photographs of lasers dead flat. And even when you compress the image, there's no bubbling, either convex or concave of the laser. On one of them, it slopes up slightly. Other than that, that's it. The actual line itself is dead straight. Like lethally straight. But yet, our friend here is claiming that lasers are magically bending, complying to a 8-inch per mile average curvature, squared average curvature rate. If it's bending, demonstrate it, show it. We'd be able to test it easy.
Yeah, it seems like he was trying to say that there is no test. Like, there's no way to test for this. He's like, well, how would you do it? There's no way to do it. You can't take.
No. It's not that there is no test. He's claiming that these long-range tests are actually bending down. That's fair enough. But his response to that is for me now to prove that they're not bending down. Like, I'm not going to be proven a negative. How can I prove there's not a unicorn at your house? There's not one at my house. And there's not one at my next door neighbour's house. And not one at my people across the road's house. So I'm going to go with consensus here. There's not a unicorn at his house. Huh?
Well, you could just use mile markers, like if you're looking out into the distance over a flat plain and there's
Well, the thing is, mate, he's making the claim that this is true. If you're going to make a claim of such a thing, wouldn't you have already seen it or demonstrated it? Like, if you're going to make a claim that lasers do a very particular thing, you're not just going to randomly throw shit at a wall. You should have already seen this thing happening, or whether via video or direct observation yourself, you should have seen this happening. So, where is he getting this information from? Is he just making a random claim, throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks? I think so.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's not It's not that hard of a thing to prove or disprove. You just need to make more observations. And you can use buildings, mountain ranges, lighthouses. You can use all kinds of things as like reference points. You have known distances. Then you just post the image.
Oh, look at that. That's the. Have a look in the side chat. Protect. That's the laser compressed. You know, years ago when McToon did the coastline thing compressed and it bent it. Oh, look at this. This is the horizon because when you compress the image, it bends. That has to do with the lens. So if you've got the horizon line below the center line of the lens, it will bend one way. And if you've got it above the center line, it will bend the other way. And when you compress the images horizontally, like squash them together, what happens is it amplifies whatever is across the image. So something that you can barely see, all of a sudden sticks out like dog's balls, basically. Have a look at the compressed image that DJ's got there. That is 6 miles of laser, all squashed into a tiny little inch-wide line. And it's dead flat.
Yeah, I mean, the horizon's flat. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Look at
Even
this guy.
from
Hey, check it out. Look at this. You're the muting coward. Only way you could win an argument is with that mute button, bud. Stay weak. Well, I'll tell you how you're going to win the argument, son fried. You're going to post up your bending laser. So you're going to go get one of the laser tests that's been done. Excellent, Dagaz. He needs a subscription. Yoda is the man to see. You're going to post up a laser bending downwards. And personally, I don't give a shit what the causational mechanism is anymore. I just want to see one bending down. Long-range laser test, bending downwards. As per your claim. You made the claim, not anyone else in this room. So, post it up or cope up. Either way, we don't care. Sooking about it's not really going to help. All it's going to do is reinforce the argument that we know you don't have any evidence. And you're just doing this to use as an excuse to cling on to your wannabe ball. You're not proving a negative, numpty. You're proving you're positive. You made the claim that the lasers are bending downwards. Nothing more, nothing less. So back up your claim. Long-range laser test, bending downwards. Please present it.
I mean, how are you going to come into a room that's designed to talk about flat Earth and then claim that the lasers are bending along with the curvature of the Earth, but just make the claim, like you don't have any evidence at all to present? You're just going to say it and then act surprised. Even some good arguments.
He was just full cope. I don't know what his issue was. You know, like they'd run out of bloody soy milk or something down at the local store, and he thought he'd take it out on us. But seriously, if you're going to come in here and make claims, and this goes for anyone, and there's even flat earthers that have been railed with some of this shit too. If you're going to come in here and make claims, at least have some evidence or something to back it up. Yes, you may have the wrong image or you may be mistaken. Whoop-tee-doo. Make the claim, back it up. It's as simple as that. Whether you're claiming something is a particular distance and how you measured it, Whether you're claiming refraction is a causational mechanism of some particular light pattern, just have something that backs it up. Don't just come in here and throw shit at the wall. But anyways, that's today's whinge.
Winter.
Thanks, mate. I knew you'd make me feel better. Oh, man.
It was funny. Is that actually his claim was that all of the laser tests prove the globe because it proves that it's bending down, refracting.
Yep, it
with
hit the
Earth.
target.
Yeah,
It hit the target.
Oh,
It's following the curvature of the Earth. And the reason it follows the curvature of the Earth is due to refraction. Well, I don't even care what the causational mechanism of it following the claimed curvature of the Earth is anymore. I just want a demonstration of it bending downwards. That's it. I'm trying to make it easy for them. Like, seriously. Trying to help these kids, and they still don't get it. I've got a sneaking suspicion that that young chap was butthurt from somewhere else.
Yeah, he was as soon as he came in.
He should have gone and seen Yoda. Get a tube of cream.
I don't know if it's cold where you are, but I'm freezing my ass off.
I haven't had a look yet. I haven't been outside.
I'm watching my
Like it's sunny out.
youngest son play footy in Geelong. It's fucking freezing.
What do we got here? I don't think it's 8 degrees. We can do better. Come on, come on, come on.
Could be 8. Feels like 2.
10 degrees. There you go. I can take my jumper off. That shit, eh?
You should have seen the rain last night, mate. It was fucking blowing a gale and it was pissing down with rain. And then there was hail and everything.
Oh, wow.
And you're funny, dude.
What's that?
He was. Mushkane's funny. He was in here before. I couldn't talk, and DJ said, "Oh, Mushkane, you can take over. You know the arguments."
Oh, yes. Mushkane, when are you just going to just say it? You're a flat earther. You know you are. We know you are. It's just up to you now to just go, you know what? You got me. Just take a deep breath and let it flow, brother.
I mean, yeah, I just go wherever the logic takes me. You know, I'm not really making any claims.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So it's pretty hard to get past that water burn flat and level, isn't it? That's a bit of a mind bender, that one. And then you hear the claims, but the Earth is 72% water, which is flat and level. Look at his logic.
Well,
It's just gone into overdrive.
The claimed percent of water.
Well, that's right.
Sometimes I just can't be bothered. Like that guy we were talking to yesterday, when we were
Dino?
going
No.
over Dino, when we were going over where's the horizon. I think it's in B. Really, dude? I give up, man.
So out of all of that, he was claiming that the bit that you could see from B to A was a reflection, but
Yeah, I
B was the
know.
horizon.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
seriously,
So
how
it would have been
stupid
on the
are
other
you?
side of the curve. So the light would have been reflecting the other way.
But do you know what we should have just done? As soon as he said that, we should have just insta-banned him and just gone, bro, I'm sorry for that, but you're not qualified for this conversation.
And he was a fisherman, right? Claimed.
That's the bit that got me. Claimed fisherman, and he was saying that things beyond the horizon were reflecting. It's like, dude, seriously?
A claimed fisherman with a accent like that? I don't think so.
He's Southie, yeah.
That was a posh accent. They're not fishermen by trade.
Oh, look, I'll be fair. I reckon the only way he's ever caught a fish is if he's gone down to the fish co-op and asked them to throw them at him. What, you've never done that before? Go to the pub, spend all day getting on the sauce, then when you're about to knock off, go to the fish co-op, get them to throw them at you so you've got to catch them. Then when you get home, your missus, look what I caught! And you can be all proud
and you smell
about
like
it.
fish.
You smell like fish, yeah.
Hey,
Winner,
I caught
fish for dinner.
Just put them back. They were too big. I couldn't eat it.
Couldn't carry it. I brought this little one home.
We're supposed to be going fishing today, actually. I'm not
I
looking
haven't thrown the
forward
line
to it.
in. A bit fresh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, if we're going to go and stand on the pier, like, mate.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Years ago when I was a
I've
young
got my
fella, we used to go out to at Newcastle. There's a place called Blacksmith's Beach, and there's a breakwall there. And years ago, it never used to have a road built out onto it. It was just rocks, and you had to climb out on them. And the first time I remember going out, I was only in second class, and Dad used to go out on a Tuesday night of all nights of the week. I don't know why. So one Tuesday night, I've gone out with Dad. We get home at like midnight, so I was absolutely wrecked the next day as a school kid. But yeah, I mean, we had to climb out over these rocks, and one night there was waves busting over it, and I'm out there in my little yellow raincoat, all tucked up under a tarp so I wouldn't get drenched, trying to go fishing. They used to chase a tailor. They'd get schools of tailor come through, and they'd be just wheeling these things in. And yeah, it was pretty good fun. We went out for years and years. We went out there, and all of a sudden they built a road there. And once the road was built, all of a sudden all these other numpties started going out there. And it got to the point where you'd be out there minding, you'd get out there early and you'd be minding your own business. And then you'd get all these other persons that would come out. So you'd all be sitting probably about 5 metres apart so you don't tangle your lines up. And then you get these other morons that would come and you get two of them standing between you. They throw their line in. Next thing, they're all knotted up. And a couple of times there, I remember my old man just walked over. One of them knotted him up, and he walked over to the other guy, grabbed the tip of his rod, pulled his fishing knife out, and just went whack, and just busted his line there and then. Totally kicked rocks. Like they'd throw their line out because you'd put a spinner on, and the tailor would just be that aggressive. You'd throw your line in, and you'd spin them back in, and sometimes you could catch two of them on the same run. And these other guys were doing that. They'd spin in, and one of them pulled Dad's line, and that's what Dad just walked over, bang, cut it. Yep, you're not doing that again. Now get away, you bastards. We're all spread out for a reason. It's bad enough me being a left-hander casting the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm a lefty too. Yeah.
Me too.
But they pulled some good fish in there. One of them caught a jewfish one night that was just, it was like 4'2" long and 78 pound.
Wow.
It was a monster. It took him an hour 45 to wheel him.
Yeah, they're lazy buggers too. They just sit there.
Yeah, dead weight. Yeah.
Yeah, they just bunker down on the bottom and just stay there.
Well, this fella started on the channel side. He went around the end of the break wall. Like, we all pulled our lines in so he could try to wheel him in. He went round to the left-hand side and then back into the channel and ended up going about 100 metres up the channel.
Huh.
Yeah, he had a good run. Tasted pretty good too. Just saying. It's awesome when you catch a fish that's big enough that you can cut up into steaks.
Yeah, we went up to Queensland on a fishing trip with work, and got a charter, and caught coral trout and everything. And we went back. We were staying in Cairns. We went to the restaurant the night before. We said, "Oh, if we catch something on the charter, can we bring them in and you guys cook them up for us?" And they said, "Yeah, but we'll have to like charge you for the fish and stuff like that because we were only allowed to buy from from commercial fisheries." So we took them in. It was the best meal I've ever had in my life. Coral trout, giant trevally. What else did we get? I can't remember what we got. So good.
I remember one episode we went to go fishing. I was living over at a friend's place, and his sister was and mum too was a OCD clean freak, absolutely mental. Anyways, we used to keep all of our rods down in the shed, stacked up on the side of the shed on a couple of rails, so they all sit there nice. She was not allowed in the shed because we had stuff in the shed that we didn't like her touching. One day there, mate Chad comes over. Right, we're going fishing. Yeah, mad. All right, let's go and get the gear. Go down the shed. Everything was right. We thought everything was right where we left it. Grabbed hold of it all, chucked it in the back. Went out fishing. We get out there. All of a sudden, put my rod together. Now at the time I had a Jarvis Walker JP 888 reel, and my reel's broken. It's only been used twice before, so basically brand new. It's broken. What the shit is going on here? Like, we've just driven from, I know you probably don't know Newcastle, but from Walls End all the way around to the other side of Stockton to go fishing. So looking back across to Newcastle. So it's not exactly a 5-minute drive. So we're out there.
Yeah.
Had a couple of, or already, like, as soon as you step out of the car, crack a tinny, as you do. So you can't drive back just yet. Busted rod. Right. I look at me mate Trav. What's going on here? And he goes, "That's brand new." I said, "I know it's brand new. What's going on?" And he goes, "Well, she was down in the shed doing a clean out the other day." He goes, "I did tell her to piss off, but yeah, we did have words, so she's not allowed down in the shed anymore." I said, "Bro, that's a couple of $100 reel there. The least she could have done was come and told us it was broken so we didn't go fucking fishing with busted shit."
What'd she do? Try and clean it or something?
No, what we think is she moved it and it dropped it, and naturally they drop reel down. And what it did at the side of the bail, where the bail wire clicks into the little lever, it actually broke that. So I had no bail whatsoever. So yeah, lock mechanism, it destroyed the lock mechanism on the side of it, and so it was just like excellent. So that was useless. Another funny episode. One of the boys had, those real what are they called? The ugly stick.
Ugly
those,
stick.
super.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
they
that's
were
what
all the
I've
rage
got.
for a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, We're in on Newcastle Breakwall, where the old wool sheds used to be. For those that are old enough, we're in on there, having a fish, having a great time. My mate that owns the Ugly Stick, his girlfriend at the time was there. She's there yapping away, and she laid the stick down. So line is in the water, so that she was hanging onto it, sitting there. We're all yapping, and then she's put the stick down, walked over to say something, and next thing, zoop, off it went. And we watched, myself, my mate Trav, my other mate Chad, sat there watching this stick just glide across the top of the water. And it was Chad's stick, and he just stood there and cried. I can't say I blame him. And yeah, they weren't together for much longer after that. It was funny, like we were cacking ourselves laughing because it was only a couple of weeks beforehand when I had my rod busted, and yeah, then we watch his Ugly Stick go skimming across the top of the water like as if it was a wakeboard or some shit like that. And that's what just the speed that it took off too, and it was like, yeah, I can't even jump in and go and save it. Poor bastard. I didn't feel so bad then.
Yeah, because when you're young, that like they're worth a lot of money, right? Like,
yeah.
Now you can just go and replace it, right? But like, when you're young, you're like fucking, your heart sinks, your stomach sinks, and you're like, what am I gonna do?
Well, it's even worse when you've just sat down. So you expected to be there for a couple of hours, and then within 15 minutes, it's turned to shit. So it just puts a whole downer on the day, negative energy for everyone. So it's just like, yeah, you might as well pack up, go home and drink beers.
Yeah, good idea.
Go down the shed, turn the radio on, light a few warm ones up, put your feet up. Remember one episode where I'm having a session down in the shed. Me and Trav sitting there, minding our own business. Got the radio going. Had a little radio sitting up on the shelf. Had an L-shaped shed. So we're sitting there, minding our own business, listening to the radio. Next thing, his dog comes wheeling into the shed, all playful and shit. And it's like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And the next thing, his mum is just standing there staring at us. Now, on the table, we've got a pipe.
I can imagine.
A bong, a little bowl with some cabbage cut up in it, a little bag with some more in it, and I've leaned across and grabbed two of the items and swept them off the table and put them on my lap so she couldn't see. And she stood there frozen. Didn't say anything. All she was holding was a tray with 2 glasses of milk and a little pile of biscuits on there. She thought she was being super duper nice, bringing us down a feed, but she ended up walking into that. We sat there in total silence. It felt like about an hour and a half, but it must have only been about 8.5 seconds at best. And then she comes in, she places it down on the table, and walks off. And we hear the back door shut, so it's still total silence. We hear the back door shut, and that's it. The pair of us busted out laughing. And we had a laughing fit that lasted for about 15 minutes. And next thing, total silence. My mate Trav's just gone total silent. And I'm still, my guts were hurt and I was laughing that hard. And I'm like, what's going on, bro? And he goes, this is not funny. What's not funny? That was hilarious. What's going on? He goes, I've got to go up there and explain now.
Not much to explain.
It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Stay out of the shed, woman. Oh, man. That was so funny. Oh, no. Oh, the shit you do when you're younger.
Yeah.
Wow. I only ever drove my car under the influence of that shit once, and it was Mum and Dad's car too. I went over to a mate's place, and a couple of my mates are chefs, so they're mad at cooking. Anyways, one of the boys decided to make up this chocolate cake with some special added ingredients, of course. Everyone's favourite cabbage. Anyways, they've made up this mad chocolate cake. It was only a little fella too. It wasn't like one of them huge ones. It was only a little one. And he got some hash oil and tipped it in when he made the icing. So it was a chocolate cake, and it had this beautiful chocolate icing on it. Anyways, he's cut me this tiny little slice. He didn't want to cut me too much because I don't need it. Anyways, cut me this tiny little slice, and I ate this chocolate cake. Fair dinkum, it was one of the nicest chocolate cakes I've ever, not mud cake, but proper traditional chocolate cake. It was one of the most moist, beautiful chocolate cakes I've ever eaten in my life. And about after a couple of hot ones, that kicked in, and I was an absolute mess. And then all of a sudden, out of left field, one of the boys goes, "Don't you play squash tonight?" Oh, shit, you got to get me home. Anyways, they get me home. Absolute mess, could barely stand up. Anyways, I go home. I open the back door up just enough to put my hand inside the door, because Mum and Dad used to hang the keys behind the door. And all they would have seen was this arm behind the door fishing around for keys. So I've grabbed the car keys. "I'm going to squash. I've just cooked your dinner. Going to squash. I'm running late." Ran up to the granny flat, grabbed hold of my squash bag and hopped in the car. Now, driving to squash, I felt like I was doing 1,000,000 miles an hour. I looked down at the speedo, 35. Now, Mum and Dad used to have this old Datsun Nissan twin cab ute. Like, seriously, that thing it might break 110 down a mine shaft. And that's been pretty fair income about it. But it was a gutless shit heap. But anyways, I felt like I was absolutely flying along, driving this shit can over to the squash courts. And I get over there. I don't know how. I get over there, get inside, and the squash court's got this big, long corridor. This is a university. Got this long corridor when you first walk in, and right down the other end, there's like a chip machine, a Coke machine, and a lolly machine. I think I invested about $30 into these machines. I've grabbed this bounty of snacks, and I've sat upstairs, and I'm just having this mad feed of lollies and Coke and shit. And next thing, one of the boys, the squash team, comes in. He looks at me. He looks at my eyes and goes, "I know what you've been up to. You better not fuck up tonight." Well, apparently I won. I don't remember playing. I don't remember even going on the court. I remember driving there, but I do not remember driving home. They told me I won, and I still to this day do not know how. Like, seriously. I remember the chip machine and the lolly machine and buying heaps of shit. But, yeah. And then one of the other guys, he's a fiery, or he might be an ex-fiery now. This was years ago. He's come up to me and he's gone, "Are you feeling all right? You don't look real good. You look really pasty. Are you feeling all right? Are you sure you're feeling all right?" And the other boy had already chipped me because he knew what I'd been up to. He's just sitting there shaking his head because the fiery is one of these do-gooders that's never done anything wrong, never even looked the wrong way. Absolute good boy. I don't know how to word it any other way. Peter Perfect, whatever you want to call him, has never even thought about doing the wrong thing, you know. And yeah, he's like, "Oh, you're feeling all right? You don't look well. You look pretty pasty." And here's me, just baked as a cricket. I've got absolutely nothing. Oh, mate, that was some funny times. And that was the only time ever that I got behind the wheel under the influence. So, yeah, aren't I a good person?
Yeah, I did a lot of stupid shit when I was young.
It's called experience, bud.
Yep, better person for it now.
So the real question is, did you learn from it?
Sure did.
I used to have a T-shirt years ago, and on it had written, "To be old and wise, you must first be young and stupid."
Yeah, that's true.
So true, eh?
Good thing is now that the kids can't pull anything over my eyes.
Oh, there you go. When was that posted? 3 hours ago. Snow on Mount Canobolas. Yay. Mount Canobolas is in Orange, if you don't know. I find that interesting though. Normally when they get snow there, we get like a maximum of 10 for the day. Probably tomorrow it'll be shit house cold.
Where's your weather come from? The south or the west?
Depends. Summertime west, wintertime south. So when
Maybe you'll
we
be
hear on
getting
the news
this shit
tomorrow, probably tomorrow or the next day. Yeah. So when we hear on the news that down south has had a cold front come through, when it hits orange, it's normally about 12 hours later we get it. So
Well,
probably tonight
it'll be
kick
coming.
in. Don't run away, you just got here. What's with the bot dropping in and out?
Caught a couple of those Indio episodes on the home channel.
Yeah, I was in there listening. It's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah.
I love it when the one I was listening to earlier was Wesley. He's a slimy little debater. He had a little chuckle, had a laugh because he thought he had some gotcha moment, and it was something like, what was it? Something to do with the Qantas flights. And India's just gone, yeah, flight 47, and it just took the yap fair out of this poor numpty. And I absolutely love it. And I've heard it quite a few times when you hear Globers have a little chuckle, and it's like, yeah, I've got him now. And then India not only tells them what they were talking about before they even finish talking about it, but he corrects them on what their mistakes were. I love that shit. And it's the silence that follows. It's just like, you just got so owned, kid.
He's good at it, isn't he?
Oh, it just destroys them. Beautiful. What do we got now? Oh, this is from the Times in Victoria. Who reads this shit? Should drunk drivers who cause a fatal crash receive a lifetime driving ban? Well, if you've caused a fatal crash, that would fall under the category of manslaughter, and you're probably going to be doing time anyways, unless you've got a really good lawyer.
Unless it's an accident.
What do you mean, unless it's an accident?
What
if you're
was
the cause of an accident, if you run a red light and you're the cause of an accident.
Yeah. In that case, yeah. That's involuntary manslaughter, right?
Yeah. Someone's been fataled.
Yeah,
not
and it's
of
your
a deliberate
fault.
act. Yeah. Indirectly. You get quite a lot of that on Facebook when you're scrolling down. It's like they're using Facebook to test the waters or something. I don't know. It's weird. Oh, welcome to those that just dropped in. Have a listen to this crap. Where's this happening at? Australia promotes a program known as Solar Sharer, which takes advantage of the excess solar energy generated around midday. During this period, electricity production can become so abundant that prices occasionally turn negative. Instead of wasting that energy, it is provided free of charge for several hours to help balance the electrical grid. The initiative is designed to make better use of the country's large solar power generation by encouraging electricity consumption during peak production hours. The program reduces pressure on the grid and maximizes the use of renewable energy that might otherwise go unused. I don't want to be rude. Never heard of it, and I do not get any free electricity. My last bill I just got the other day was $460 for the month. It is most definitely not free. Maybe I should leave a little comment on this one. Actually, I might read the
Yeah,
comment.
just
Someone else will probably...
comment would be bullshit.
Oh, yeah. Apply now on website, but only if you've got smart meters. Yeah, and power... Yeah, the comment, and power is so cheap in Oz. Yeah, right. No, they're not. Nope. Ugly acres of the useless things. They don't work, so stop saying they'll solve a problem when they just create about a dozen more. All the naysayers. Here's an extract from my last bill. Shows 501 kilowatt hours of electricity used at zero cost. With free electricity, who's this numpty?
That'll be the author, right?
Understand your bill electricity charges. So this one person here, to all the naysayers, here's an extract of my last bill, which shows 501.85 kilowatt hours of electricity used at zero cost. With free electricities, it's easy to turn on a heater than to pull on a jumper. Off-peak usage. So is that what he's claiming from the 20th of May to the 16th of June? It's showing 501.85 kilowatt hours. It's actually showing the chart here. Zero charge.
There'd be someone with solar panels on their roof, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not what they're talking about.
Here we go. You read up the top. Billing period 20th of May to 16th of June, 28 days. Total usage 504 kilowatt hours. Total solar generation 201.92 kilowatt hours. Yeah. So he's a moron.
So not what they're talking about. Yeah.
And then so the next comment. I'd like to know who's getting the free power. It's certainly not me. And the comment added on to that. Politicians only, I think. Let's click on view hidden comments. These are the good ones. What do we got? Except in the greedy part of Oz, the WA government is still allowing power to go to waste. Somebody's probably tagged that. But they're installing community batteries with specific intention of capturing as much energy as possible. They're doing the opposite of letting it go to waste. So you're not getting it for free then. That's easy. The next one. This is a lie. If you select the 3 hours, you have to change your plan where the kilowatt hours costs are greater for the other 21 hours. Basically, you pay for it. It's not free. Yeah, and then here's this one. And a 40% increase in daily supply charge far exceeds any supposed gain you make in the middle of the day. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, the government preventing Filipinos for using solar. What a shitty government. Which part of Australia? Brisbane Public. Watch every light bulb because the prices are so high. It's just another dagger promoting the cost of living crisis. And this one. Who? Question mark. All I got was a price increase. No fucking free power here. Yeah, meanwhile, my electricity's skyrocketing in price. So, don't know. Absolutely no one in Australia is seeing the benefit of free electricity. Don't get your news from Facebook. Yeah. And the last three. Lies. Where? Which cities? Most entertaining. Oh, the doorbell rang. Welcome. Hey, Slalom. How's it going, man?
Can hear me, bro. How you doing, everyone?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good.
Okay, thanks. Not sure if you guys heard my music in the background when I joined, but for some stupid reason. Oh, okay, cool. Because for some stupid reason, when I joined the VC, the mic was open when I have it. Okay, glad you didn't hear it. Anything, anyway.
No, didn't hear a thing, mate. All I heard was the dun sound that it makes when people come in. That was it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because for some reason the mic open. Glad you didn't hear it, because I didn't want to interrupt anything. Anyway.
We're just gas bagging anyway, mate.
You said again, I didn't catch.
I was just saying you didn't interrupt then, and then we were just gas bagging, which means talking shit.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. You have an interesting profile pic there.
Yeah, actually, when I created the Discord account and I was already a flat earther, and a friend of mine asked me to do a text on the UN flag, and so I put the text on it, and then when I created the Discord account, I said, okay, I'm gonna use this UN flag with the Portuguese text in it. So yeah, but I appreciate it because it says truth in plain sight, basically. You guys were talking about the price of electricity? Not mistaken.
Yeah, how ridiculous it is.
Yeah. I cannot agree more because I have my own place, right? Besides wife place where I live. Well, my place. I never come home and I don't have no fridge, no nothing. Still, I have to pay. Pay a stupid amount if I'm not here. So it's kind of ridiculous. Now I have basically everything off. I'm not here, so it's but the price is still a little bit really stupid to a degree.
I'd like to actually, I rent where I am. I'd like to actually go away on holidays for a complete billing cycle and turn everything off just to see if I still get charged stupid amounts. Because a lot of the time they only do a meter reading every fourth month. So I'll get estimation, then it'll be so much percentage of accuracy. And yeah, it'd be interesting to like go away on holidays for a month and just turn everything off cold. Just leave it all so the whole house is absolutely frozen, and see what they charge me, what they estimate, just to see if they really are honest and do it properly, or because like the estimates are based off last year's bill and your next door neighbours. So on one side, I've got a commercial building. On the other side, my neighbour has solar panels. I don't. So because they've got solar panels, they've got no problem using more energy, which ramps up my bill because it just goes based on an average. So your neighbours are using more power, therefore they just assume you will. And also last time's bill or last year's bill also gets added onto that average. But here's the kicker: last year's bill this time was an estimate, anyways. So if the last one was estimated high because of my neighbours, then this one gets estimated high because of my neighbours, and then next year the same thing will happen. So they're doing estimates off of estimates. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I don't know how they can do that and think that they're being intelligent. But yeah, I'm over the whole power thing. We've got a dumbass prime minister who promised us rebates and prices going down, and it's done the complete opposite of what was claimed to happen. It's like, yeah, we're over this.
Yeah. That is ridiculous because over here in Portugal, at least, well, with my case, right? They charge me. They have a standard price for the use of the equipment and what I spend electricity. And now they don't do. I don't know the English word. They don't. Now they do it precise amount of electricity that I spend. So they don't do. I don't know the English word that you just mentioned.
Estimates.
Vision. Yeah. That one. Yeah, correct. And so, but still, it's a little bit, and because I'm never here, right? So normally, be only a week. Even though comparing to you, my bill is not big, right? But still, for me, it is a little big because normally I used to pay like let's say 10 euros. I'm never here. Now I'm paying the double, even though I'm never here. So even though okay, it's not a big amount, right? 20 euros or $20, let's put it, right? So I get it for you, or comparing to you, it's not a it's not much, but still, since I'm never here and I have everything off, I mean, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. And they give me stupid excuses why they charge more. I mean, but nonsense.
The
That's
stupid
what I put.
excuses are very easy to explain. It's very simple. They still want their bottom line. So what they'll do when you're not there, so you're not using electricity, when you're not there, your initial fee for all the hardware, they just ramp that up to make up the difference of you not being there. So we got the same thing with everyone putting solar panels on the roof and not having the necessity to use as much energy. What did they do? They put everyone's prices up. So even though people are producing their own electricity, the prices went up. So the electrical companies are still making the same amount of profit. Now, where it hurts is the people that don't have solar panels or that are renting and are not allowed to put them up. So those people cop bills that are just absolutely ridiculous. But those who have got solar panels are slightly reduced because they've got the solar panels. But the electrical companies, if you look at their profit margins through the years, they're still going up. So it's just shifting the where the money's coming from. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I mean, because whether you have solar panels or not, right? You're still gonna pay, and in your case, like you mentioned, right? You have solar panels, but still you're paying a higher price just because you don't have it. I mean, it doesn't even make no sense whatsoever, you know. But even though those who have solar panels still have to pay each amount, that doesn't make sense. Even though it's gonna be a little bit lesser, uh, but still, yeah, these guys. I mean, they still in every way possible. I mean, that what it is crazy, but still, the masses don't wake up to the reality. So this is another issue, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, don't worry, we're watching it.
Because, like I said it right, I just spend a week over here, and when I do, I don't have a fridge, I don't have a television, only a few computers on when I'm working. Well, only for a week. I mean, and they charge me a huge amount of electricity out of the thin air that and I have to wonder to myself, like what the heck is going on? And it is automatically, right? Because now nowadays the electric company, they already know how much did I spend for that month, right? Because they can see, well, it's all digital, right? And so I mean, it doesn't even make sense. It should be the opposite instead, right? But they do it the other way around. And so yeah, it is
Well,
what
that's
it
right.
is,
It's all digital, and that's one of my complaints about it. Now that they've got smart meters in most of the houses, they've cut down on having to pay people $30,000-$40,000 a year to go and check meters. So we've got not as many meter readers, so they're saving money by not paying people. So they've already sacrificed jobs. Why is our prices going up if they're saving money? They're not paying people. They are saving money by not paying people, but yet they are still putting the prices up. Why? Maybe if we have a look at their profit margin, is it going up? Yes. It's not hard to look up the local electrical company and see their profit margin for the last 5 years. It's disgusting is what it is, mate.
I'm sorry, and the way they produce electricity, right? It's always the same. That doesn't change, or you're gonna draw from the wind, or from the solar panels, or from the river, right? In my case, most of the energy comes from the river, right? So, what is the reason behind for them to charge more, right, when they are making more profit? I mean, the source of they produce that energy, it's always the same.
Yeah. That's where you need to step to the next level and get some batteries and just go full solar. Tell electricity company, no thank you. But here's what's interesting is where we live is if you get the electricity cut off, if there is power lines running across the front of your house, so along the road like they normally do, they will still charge you a supply fee because it is there.
No way, that is crazy. With with the water. Yeah.
So even if you've got the power disconnected all the way at the power lines and you go full solar or full wind or whatever sort, or even if you just want to run generators, if you disconnect the power, you still have to pay let's call it an availability fee. So it's still something like $60 or $70. It's ridiculous, even though you've disconnected from it completely.
They call that a transmission charge here.
What was that, mate? You're all tinny and horrible.
Am I still tinny and horrible?
Yes.
What the fuck?
What were you sitting closer to it, further away? Didn't hang the tongue out of the right side
Oh,
of your mouth?
I'm on my AirPods. I don't know what's wrong. It messes up sometimes.
You're good now. You're good now.
I'm good now? I don't know it.
Yes.
No, I said they call it a transmission charge here.
Yeah, I think it's wrong. Like, if you want to go full solar, if you want to fork out the bickies and go full solar, batteries and all that kind of jazz, hey, that's great. I'm not disagreeing with it. That's what my parents are on. But charging for an availability fee just because you're pissed that someone's decided not to use your product, that's bullshit. It's like, that's just a whole new level of low.
Well, that's capitalism for you, dude. They literally have to make money. They have to make profit. And it's the way electric companies work around here too, man. They just built the one electric company here just built like a gigantic new office building. It was only like half full. And they said they're operating, as far as operating construction costs and stuff, were going up by like 4% or whatever this year. And they upped everybody in the area's electricity by like 8%. So there's that.
Oh yeah, and they said they raised about 8%, but people are noticing a kilowatt hour charge of more like 10 to 12% as well. So it's even higher than what they claimed, which was too much anyway.
Oh, but CPI is only 3.1. Yeah, right.
Oh,
And welcome.
yeah, well, yeah, dude, thank you. So, what are you guys doing in here? Are you guys making omelet?
No.
So, what are you doing in here? Art is not blood.
Whoa, where did you come with that?
I don't believe that art is flat, dude. Many
You
people
don't
say
believe
art
that the Earth is flat. I'll make you feel better. I don't believe it's flat either. How's that make you feel?
Haha.
I know it's flat. The reason we know it's
I
flat
know.
is because when you go out and measure it, the results come out as non-curving. So it comes out as flat when you measure for it, mate.
I want to measure full wall with one pen. How many pens?
How many what, sorry?
I want to measure full out by a pen, to a pen.
You want to measure the full Earth?
Yeah,
No, you don't have to measure the full Earth. We know
Why?
that the physical properties of water takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface. You also know this. You learnt that in probably kindergarten first class. Yeah?
I do. Yeah, I believe.
That's right. So, did he just dip out? Oh, man. Wonder if they dip out when I say that is because it's like, oh no, he's using something I learned against me. Doo-doo. Has anyone else watched the thing that was it the quantum mechanics thing that AI Overlord posted up? The Edge something or other. I watched that this morning. It goes for like 8 or 9 minutes. It's not real long. Yeah, very interesting. Here they have a machine that's like 10 to the so many digits after it of sensitivity. What I'd like to know, if this machine is so bloody sensitive, how did they get around the so-called Coriolis? Wouldn't that be wreaking havoc with this machine? But anyways, that's just my 2.5 cents. Ah, yes. I'd love to go on a tour through one of these labs where they're doing this really cool shit one day and find out there's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 of the 24/7 representatives in the same group. We just go cruising through and then just start hitting them with gnarly questions.